As soon as we have one more council member, we'll get started. And then, so everybody knows, what we'll do is we'll start with the coroner, law department, youth and families, and then we'll actually move up juvenile court to after youth and families. Thank you. All right. Good question. All right, good morning, everybody. Today is day 7 of glorious budget hearings. As I said, we'll start with the coroner, the law department, youth and families, and we'll move up juvenile court to after youth and families to get started. So with that, Mr. Coroner, Dr. Coroner, the floor is yours.
Good morning,
Good morning.
everyone. I first want to apologize for being late last week. I was told we'd be started by 2 o'clock. Actually, I was on my way and turned around when I got the message. So, but
We're
my
sorry for
apology.
miscommunication.
And thank you for fitting me in because it's extremely important that we appear before you today. Our goal for 2023 is to increase staffing, managed workload, fueled by the decade-long rise in homicide and overdose rates. We have 18.4 full-time employees. We have no vacancies. We are severely understaffed, and we cannot keep up with the current local workload because we are in dire need of many new positions, as you will see shortly. Additional staffing for effectively manage larger workload, adequate staff is critical to maintaining health and public safety, continue increasing efficiency, and continue building community trust. 12.5 new positions that include front office staff, investigative staff, mall staff, funding to make part-time financial specialists into a full-time position, and wage increase for public relations, a person who manages all the paupers, burials, and cremations. What we're asking for is 4 new death investigators, 2 transport drivers, 2 mental health clerks, because you know the coroner's office is responsible for all the mental health issues of the city, 2 autopsy assistants, and 2 office personnel. And we'll just look at the statistics, and I think they speak for themselves. In 2015, in homicides, there were 170. Last year, there were 271. And as far as we can get up to date, we're at 180 already this year. And I'm sure we're going to surpass the 200 mark if the trend continues. And more striking is the overdose deaths. In 2015, there were 92. And in 2022, there were 499, 500. This tremendous workload. In this year, in 2023, we're at 367 already. And remember, all of these cases have to be autopsy. These are, you can see a quick summary. We're going from 92 to, might as well say 500 overdoses in a short period of time, and from 170 to 271 homicides. We believe we know the coroner's office is the gateway to the criminal justice system. We remain severely underfunded and understaffed. As you know, we're almost totally dependent on the city for our budget. We do not get a portion of the millage. The council's positive response to our budget request will improve our office's capabilities at time of response to community needs and protect the public health. Again, we want to thank you for seeing us on a short notice. We missed last Friday's meeting. So thank you for having us, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have about our needs as it regards to our office.
The only question I have is for the additional FTEs you had on the screen, what the total cost is associated with that.
Our total budget request is $550,000.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Anybody else from the dais? Nope. All right. We will hang on one second. Wait.
Again for having me.
Wait, can we have 1 second?
Yes.
Just one public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Burnside? And that's it. Thank you.
You could give me a second. I picked up the wrong app.
So, don't know exactly where to start. A lot of offices that come in here have fairly substantial reports that basically say who they are, what they do, and why they need a change. You've expressed clearly why you need a change, very clearly, and done a very good job of it. I mean, the idea that overdoses jump from 92 all the way to 499 is a stark set of numbers as I've ever seen. And it certainly justifies a change in staffing. There's no doubt about that. But having said the positive, which is true, I will point out that we don't really know what the death investigators are going to do because you don't have any, as I understand it from looking at these papers, you don't have any currently on staff. So it becomes sort of a question. This is not meant to be rude, but whose job are they taking over in the sense of who is doing the death investigations now? Also, there's been, of course, media scrutiny on your office recently. And one of the things mentioned was freezers. It would be nice to touch on the statement that the freezers have been fixed and all things are wonderful. And it would also be interesting to discuss whether DNA is part of your office in the sense, do you contract it out? Do you hope to use the NOPD's upcoming DNA lab? Because we have missing persons issues. I personally have a friend who was homeless. It turns out he was a liar. It took his friends maybe 2 months interacting with each other after his death to learn just how much he had lied to us. But he certainly was using a false name while he was here in New Orleans and had done so for a decade. So if his family wanted to know who he would have to be DNA tested, and there's some kind of national bank that he would be put into, and maybe his family would find him because we have failed to inform his family that he's passed on. So these are small things in the great scheme of things. I mean, we can talk about the Poppers Field and numbers, like how many people do you have to perform? How many people come into your office? Do all dead people come into your office? Do only some of them? Of the people who come into your office, are some of them just in need of autopsy, but others are not? How many people go to the Poppers Field versus how many people the families pick up? It would be kind of nice to know. This is now not meant as a rude statement. It'd be nice to know what kind of services the coroner's office offers to the people of the parish, so that if you did come for a millage or otherwise needed our involvement, we would have a better understanding why we would want to say the word yes.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, thank you, Dr. McKenna.
All right.
Labaroli. We really appreciate your.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Law Department, and then we'll go Youth and Family Services, Juvenile Court, and then back on schedule with Criminal Justice Coordination, Commissioner Steve.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning again. Of course, I'm Denisha Turner, the city attorney. And to my left, I have my senior chief deputy city attorney, Kevin Hill. And also in chambers, I have my senior team here as well, my chief of contracts, chief of litigation, chief of in-house, chief of municipal and traffic. And I hope I did not miss anyone. I have other members of our contracts team here with me. I see Andrew Gregorian supporting us, and I think, and Dimitri Ford, and then McNamara and Latifa Harris. So I do appreciate my staff attending with us to present this presentation before the council. And before I get started, first and foremost, I would definitely like to thank my staff and all the hard work that my attorneys put in and day out, as well as my paralegals, all of our support staff. We are definitely always in the trenches for the city of New Orleans. And I just appreciate them, and I wanted everyone else to know how appreciated they are. And I wanted everyone else to know how hard the entire staff of the law department works for the city of New Orleans. First, we'll start with our progress on the 2023 department goals. The law department continues to make steady progress in making offers of payment on outstanding settlements and judgments. The council, and this council, has generously provided the law department with additional funding that has allowed more payments to be made. The law department made offers on 36 outstanding matters on the city's unpaid settlement judgment list. Should all these offers be accepted, the outstanding balance owed would be reduced by roughly $10 million. Our contracts division reviewed and approved over 1,000 contracts and continues to institute practices to streamline the contract routing process. Our department continues to support NOPD and reaching substantial compliance goals, and we continue to work with NOPD and the monitoring teams as they work through each paragraph of the consent decree that has not yet met compliance. Further, the law department will continue to assist with the new policy changes and audits and attend court appearances with and on behalf of NOPD as we have done in the past.
Ms. Turner, I want to ask about that because my reading of the recent opinion does not comport with that statement. So on page 7 of the order issued on 11/2/2023, record document 756, it says specifically counsel for the city represented the following. All I know is that OPCD is one place they will often send officers that are on assignment section until they figure out if they can get back to their bureau or not. The city's council, SEL, not CIL, could not identify the support for this statement. That's judged for saying that's untrue. On page 59, it says, while the city concedes as it must the existence of the SCRB policy, it argues NOPD did not violate the policy because the policy is triggered only when an officer is suspended for 20 days or more. Page 59. This argument, though, plays fast and loose with the facts. That sounds like a judge who's saying we're not near compliance and I don't trust what the city is telling.
Okay.
Why is that in this opinion? Why would a judge be saying to the public that what the city is arguing, and these are not my words, these are the judge's words, are playing fast and loose?
First and foremost, I didn't write the opinion. The judge did.
But your office represents the city.
I do represent the city.
Okay.
So if you want me to guess as to why she said that, it would be that she disagreed with the evidence presented during the hearing.
But who is responsible for presenting that evidence?
The attorneys that represented the city.
And how was the council consulted in that hearing?
Councilman Jeruso, the attorneys that entered into a contract to represent the city, entered into that contract prior to me being city attorney. So I don't know how you were consulted, but I believe you were on the council at that time. So perhaps you can help me understand how the firm was consulted.
Our lawyers won't, those outside counsel will not consult with us. You know that. You and I have spoken about that. And hang on, it says in the charter, the government provided by this charter shall be known as the mayor council form of government. The mayor shall be aided by a chief administrative officer, and the performance of the duties of office shall be responsible to the mayor. That to me means the city is both the mayor and the council. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not wrong about that.
So if there's a contract with the city and the city is the named defendant in the litigation, then that does not mean that the council is part of the client group?
Yes, you are part of the client group.
Then doesn't outside counsel and every lawyer within the city have an obligation to consult with any council member about anything that happens in advance and make sure the strategy being enacted is approved by the client?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
I mean, do you want me to read the rules of ethics? Because I'm happy to do that.
You most certainly can if that's what.
Well, what is your opinion based on then?
What is my opinion regarding what?
That outside counsel does not, or any lawyer of the city does not have an obligation to consult with their client in advance of a court proceeding.
I think you want me to go into the minutiae and the details regarding a contract that I had nothing to do with, but if you want me to opine, if you want me to opine on it, I will. Based on the conversations that I have had with outside counsel that you are referencing, and based on the letters that they have sent you, it is their belief that their client is the city, and they agreed with that the client was the city, but they also agreed that the contract was managed through the city attorney's office.
That's irrelevant.
And
That's irrelevant.
It may be irrelevant.
The client is the mayor and the council. We agree about that. Yes? Yes?
Yes,
Then the council has not only a duty, but an obligation to be consulted with, does it not?
yes.
And failure to do so would not only be a breach of the contract, but also a breach of fiduciary obligation.
I disagree with that.
Why? How?
Okay, I'm going to say it again. According to the contract that you are referencing, and according to that particular language, that interpretation was that the contract is managed by the city attorney's office.
The city
And also, and if I may.
Go ahead, please. I'm not going to interrupt you.
If I may, those attorneys that are party to the contract will have absolutely no problem coming and talking to you in executive session regarding strategy or whatever you deemed appropriate to discuss at the time. I really don't think that there is an issue here regarding this particular contract or the attorneys at this point.
There's 100% an issue.
Okay,
The issue is they have failed to consult us as long as litigation has been ongoing. And number two, when we reached out to them, at least myself specifically, saying, I can't believe you filed something, they said, too bad, you're not the client. I am the client. We also pay for it. So what I am saying is, we expect when the city is being named as a defendant and when the contract says who it is, that the client has control over the matter. I will agree with you that under the charter, it specifically says that the law department directs and supervises the legal affairs. Doesn't mean they control that. The client does. And that is not happening. So we have asked repeatedly, what is going to happen going forward to ensure your client, us, are fully informed before anything is filed. We are consulted about strategy and there's general agreement about what is going to happen.
as I have repeatedly stated, I will continue to advise you all on what is going on. Anytime you want an executive session regarding any issue, I am always available to discuss. If you would like outside counsel to attend those executive sessions as well, to give you more details, to talk about strategies and what you believe should happen, we can certainly do that.
How am I supposed to ask for executive session if I don't know what's being filed?
Councilman Giroux, so we have been doing our best to keep you all apprised as to what is going on,
That's not true.
what is filed. Try to get it to you before it's filed. And listen, I understand you may disagree, but this is.
But it's not that I disagree. It's a factual thing. We are the client. We have the right to be considered what is happening, and we have the right to understand and see it before it is filed. They also filed something that was directly adverse to our position without consulting us in the Fifth Circuit. That is not consulting your client or keeping us abreast. I would love to have executive session and discuss things, But I think one of the things that happens between lawyers and clients is we have phones. Anybody can call me anytime they want me. They do all the time anyway. They can email me to say this is what's happening, but we are not being consulted front end on important litigation that affects the city, that is being dragged out. And I am saying this has been continuing preceding your term in office, and we're fed up with it. We're fed up with it. We are the client. We demand to be treated like the client, and we are expecting, there are no excuses. We are going to get the same things that we need to have. Councilmember Morel?
I think this speaks directly to a really singular issue. This council, who is also the client of many outside councils, has been treated with disrespect and a lack of candor throughout my term here in 2 years. And I think the reality is I'm tired of arguing over this. I'm of the position that we are two co-equal branches of government, though the city attorney doesn't necessarily believe that we're two co-equal branches of government, which I will address later on in this hearing. But I will tell you today, and the outside counsel can hear it, we are the purse strings of the city. If we are dissatisfied with council, we will cease to fund them. Now, we tried to do that, though the city attorney did hide the payments for the consent decree in a different department. So every other outside contract is within the law department's budget. And when we froze the budget, everybody but one group, Mr. Chairman, knew that their money was frozen, except we were made aware later on that the consent decree attorneys are paid out of a different branch of government. We will address that as well in the budget process. But I will put you and outside counsel on notice. If we are dissatisfied with their service, we will simply cease to pay them. And if they would like to choose to work for free pro bono as citizens of the city of New Orleans, that is certainly their prerogative. Further, I'm trying to maintain my blood pressure today, as Mr. Trudeau knows, but the lack of candor from outside counsel and from the city attorney is bar complaint level. It's bar complaint level. And not just this city attorney, the previous one was worse. Because had this council been made aware of the shenanigans that took place during Wisner, it never would have happened. But the lack of candor and the effort by the previous city attorney to pit two clients against each other to the benefit of the client that appoints them led to the mess that is Wisner. This council is not going to stand for that. We are going to be much more active, much more engaged in regulating the city attorney's office, as is our purview. I will say, and this is a general comment, Mr. Chairman, we, under council then President Helena Moreno's leadership, did an excellent job increasing the capacity of our council utility regulatory office and saving the city tremendous money with outside counsel. We have a devastated law department that has not enough lawyers, not given not enough money. We have lawyers that are paid far less than what they're owed and what the market allows. But they're paid that because we're paying for ridiculous, not transparent, lack of candor outside counsel rather than fostering and growing our law department. I would sooner defund all of the outside counsel and redirect that towards salaries of individuals in the law department itself. Because those are the people who understand what their role is. They know they are part of the bureaucracy of the city of New Orleans. They are aware and understand the charter, and just the behavior of this city attorney in managing outside counsel, which this council has brought up repeatedly. The level of disrespect from outside counsel reflects the level of disrespect from the city attorney. That's a fact. And I know you don't believe we're juridical people, which is the most Dred Scott bullshit I've ever seen. But there'll be a reckoning on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Good morning. Wanted to follow up on a couple of things that Council Chair Giarrusso had talked about regarding the council for the NOPD consent decree. The law department controls that contract, is that correct? For outside counsel?
Consent decree contract.
For outside counsel.
My understanding is, yes, that came through the law department.
Okay,
The contract did,
got it.
not the funding.
Got it. But if you all control the contract, then can you not just instruct outside counsel to communicate with the city council every time there's going to be a new filing?
What I've instructed them to do is they will send it to me and I've sent it to you all.
Can you then instruct them to at least be open to having communications with us before they do the filings?
They are.
Not, they're not. They are not. They are not. I mean, I don't know how many.
So that's my question. Can you instruct them to do so?
Yes, I can definitely instruct them to have conversations with you all in executive session regarding strategies before we do something significant.
Before there are filings. So
Yeah.
moving forward, you commit to instructing our executive council before there are filings to consult with the city council before doing so.
It would have to be in executive session. And they have no problems with attending and having discussions in executive session.
I mean, why do we have to have executive session? They
Yeah.
can send us an email
Right,
and say, well, because they get to bill more for coming here for doing that.
that's
I mean,
true.
you know, so why are we gonna feather their nest? We are the client. Here's how it should work. Dear Mayor, dear City Attorney, dear council members, this is our plan of action. Will you please, if you were worried that we're gonna respond and you don't want something and we may leak it, that's too bad. It is. I'm the client. I can waive the privilege if I want to. So I'm not gonna do this executive session stuff and be stuck on other people's parameters because they're worried about what we may say in writing. What I'm worried about is facilitating discussion. The way to facilitate discussion is to keep us in the loop and not guessing. And I don't think I should have to carve out time before meetings, after meetings, to meet with lawyers who are making decisions and not keeping us in the loop on a regular basis. Councilmember Harris.
Wait, real quick,
sorry.
can I finish real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I want to follow up kind of Councilmember Druso on where you're going. Because I have wondered this based on the fact that we just haven't been receiving the type of dialogue in advance, particularly with the council, with the NOPD consent decree. Has anyone ever instructed outside counsel, either from the law department or from the mayor's team, to your knowledge, not to communicate with the city council? And remember, you're under oath.
Okay, I don't think I'm under oath, but no,
So no
No,
one to your knowledge.
no, the mayor,
Haven't you?
to my knowledge.
No. I'm not saying just the mayor, I'm saying anyone in the mayor's office
Oh,
ever instructed the outside counsel not to communicate with the city council.
and to my knowledge, no one has ever told outside counsel not to communicate with you all regarding the consent decree. As a matter of fact, without divulging any confidential information, the administration does not take an active role in the litigation regarding the consent decree.
Okay, that's interesting too.
You all are more interested in the day in and day out and what's filed and what's not filed, more so than the administration. They've never asked for a copy. They've never asked for advance notice. They just let us continue to go ahead and defend NOPD and the consent decree.
Okay, so then if they're not really weighing in and we're not getting talked to, then there's like no consultation with the client then on either side, whether it's the mayor's team or whether it's the council. So now who's guiding then which direction we want to go in when it comes to the consent decree then in our filings, when you just said that no one from the mayor's team is weighing in and we're certainly not really able to weigh in. So I don't understand now.
Well, what I'm saying is no one from the administration is micromanaging the consent decree. After we filed the motion to terminate the consent decree, the administration just continued to let outside counsel go down that path of terminating the consent decree. So who we do routinely have conversations with all the time regarding the consent decree is NOPD. and NOPD leadership at every turn. So every time we file something, NOPD knows about it.
So on that motion to end the consent decree, you said that that's really the last time that there was consultation with the mayor's team, is that correct?
There's really no consultation, I think, in the terms that you were speaking of. But yes, the directive was, it is time for us to file a motion to terminate the consent decree.
When you're talking about directive, so who sent that directive?
We all agreed that it was time to file.
Who's we?
I did, and outside counsel, as well as the administration,
Okay, so someone from the mayor's team. Who was that?
the mayor.
The mayor.
And
So-
she said it. You guys all heard it.
Right, so the mayor, the city attorney's office, and the council, outside counsel for the consent decree all determined that.
NOPD leadership as well.
Got it. So everybody but the city council was able to get consulted on and make that determination. You see where we're missing here?
I
You see the,
definitely
you may see
what
the
you're
missing
saying.
part, which Councilmember Jeruso was talking about and Councilmember Morrell, like, that's a huge motion. Particularly the way that it was written, because I can tell you that members of the city council didn't agree with how the approach to how the consent decree would just be ended. So thank you for answering my questions. I think I see it pretty clearly now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. First of all, I guess I don't understand who's reviewing pleadings before they go out. Is anyone from your team reviewing the pleadings before they're filed?
And so, but the best that we can, we do review the pleadings.
What does that mean, the best that you can?
The best that we can, we review the pleadings. So when we receive the pleadings, if there's enough time, we're always up against deadlines. We do try to go and review the pleadings as well.
Who from the legal department is the lead attorney consulting with the outside counsel?
Me,
So you are trying the best that you can to review the pleadings.
that's what I said, yes.
And what prevents you from reviewing every pleading that is filed?
I attempt to review every single pleading that's filed. Sometimes pleadings don't come as early as they can come so that I will have a better opportunity to fine tooth comb it. But I will review them. I will try to edit them, get it back to outside counsel. NOPD, if they have an opportunity as well, they will review the pleadings because we try to make sure that they're as accurate as possible because NOPD, they are really the subject matter experts in the area of the consent decree,
Who
compliance and non-compliance.
who from NOPD is reviewing those pleadings?
I can't, I don't have those names right now.
You don't have that. Can you get those names for us?
I can.
Can you direct our outside counsel as the client to get you pleadings in a timely manner so that you have the opportunity to review them before they are filed?
Definitely.
I mean, right now, they're just sending them to you like hours before. I know we got a pleading that was sent the morning that it was supposed to be
We're
filed.
not told that it's been filed.
I can definitely direct outside counsel to do that.
On the issue of executive session and, sending pleadings to us, there is the concept of attorney-client privilege. We are the clients. And therefore, any pleading email that we get would be privileged, would it not?
It should be privileged and it should remain privileged because again, we're talking about what's in the best interest of the city. NOPD is the city. Our strategy is the city. Trying to help NOPD, they're doing an awesome job regarding the consent decree and constitutional policing and helping them get out of the consent decree and into sustainment is very important. So the strategies that we take in consultation with NOPD are very important, and it is important for those not to be leaked.
Are you concerned that one of us will leak the strategy? Is that the concern for why we're not getting pleadings?
No, that's not the concern why you're not getting pleadings. I'm pretty sure since that last motion was filed, every single pleading that I received from outside counsel, I forwarded it to you guys, and you guys can actually, it's timestamped. You can see when I received it, you can see when I forwarded it to you, and when it was also due to be filed in court. So, that's not the reason why, but I would just hope that when I do submit things that are confidential, definitely when we're talking about strategy and definitely when we're talking about what's in the best interest for the city of New Orleans and NOPD, that it would not be leaked.
Well, again, I mean, we are the client, NOPD is the client, the mayor's the client. Anything you send to us is privileged, not subject to public records requests. I trust my colleagues. I don't think they're gonna leak anything, and I would hope that you as our council would trust us not to leak any strategy as well. If that's the concern.
I'm gonna go back to the point that I was making. This is the email that I got from outside counsel when I said, please send me things in advance. Please allow us to be part of the strategy process. Councilman Giarrusso, I'd like to clarify that our law firm represents the city of New Orleans and in caps, not the New Orleans City Council. Our engagement was through the law department of the city of New Orleans, which is the department of the executive branch of the city, pursuant to the home rule charter for the city of New Orleans. That seems pretty clear to me that I'm not the client. Am I wrong? Did I read that in? I mean, am I wrong in my interpretation?
Councilman Giarrusso, you have had personal conversations with that particular attorney.
I have not.
If you want to continue to
I have not.
converse with him back and forth, you're more than welcome to do that. I would like to take myself out of that. I think what he wrote was clear, what you wrote back was clear. I think all of us up here are clear as to the path forward.
I think the problem though is the city attorney, not you, Denise attorney, cannot divorce yourself from it. That's what we are saying. And this is why I'm so frustrated. I've been practicing for nearly a quarter of a decade, and I would never treat a client the way that I have been treated. And that's why I'm so angry about this, is because my lawyers are telling me, we don't care about your opinions. We're not going to listen to you. We're not going to provide you information sufficient enough time for you to make decisions. And then we have to live with the consequences of an opinion that says, hey, we were about ready to impose sanctions, but we decided not to because the police chief contacted us for remedial action. So I have the worst of, and my real complaint is I have the worst of all worlds. I'm supposed to be the client, but I'm not being consulted. Then we have egg on our face and trying to get the consent decree resolved. And plus, we have the possibility of having to appropriate money for decisions that we're not a part of when we should be in the decision making. Do you see why we're frustrated?
I understand your frustration. Yes.
And so what I am asking, and the reason why we have escrowed the operating budget and are going to move that to the council operating budget so we can pay other fees, and we will do the same with this operating budget, is we want a proactive plan for what the communication will be for all matters involving the city that does not involve executive session, and keeping us engaged in litigation, particularly larger ones, before things happen. And that outside counsel, every single one of them, where the city is a named defendant, is alerted that your client is both the mayor and the council, and that you need to keep both apprised.
We will certainly work on that.
I'm going to sound like I'm going to channel one of Council Member Morel's idols. There's try and there's do. We're looking for done, not try. There can't be any more work. We are the client, and we have to be treated like the client.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Morel, do you want to take up the juridical person issue now, or do you want to wait? I feel like we ought to air the grievances, get them over with.
I can right now. So, because we're a client and we can waive privilege, let's talk about the letter you sent us where you cited the Fourth Circuit decision against your client, which is the New Orleans City Council, as a rationale for your position that we are not juridical people as a client. Is that still your position?
That's the Fourth Circuit's
No,
decision.
in your letter with your name on it, you sent to us in a letter to your client, did you footnote the Fourth Circuit decision in telling us that we are non-juridical people? Yes or no? So for clarification, because you are possibly the most evasive person we've had sitting at that table, I'm just going to ask you yes or no questions. Did you send us an email in which you cited the Fourth Circuit decision against your client as a basis of saying we are non-juridical party? Yes or no?
Yes, I sent you an email.
Now, Mr. Jerusalem, I have not practiced law as long as you and Ms. Harris, but have you ever, as an attorney, sent a letter to a client minimizing their position while citing an opinion that's against your client that's currently in appeal? Freddie, have you ever sent a letter to your client minimizing them, citing an adverse opinion that's in appeal? No, I mean, I actually would be interested to poll the New Orleans Bar Association and see anyone who's done that. Ms. Turner, you've made it very apparent that your client is the mayor of the city of New Orleans. When you showed up here during the Greg Joseph hearing, representing the mayor and Mr. Joseph, in a limited capacity, when he refused to interact with the council on every single turn, there is not a single person you're fooling up here when we ask you direct questions and you go, we're working on it. We'll look into that. For you to sit up here and to tell us that it's our job to negotiate with outside counsel as far as what we're entitled to have or not have. And that exchange you had with Councilmember Jeruso, where you literally told him, you've had a private conversation with that attorney who's Mr. Daniel Davalier. You two are going to work that out. You are our attorney managing outside counsel. In that moment, and I think it's a pattern we've seen, you do not manage outside counsel when it comes to the New Orleans City Council whatsoever. You allow them to disrespect us, demean us, and not be transparent. And that is a complete dereliction of duty. The reason why I say all that in the context of that patronizing and awful email you sent us is, I think you truly don't see us as people. You see us as a vestigial tale of the city of New Orleans, that the mayor is your boss, and we're just the accountants that make sure your office is paid. Honestly, I think that email was very illuminating because even before the Fourth Circuit decision, you've never seen us as a co-equal branch of government. And honestly, on some level, that is truly your prerogative until your position runs afoul of the New Orleans City Charter. And I think that Mr. Jeruso has laid the case quite eloquently on repeated occasions, and your half responses that the New Orleans City Council is your client. You do not treat us as your client. You treat us as the mayor's accountants who sometimes get to be in the room. And I can tell you, in my 2 years having been here, almost 2 years, I have repeatedly tried to work with your office. And I know plenty of city attorneys who I have fantastic relationships with who've been here for multiple years. I have never seen a city attorney, in my experience, who fundamentally does not understand the city of New Orleans is two branches of government. Whether it be Gordon Plaza, whether it be any of the stuff we've dealt with. That letter, and I'll make sure that everyone gets a copy of said letter, truly reveals who you are and how you feel about this council. And it's beyond disappointing. Because professionally, it was disappointing as an elected official, but professionally as an attorney, to cite an adverse opinion to your client as a methodology for diminishing how much control they have over you. Like I said, it's a complaint. That's all I have.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on. Ms. Turner?
Certainly. As I was saying, The law department will continue its engagement with NOPD and the monitors through substantial compliance and the self-monitoring period. Continuing on with our 2023 department goals, we pursued dispositive motions when appropriate and at the earliest possible point in litigation. We attempted to keep litigation costs to a minimum and only expended funds, i.e. regarding depositions and experts, when we believed it would assist our defense of a particular matter. We strive to get cases resolved at the earliest possible point and only entertain settlements that were in the city's best interest. We have completed over 3,000 public records requests this year. We have also attended quality of life meetings to ensure awareness of issues that were impacting the community. We also evaluated all complaints of prohibited or nuisance activities near premises of ABOs. We filed petitions for nuisance activities that violated the rules that govern ABOs in Louisiana. We prepared and executed consent judgments in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 10 to address violations alleged in petitions pending before the ABC Board. These judgments required action from the violators to address issues that negatively impact the quality of life of citizens and other compliance issues raised by the city. And we provided penalties for failure to comply with the terms of said judgments. The law department was able to facilitate the collection of nearly $500,000 in tax revenue that was owed to the city of New Orleans.
Mr. Chairman, can I pause for a question? In regards to public records requests, how many requests were requested last year total?
In 2020.
2023 and 2023, because the year we're talking about progress on 2023 goals, how many public records requests were made?
I'll have to give you the number that were made.
Okay.
I only
If you
have
could,
here the
if you could
number.
get us that number as well as the average length of time for said responses by department, I would appreciate that. Because though obviously 3,377 seems like a lot, if there were 37,000 public records requests, then that would not be a lot. So we have to know comparatively how many were made as well as the timeliness and how they were turned around. And I would be particularly interested, like I said, by department, because obviously that would give us some insight as to where there's room for improvement as far as the timeliness, because I have spoken to both private citizens, media outlets, even the council itself would have to make public records requests because departments are not being forthcoming. And it seems like there are significant differences depending on which departments you subpoena and ask for. Sorry, not subpoena, which departments you do Freedom of Information Act request to. So if you give me that information, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Also regarding our 2023 department goals, we've completed 199 advice requests this year. We've completed 13 formal responses, 186 informal responses. Our in-house team also attends different boards and commissions, and this year they attended collectively 198 meetings of boards and commissions. The law department also filed numerous civil actions to recover losses sustained as a result of motor vehicle accidents involving city vehicles. We have collected over $100,000 in payments related to claims made on behalf of the city. We also aggressively defended all zoning and land use decisions made by the city council, Board of Zoning Adjustments, Code Enforcement, and the Vu Carre Commission. In the past year, we were able to structure a multi-million-dollar settlement over several years. Our 2024 department goals. We'd like to increase the amount of city attorney formal advice opinions rendered by 40%, supporting our effort to provide clear, accessible advice, which would foster consistency across departments. We'd like to work to make the public records production process more efficient through securing the appropriate editing software that will enable team members to effectively redact audio and video both together and independently of one another. We will continue to work to assist departments with identifying any embedded records officer as a point of contact to facilitate responsive, timely, complete, and consistent records production. We'd like to hire a team member to task with redacting body worn camera footage because we're getting more requests for body worn camera footage as well as 911 audio files. There exists a large volume of NOPD footage processed by our team, and the volume is anticipated to increase with the recent addition of EMS body worn camera footage. And those are our department goals for 2024 for the in-house division. Regarding our litigation division's 2024 department goals, we will continue to develop and enhance the process to address judgments and settlements and to work to identify additional funding to pay down the same. We will continue to support NOPD in reaching its goal of consent decree compliance. We will continue to efficiently and aggressively defend the city in litigation by making responsible and fiscally prudent decisions regarding the city. We will improve the quality of life of our citizens by enforcing laws, regulating alcohol beverage outlets. We will continue to diligently pursue tax litigation to recoup city revenue. We will pursue litigation on behalf of the city to recover damages where the city and its residents have been harmed. And we will continue to pursue creative and cost-effective ways to amicably resolve significant litigation where opportunities exist. Our Municipal and Traffic Court Division 2024 department goals are: we will continue to aggressively prosecute gun cases, and this year, we've taken a considerable amount of guns off the street. So we will continue to do that. We will continue to aggressively prosecute DWIs, as well as any other quality of life matters. Currently, my office through the Municipal and Traffic Court Division is in the process of launching an actual diversion program within a few months. This program will allow eligible defendants to have a second chance for minimal mistakes at no cost to the city. And we also will work to increase the efficiency of our virtual photo safety program.
Ms. Turner, if I can pause you for a second.
Sure.
Just to focus a bit more on the municipal traffic court, I see Chief Attorney Mr. Ford in the back. This is for him as well. I just ask that when we get stuff, the quality of life issues, particularly stemming from issues in the quarter, that they're looked at with a closer eye. Not saying that you all are not, but one of the people who was stopped made a comment when the snake guy, with the python around his neck, who aggressively puts it around other folks that take a picture. He said, well, all that's going to happen is going to get dismissed anyway. That was his comments. So we just ask that maybe that directive is given to the prosecutors and city and municipal court, that when they see those, make sure that they get the attention that they deserve, because it's kind of like that's the thought process with a lot of the people who are doing the shot glass givers. They call them shot girls, or the snake people, or the guy with the pull-up bar in the middle of Bourbon Street. They just say, hey, it's going to get thrown out anyway.
Right.
So I know y'all doing a good job as of late, staying on top of it. I just ask that continues. in municipal court.
Thank you, Councilmember King, and I'm glad you brought that up because my directive has been that we will aggressively prosecute any of these quality of life issues because we know now that, and it's always been a problem. And we also know that there have been continuous sweeps of the French Quarter. So any quality of life issue that comes before my team, they have a directive from me to fully prosecute those. So, and I can just tell you in my office what we're fully prosecuting. We're fully prosecuting gun cases. We're fully prosecuting DWIs, and we are going to fully prosecute these quality of life issues that are really becoming problematic in the French Quarters, and also is spilling outside of the French Quarters because it impacts other businesses. So.
Well, while we're there, I'm going to say that for a second. I know this also creeps into the CBD with the illegal golf carts. And I saw something took up a city. It went from sidewalk to sidewalk that somebody made, and I'm not sure what it was. What can be done to discourage that? I know it used to be if you had a golf cart, you had to have insurance and proper mirrors and everything, but now it's just, and maybe it's something that needs to be worked with NOPD, but it's like people just get these golf carts and use them as personal taxis throughout the city, and with no recourse at all.
We'll take a look at that because just thinking as I sit here, I don't think you can have a golf cart on a municipal thoroughfare way. I'm not sure if there's some exceptions from for the French Quarter, but we'll take a look at it.
Well, it's not just a quad. I've seen them on Poydras.
Yeah.
Around the Superdome. I've seen it right here on Poydras. Decatur, Irvin. It's just I buy a golf cart and I'm a taxi, and that has all kind of liability issues that they don't take into consideration when they're trying to bring somebody from Decatur to the Superdome on a golf cart.
Totally agree. We'll look into it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Ms. Turner. It's always a delight to work with you and your staff. Seeing a bunch of city attorneys, your professionalism and your knowledge of the law is exemplary. So I want you to know I appreciate that, especially your staff and working with my staff in my district. I want to say what Councilmember King is. How much revenue have we lost when you talk about municipal enforcement or traffic enforcement? Have you guys taken a look at the impact because a lot of these nuisance violations seem to be going not only unnoticed but unchecked? Can we relate that to a revenue loss at all? And what percentage and what is it?
And so when you're talking about revenue loss, then I'm assuming you're talking about the revenue loss from all of these maybe illegal vendors that are setting up shop and not paying permit fees and tax fees and things like that.
Nuisance issues in general, whether it's if you're going to have a vehicle that's on a public road, you actually need a CP&C or a license.
That's
period. So whether they have the rearview mirrors or whatever, if they're not licensed, then it's illegal. If you have an SUV, it's off-terrain vehicle, not off sidewalk vehicle. And when you talk about driving around with a temporary tag on the back of a Rouse's bag or some toilet tissue, that automatically looks to me like it's not a valid temporary tag, and especially if it says 2020 on it.
Right. We haven't run the numbers regarding lost revenue, but we can definitely do that.
Okay, and then it's the other philosophy about broken windows. I don't know that we want to get back to broken windows because it causes us all over incarceration, and especially being more punitive on Black boys and men in urban areas. But how do we strike a balance? Because if I can't enforce the minor offenses, then just like the gateway drugs or graduation, if we seem to live in a town where you can do what you want, where you want, how you want, to who you want, how do we strike a balance there so that we can have what Councilmember King is talking about, not just in the quarter, but from Monticello to Dubarel and from English Turn to the lakefront. How do we strike a balance there so that folk know in our city, you can't dump, right? You can't use the bathroom literally in broad daylight. You can't pitch a tent on my front yard. You can't drive around in an off-terrain vehicle where there are cases of people who were actually killed because they got out of control. How do we strike that balance? And have you guys talked about that? Has there been discussion about that, as well as the revenue loss that goes to those court systems that cities rely upon, especially when they're doing it the right way or enforcing it the right way?
No, I think those are good questions. My office, we haven't looked at the revenue loss, but we certainly will look at the revenue loss. But regarding the other issues, and I think those are more quality of life issues, and I hear you saying, what I believe I'm hearing you saying is that we don't want to go back to the time where maybe we are over policing for minor things. But I think what we must do is we must communicate to people in New Orleans that these are our laws and this is what we are going to prosecute, and we are serious about them, and give them an opportunity to self-correct. I think that's the best way we can do it. But I think if you have a city of people who are used to getting away with certain things for a certain amount of time, and we want it to stop, we have to change the behavior, but we need to tell them the behavior needs to change immediately. And if not, these are going to be the consequences, and we would just have to enforce our laws that are currently on the books.
Well, there has to be a reason to change the behavior.
Right.
There are a lot of people who shine their halo on their own. And there's some folk who are forced to try to have a different approach to whether it's minor offenses or major offenses. It's striking that balance, and I think we have some examples. If you're dumping, then maybe we don't take you to jail and where you can charge a municipality a day rate while the sheriff is babysitting you, but maybe your vehicle is confiscated, if nothing else, where you have to come get it. If you're doing donuts, and I almost got hit on the service road, a Crowder, when a gentleman just all of a sudden, when he hit the intersection, he didn't even pay attention to the lights. He just started spinning out of control, and it was up to us to stop, not him to stop doing donuts, confiscate that truck that I sent a picture to the NOPD. Or if you're riding through the quarter, Canal Street, or anywheres in an ATV or a golf course, that if you're caught, we don't take you to jail, but we take your vehicle, at least impound it for a little while, where you have to come get it. I think that'd make a heck of a statement.
And I agree, and we have actually had discussions regarding alternative methods to encourage people to do the right thing.
Okay.
So we've definitely had those discussions.
Well, Councilmember King is absolutely correct in that, and I don't want to steal his thunder because he's been on a point, especially with quality of life with this. But I think we have to make a statement at some point that says in New Orleans, you may do it, but it's not because we want you or let you.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
We haven't gotten there yet, but I have to run, and I do want to talk about the amount of attorneys that you have and whether or not it's sufficient.
And their pay is sufficient.
And whether the pay is sufficient. Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. So by my count, you have 46 in 2023, and you're asking for 49 in 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's the pay scale for these attorneys?
Our pay scale for our attorneys are 75 to, I don't know, maybe the highest about 140, 150.
Can you get us those exact numbers? Like, are there particular grades? A first year attorney is paid 75.
Yes, there are particular grades, and I can give you those numbers.
Okay, great. And then, how does 2022 compare to 2023? I know I asked you about recruitment and retention in the past. So how many attorneys did you have in 2022?
Yeah, the 22. I don't think I have the 2022 number. But I know we've increased the attorneys in my office. I think we've hired at least 3 this year. But what happens is we may lose one, then we try to replace one. We're trying to keep the numbers consistent and also trying to raise salaries. So sometimes the last time that I gave salary increases, I lost a position. So I had to weigh losing the position or increasing salaries. So I chose to increase salaries to reward the attorneys in my department who are doing really significant and hard work.
When you say you lost a position, what does that mean? You had to fire somebody in order to
No,
give,
no. Well, the person left. So that money, that pot of money, I used to increase other attorneys' salaries in my office.
okay, and so what are you doing to recruit, I guess, the new 3 attorneys that you're seeking in 2024?
Same thing that we've been doing. We posted on the city's website. We also use Indeed. I'm not sure if other platforms that we use, and word of mouth as well. We've gotten some really good attorneys by word of mouth.
And since you've been the city attorney, how many attorneys have you lost?
I can get you that number as well.
I asked you last year, you should anticipate that I was gonna ask you this year.
And I should have had that answer for you. I do apologize.
Yeah, if you can get me both the scale of salaries and the number of attorneys lost since you've taken this position, that'd be great. On the 75 to 140 or 150, do you think that's competitive with market? I think I made 75 20 years ago as a first year
I don't think
attorney.
in government will ever be as competitive as what we pay at firms. We're just not. Firms, you're able to generate income a little bit differently with your billable rate. Here, we have a finite set of money with tax collections, sometimes revenues up, sometimes revenues down. I know the city, it's very important for them to always have a balanced budget. So I wish I could pay all of my attorneys $150,000, but we just don't have it in the budget.
Have you done a salary study comparing what you pay city attorneys to what, for example, an attorney working for the federal government would make?
I didn't do that salary study. I did have a conversation with our HR department regarding salaries, but I did not compare it with the federal government. I think that's a good idea. I think we will do that.
In other agencies like RTA, Sewer and Water Board, I mean, I think that you can have that comparison done to see if you are in parity. And you can also see where you're losing people to once you figure out who you've lost and where they've gone to. Do you do exit interviews?
I do exit interviews, and I also know what sewage and water board attorneys make, and they make more money than my city attorney.
Yeah, so we should probably
So
take
I
a
do
look at
know
that. Yeah, we should, why don't we take a look at salaries, because certainly we don't want to lose good attorneys, especially if we're paying outside attorneys, you know, $350 an hour, $250 an hour. You could be paying your talent in-house to keep and retain them. It's also a recruitment method.
And we definitely agree. And since I've been city attorney, we have not retained or entered into any outside counsel contracts. So I agree that I would rather pay my attorneys money than to hire somebody outside if we don't have that particular expertise, because the attorneys that work in the city attorney's office currently, I mean, they have a lot of expertise, they have the education, they have the experience in the background, and I would love to keep each and every one of them.
Yeah, so maybe we should look at paying them more.
I would love to do that again as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Turner, do you mind going to the proposed budget? What I really want to get into is kind of that and the one-time funding, because we're gonna have a lot of questions about the settlements, and I'd rather kind of just do the math and get it out of the way. In other operating, the proposed budget is $5,328,518. Is 2 million of that for paying settlements? That's usually what the city does. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Are you referring to other operating 2023, the 8.4 million?
No, 2024 proposed budget, other operating, $5,328,518.
Yes, in that other operating, my understanding, and as I've told you before,
Right.
we're trying to get our office manager on board, and
Right.
she actually prepared these numbers for us prior to her leaving. So usually in other operating, you will have your judgment fund.
And is there $2 million allocated to judgments for 2024?
We're asking for $2 million.
Okay, all right. So on the judgment list slide on the next page, or 2 pages, the judgment number really should be 9 million. I realize fund balance was 7, but there was 2 million that was already appropriated. And then there was a $3 million move over because certain judgments weren't paid. So that left $12 million total. And then you all settled, to your credit, $2,226,678 and some change. You say you have another $812,583 that's committed encumbered, also good. So that of the total 12 million, then that leaves almost $11 million, 10,960,000, and then plus the additional 2 will be close to 13 million. I'm just going through that math because I have at least 3 comment cards that are going to be about settlements, and so I just want to spell out for everybody what the amount is. I'm not saying anything is wrong. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page because we have comment cards that are coming, and I want to make sure everybody knows what that number is.
No, we actually think things are great. Last year, we believe maybe we have 495 on the list. We're down from 572 from last year. Currently, to date, we have paid out $4.57 million. We are waiting when we get the green light from you all to go ahead and pay the $812,000 that are currently encumbered. We have acceptances from these folks, so they are waiting on their $812,000. Now, we've also have letters out there for $7.2 million. So from that 7.2 million, we have not heard back from those claimants.
Okay.
Out of that 7.2 million, though, there is one large settlement of 5.7 million. So best case scenario, if everybody accepted, we would have almost depleted everything that was allocated to the law department for the UJL for this year.
Okay. Okay. All right. Councilmember Morel.
I'm sorry to step outside when you went over personnel and FTE positions. Is my understanding, just looking at the market for attorneys in the city of New Orleans, that yet again, I know that Councilman Harris and I talked about this last year, the salaries for city attorneys are entirely too low. I would say when you could get paid the same amount of money, if not more, being a public defender versus being a city attorney, that's problematic. And when firms are paying their entry-level positions more than we're paying our mid-level city attorneys, that is problematic. Has there been any effort from your office since last year to suggest to us pay raises for city attorneys to make them commensurate with other attorneys similarly situated?
No, I haven't come to you regarding pay raises, but I have given my team members pay raises.
Okay, so
It's based on the current budget that I was dealing with. I was able to increase, I don't know, maybe 10. I'm not sure of the number, but a significant number of people in the law department have received pay raises this year.
I appreciate a significant member of individuals selected by you have received pay raises. What I'm not talking about individuals, I'm talking about positions. Like, what is the starting salary of an attorney one?
I would have to get that for you. My office manager handles that, but I can get you, just like Councilmember Harris asked for the breakdown, we will get you the breakdown for attorneys 1, 2, 3, deputies and chief. According to my senior chief, the starting salaries for an attorney 1 is 60,000, but we pay them 75.
Okay. $75,000 for a new hire is ridiculous for a city attorney.
Straight out of law school, yeah.
Right, that is ridiculous. And I appreciate that you adjust it during the year, but it would make more sense. And I want every city attorney to hear this. It's easier for everyone if you'd ask us and propose in your budget raises so that we can budget for them so everyone enjoys a raise. A starting city attorney should be making about $90,000. A deputy city attorney should be making about 125, and a chief deputy should be making about 150 to be competitive so that you can fill positions. Last year, Councilman Harris and I both said, tell us how much you want to pay city attorneys and let us find the money to do it. We cannot help you if you don't advocate for pay raises. I appreciate you trying to do it within your budget. This is not unique to your department. We've told every department in government, if you are not filling positions because the salaries are not baseline competitive, and you don't ask us to make those salaries baseline competitive, that is not a council problem, that's a department problem. And so I would encourage you between now and when we're doing amendments before the first, to go back to the drawing board and come up with numbers that will let you fill these positions. Because as I said, when Council Vice President Moreno staffed up the Curo's office, we reduced our outside spend on outside counsel for regulatory matters by, I think, millions of dollars. I think it was 70%. We would not need outside counsel to the degree we do if you had a fully staffed city attorney's office. And it's much cheaper to pay $150,000 for a chief deputy than to let some firm bill us for someone who probably doesn't have that many years on an hourly wage. It just doesn't make sense. So I promise you that if we give you the resources to staff the city attorney's office, we have to have less reliance on outside counsel. We will collectively save the city money. So I strongly encourage you, as we're doing amendments, to come up with real numbers so we can give pay raises. Because we are willing to do so, because you cannot have these positions remain unfilled. Thank you.
You're welcome, and I'm excited to hear you say that. And I think perhaps you were in the back when I said that since I have been city attorney, we have not entered into any outside counsel contracts because I do rely on my team, and I think I have a very good team. And so I'm glad that you agree with me that my team should be compensated more. And what we will do between now and before December 1st is come up with some numbers based on what you have suggested regarding paying my assistant city attorneys, my deputies, and my chiefs. Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, all right, unless you have anything else you want to add, I was going to get to public comment.
The only thing I want to add that I took a note that I didn't address was the allegation of hiding money. I don't do budgets. So the way that outside counsel are paid, it's not my determination. Regarding NOPD consent decree, that has always been in a separate fund. Outside counsel is paid out of that fund as well as the monitors are paid out of that fund.
I'd like to apologize. You're correct. You did not hide the money. The CAO hit the money in the CAO miscellaneous. So I apologize. That was not your hiding. That was their hiding. Thank you.
Also, just so the record is complete, we asked about this, and for some reason, in the first quarter of the year, the money to pay outside counsel and NOPD consent decree actually did come out of the law department's budget. So it was a mistake. I get that, but I'm not attributing it to bad intentions, ill will, mistakes happen, chalk it up to that. I think our frustration is given the fact that our intention was very clear about what we were trying to accomplish with better communication and more proactive communication, that nobody disclosed that fact to us until we really started making more heavy inquiries. Again, not on the law department, but just want to kind of get all of that out there. So we appreciate the comment and just want to make sure the record is clear. All right.
And second.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely, Ms. Turner, please.
Secondly, for the record, I did read the charter when I became city attorney, and I'm quite clear regarding the duties of the city attorney And I am quite clear that I represent the mayor and the city council because it's stated in the charter. And when you all took office in January of 2022, I met with each and every one of you to let you know that I was clear on that. And Councilman Jeruso, you said that everyone has your number. I just want you to know as well that all 7 council members have my numbers. And at any point in time, any of you can call me and I respond. And I think a lot of council members on the DS can also testify that you will call me day, night, or weekends, and I'm very responsive. So with that being said.
Yeah, you are responsive. I won't say that, but I want to make it clear as well. When I said that people were saying that the charges were being thrown out, that wasn't necessarily from your administration or your time here, Mr. Ford, but in the past. So I want to make that clear. I'm not saying that you all are doing that. That was
Right.
something, done in the past. Yes, ma'am.
What, thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. All right, appreciate Councilmember Thomas. All right, we'll get through the comment cards in order. Mr. Maynard, Mr. White, Mr. Burnside, Ms. Holtzman, and Mr. Abraham.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here to speak on behalf of my client, 7-year-old Lance Stewart and his mother, Elaine Stewart. I'm here with my daughter, Wendy Maynard, to represent him. I've represented him since the last century, 1997. I was here in 2015, standing at this podium, and I shared with the council his history of being a 7-year-old boy walking home from school, being struck by a city vehicle not 30 feet in the air, coming down on his head, fractured his skull, broke 7 bones in his body, was put in a coma for 6 weeks, suffered serious and permanent brain damage. Continuance after continuance by the city prevented us from getting a trial for 8 years. Finally, 8 years later, by the way, when he was in the 9th grade, where he still couldn't read. And now, keep in mind, this is a little boy who was on the honor roll for every report card from the 1st grade to the 2nd grade. Didn't have a lot of money. He was living with his 2 little brothers and single mother in the projects. But she was working 2 jobs and would work with him to get him on the honor roll. By the 9th grade, when it took him a year and a half before he could walk and talk again, he still couldn't read. If he had had a penny from the city of New Orleans, a penny from the city of New Orleans towards the sophisticated brain damage treatment required, he would have been able to read. He would have been brought back. But he's left physically and mentally disabled. And now that 7-year-old boy that I represented in 1997 is 31 years old, and he's working at a makeshift job at Walmart part-time for disabled, mentally and physically disabled people. The city of the Walmart has treated Lance Stewart better than his own city has treated him. So after 5 continuances by the city of New Orleans, 8 years later, the night before the trial, they called me up and says, look, I know you've got almost $5 million in past and future medicals, but we'll pay you $4 million now. And if you don't take it, we're going to continue it again. So we took it. We negotiated it down to $4 million. It's now worth $6 million plus with the interest. over 21 years. When I was here in 2015, two council members spoke up. Jason Williams said he was embarrassed, he was ashamed. Then Councilwoman LaToya Cantrell said this was immoral. Something's got to be done about it. It was 3 years later before we got the first offer, and the offer was either take half of your principal, waive all of that, waive all the interest, and that's it, or take 10% of principal and interest. So we took principal and interest. Now, why should the city care about that? Well, because this is the only city in Louisiana that doesn't pay its judgments. There's only one other city that goes as far as 3 years, and that's Lafayette. And that's it. They're 3.5 years now. I was sworn in 51 years ago in a breezeway when the Fourth Circuit was there. And I've been having cases against the city in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, and every administration and every city council and every city attorneys managed to pay the judgments within 3 years. Every other city in the state who is hiding behind, who can hide behind the same constitutional provision that prevents us from seizing and selling city property could be doing the same thing, but they don't. What I'm asking you to do today is fund enough money to pay in full principal and interest, all the judgments pre-2007. You can wipe out, way we've looked at it is with another $4 million on top of what's already been proposed. And let me thank Councilman Giarrusso, because he's been a yeoman in meeting with me and the other creditors to try to come up with something. But you can pay off all the city judgments pre-2007. If you can do that, you can right a wrong that's been done not by Mark Morial's administration, but starting in Ray Nagin's administration, they stopped paying judgments. Why? How they did that? I don't know. Did it because you can.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Thank you. All right, Mr. White, Mr. Burnside, Ms. Holtzman, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I appreciate the time to, I guess, to discuss our concerns about the city's judgment process. Before I get into my comments, I would like to request that Dan McNamara, in addition to the report that the city attorney provide a little bit more detail as to the status of what's being paid on the judgment list. For the last two budget meetings I attended, one in June and one also in August, Mr. McNamara provided a status of where the city was in paying the 2017 judgments, final dates, and once the 2017 judgments with final dates were paid, then the city could pay the oldest judgments like Bob Manor's client and myself, Municipal Administrative Services. Very important to us to understand clearly with some transparency where the law department is in paying judgments and its approach to paying the city's oldest judgments. My judgment for my company is over 20 years old. The city received $30 million in revenue as a result of the work we did back in 2003. That's when our judgment was awarded, became final in 2005. I did sense some frustration on the council today, and I hope you can appreciate us judgment holders that have been waiting. And I know some of you may feel not patiently, but waiting to be paid. And actually with some transparency from the city, you know, what's the process? And today, when I attended a budget meeting where the city has a fund balance of $130 million, a rainy day fund, which I commend the city of New Orleans for having those funds. But I also question, if you have that type of funding, why does the city attorney only request $2 million to address a $30 million judgment backlog of over 500 judgments? I didn't hear her report to you that the backlog was $30 million. But I think you need to have that front of mind when you're talking about a liability that stretches back to 1996. 1996. So I would appreciate if Mr. McNamara could provide an update specifically on when the 2017 final judgments are being paid. And in his report in August, he said that they would start making offers to the oldest judgments on the list early in 2024. And I'd like to understand that as well. I wanted to remind the council of the budget meeting in November 22nd, 2022. At that meeting, Councilmember Morrell made some very constructive comments and observations about the judgment process. Although there was a report as to how many offers was being made, Councilmember Morrell asked, well, how many are being accepted? Which was a good question. We reviewed the budget list, and out of 500 judgments, 286 didn't respond to the city's offer. That's almost, I don't know, maybe half. Okay, maybe there's a question there. Councilmember Morrell also asked, well, the law department needs to come up with an aggressive strategy to pay down this judgment backlog. And he also, and excuse me for just recounting what I read in the minutes, but you know, it was good because it made me feel as a judgment holder better that this city council is taking this seriously and thinking beyond what's been done in the past. Councilmember Morrell, you said, well, why not use bonding or some funding like that to pay all the judgments off at one time? And then you don't have who's on first on the list. You know, and I thought that was a very thoughtful comment. Councilmember Thomas asked some very thoughtful questions to the city attorney. Do you have a strategy to address the judgment backlog now that the city has more funding? Has there been any thought about using more money or being creative? And the city attorney responded, no, we're going to continue to do what we've always done, $2 million a year and pay on down the list. Councilmember Jeruso has always been very supportive of the city paying more toward the judgments. This was last year. I just wanted to remind the council that I remember what you said, and I was heartened to hear that. Unfortunately, today, a year later, the law department has not developed a comprehensive plan to deal with the judgment backlog. The law department has not come to you, the city council, with a recommendation as to how the city could strategically look at this backlog. Maybe there's more funding, maybe it's a bond issue, how to take care of this backlog in a meaningful way. That hasn't happened. Of the $9 million that was appropriated last year, or for FY23, when we reviewed through a Freedom of Information request in August, only $4 million had been spent. That's August. Okay, only $4 million had been spent. And of the $4 million, $1 million was spent on a federal judgment that wasn't on the judgment list, in my understanding, of the intent for funding the $9 million. Sorry.
Sorry.
And finally, we learned that in FY22, the city had $4 million to pay judgments, in addition to what the council appropriated. At the end of 2022, they had $3.3 million left. The law department did not spend the money that was provided to pay judgments. And those dollars weren't requested to be reappropriated until July of last year. The law department could have paid a lot of more judgments than they're reporting today if they had used the money that the council had appropriated and been expeditious in paying judgments. When you think about the current budget request, that there's a line item in there that the
Mr.
law
White,
department
Mr.
is
White.
going to continue to pay.
Mr. White, I really need you to, I mean, look, Mr. White, in fairness, sir, we don't have to take public comment. We have been.
I appreciate it.
And I have been bad. I will take personal responsibility in not keeping people 2 minutes. We have 10 items today.
Okay.
So and Ms. Holtzman's gonna speak too, so you're gonna get a double answer on your questions. I've
Okay.
got to facilitate moving this along.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm really, Mr. Burnside, sort of beginning with you. I'm gonna try and hew much closer to a 2-minute timeline because we have been giving people wide berths, but we've got 10 departments to get through today.
Starting with me, that makes my life real easy.
Well,
So no. It's a snide comment, but it isn't meant as an attack. So here's the deal. I also saw a piece of paper that came through some sort of records request that had the judgment list. Of course, the first ones are 1996. Of course, in my list, there were only 418 or something. It's up to 500, so the list is growing. The list that I saw, you have non-responses. If you have non-responses, the assumption is, oh, they don't want to, respond, but they may be dead. The council may be gone. Is there any kind of required response, like you tell us you don't want to deal with us right now? Is silence counted? And if so, how? Because some of these things may not exist. You may need to go back to court and just have them removed from your list because you're inflating the numbers of requests out there that you may never have to pay because the people may never be lined up to gather them. The next thing I noticed is over half of the requests are for less than $5,000. Less than half of these judgments are, I misspoke, half or more of these judgments is for less than $5,000. Why don't we just pay all of them off first and get them off the list and move along? I mean, if a judgment's $250, let's just get rid of it, for God's sakes. It's not worth a lawyer's time to even deal with. The next thing is these backlog people need to learn from Gordon Plaza. They need to not just be here and talking like lawyers to a judge. They need to pack this court. God, I'm doing it. This chamber with like 30 people who are all pissed off. That way the democracy process works instead of the judge process. The idea that 500K matters is something that is already over.
there you got 30 seconds.
Jesus Christ, we got the roadwork NOLA contracts, we've got the MERPers contracts, and we've got the friggin' statements that we're going to go after the least of us who are running around on wheelchairs on streets instead of going after businessmen. We've got people who are corrupt in this city and they're white collar criminals and they're not being dealt with, period. And I want them to be.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Holtzman and Mr. Abraham to tidy us up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Shannon Holtzman. I've lived and worked in the city of New Orleans for more than 30 years, and I am a lawyer. I work down the street on Poydras, and I have represented my client, Municipal Administrative Services, on one matter for over 21 years. Mr. White was retained by the city of New Orleans to perform audit services. His company performed them and they performed them well. And his company recovered over $30 million for the city of New Orleans. And after the work was done, what did the city do? The city turned around and it sued Mr. White's company, seeking a declaration that it didn't owe the money that it agreed to pay Mr. White and his company in the city's contract. So that, of course, forced our client to file a counterclaim, which we did, which we were successful on in federal district court in 2003. And Mr. White and his company are still waiting to have that judgment paid in full. This is shocking. The city of New Orleans needs to pay its debts, just like the citizens of this city pay their taxes. I don't say, oh, I don't have the money right now to pay my taxes. I'll pay you later when I get around to it. No, the city of New Orleans, when it enters a contract, it needs to fulfill its obligations and it needs to pay these judgment debts and it needs a plan to pay them now. $2 million is a drop in the bucket. It'll never get where we need to go. And it's wasting revenue because All of these judgments by law are accruing legal interest, hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal interest, which is just being thrown in the wastebasket because the law department, for whatever reason, won't come up with a plan now to resolve the entire backlog now. A bond issuance or something, but we need a plan now. We need to not just be putting $2 million in the bucket that's never going to get us where we need to be, which is to resolve the entirety of the backlog. And I very much appreciate your willingness to consider this issue and work on this issue. And I will say we have tried many times to contact and seek a meeting with the city attorney's office, and our requests go unanswered and not even acknowledged, frankly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Holtzman. All right, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Two main things I want to quickly cover. One of the things is how we organize data. How we organize data has been one of the major issues of me analyzing much of the infrastructure here in New Orleans. If you go to the neighborhood engagement website, most of the neighborhoods are organized through self-identity, not actually aligned with the actual state or federal layout. So it's hard to actually look at neighborhood by neighborhood to understand the data, code enforcement, and dealing with law. So the second thing that I also want to address is dealing with the nighttime economy, which I think is excellent. I think Nolan Marshall there, who's in Vancouver, or the economic development, who also help out. One of the things with the nighttime economy in dealing with compliance is that we don't have a method of assisting businesses who want to, maybe they're illegal, assisting them with actually becoming legal. So actually having a nighttime office to help businesses transition, which are probably illegal, to assist them with becoming legal so we can increase our revenue. Both the organized data helps us increase revenue by actually finding those cases, dealing with backlogs, and also dealing with neighborhood by neighborhood data, so that those things such as code enforcement, property, things that are out of compliance can be brought back into a compliance. Things that are addressed, whether they're residential or commercial, can be addressed back into compliance, in which I deal with. So those are the things I really want to assess. And then I think the third thing is contracts, because that organized data also assists us, not just looking at data from a neighborhood basis, which we don't do, but also finding and organizing contracts so we can help and deal with those things. I think that AI technology needs to be integrated. That budget that we do have needs to be invested concerning our software. It helps our infrastructure concerning people and helps our infrastructure in addressing businesses and helping them for execution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you all to the law department for being here. Every other department, they were 2 hours, so you'll be 2 hours, right? No, I'm joking about that. All right. So Youth and Family Services, you're up next. And whenever you're ready to proceed, please start.
Right.
Anna Maria, good morning. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you so
Introduce your
much.
team, please.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Asia Howlett. I'm the director for the Office of Youth and Families. And with me is our Deputy Director, Anna Maria Villanueva-Lupin. So we're going to go ahead and start with our agenda. So we are going to go through 2023, what our goals were, our 2024 goals, personnel, and then some of the budget summary one-time funding. In 2023, we were working on facilitating the city seats, ECE millage, and in that, there were 100 seats that were made available. 1,000 seats that were made available in the fall. 100% of those have been filled. If we look at both state. Okay. If we're looking at both state and local funding for seats in the city of New Orleans, there are now 2,142 that are online serving our families. So that's why it's marked as green. The next one we had Lead City Parks Master Plan. That is actually going to be coming out at the end of this month. That is the big green easy. And so that's been in partnership with NORD Design Workshop. That is the one that we presented on the other day with our park partners. And so we will make sure that that's available to all of council. The last on this page is around expanding youth voice representation on city boards and commissions. We marked that one yellow because it's actually an ongoing goal. But one of the ones that is currently in the works is with NOLA Public Libraries. So we are working with NOYA, New Orleans Youth Alliance, to make sure that they are prepared to take on young people in that space. The next is increasing collaboration with New Orleans Public Libraries and NORD with other city entities. So that would look like NOLA PS, Children's Museum, STEM NOLA. In both of these cases, we have continued our relationship with NOLA PL and the Children's Museum. Thanks also to Councilmember Geruso for funding to continue NOLA Readers 2.0, which puts public school students in our Children's Museum. One of the things that's really significant about that is making sure that there's equal representation of our youth in that space, which has not historically been the case. There's also a new partnership that's being facilitated with STEM NOLA in our libraries. So this is offering year-round, 3 days a week at 3 of our locations across the city to make sure that that becomes accessible. So we want to make sure that there's high quality programming in those spaces.
Asia, what 3 locations?
Yeah. I actually.
They're there. Algiers, Norman Meyer, and New Orleans East.
You may have, I think you were here the other day when we were talking to the libraries about the fact that Central City Library remains closed and is not serving the Central City community. I suggested that Larry Barabino of NORD and the library get together to reopen the Keller Center. I think that's in process, but I want to continue to push forward with that, and I would love your help in doing so. We just need to make sure that our people in Central City have access to libraries, especially our kids, in a space that has just not been open for various reasons that have nothing to do with the city council.
Yep, we got you. And then the last one that we had on here, it was grow city investments by leveraging different funding sources. And so in 2022, we were sitting at about 53 million in investments. And so over the span of 2023, that grew with the 21 from the ECE millage, 10 million towards Thrive Kids, mental health, 2.4 million towards wage enhancements, early educators, 1.5 towards Family Connects. And then also there were a host of other strategic initiatives that were youth serving that also contributed to the growth in investments. This one is yellow. This one is yellow because as you'll see as we go through this presentation, there are a host of other investments that we want to make sure are actually on the books for this year that are not currently reflected. And then we also want to make sure that we are propping up the Big Easy deal that was put together in collaboration with Vera Youth Master Plan and other aligned organizations. So that brings us to 2024 goals. So the first of our goals, again, speaking back to this budget conversation, we want to maintain the investments that we have been working with for the past year in 2023. So yes, there's OIF programming, and we have the specific breakdown of the cost for those things. But I also want to give a specific shout out to Rep. Mandy Landry for bringing money from the state for us to be able to offset those costs. So that way they didn't have to come out of general funds. The other piece of this is the ECE millage. Specifically, I want to go ahead and name that we will be requesting the funding for wage enhancements again. And then also for our non-traditional play spaces, specifically for this one, it is the We Play Center. What is really unique about this space, it started off in Treme and now it's expanded out to New Orleans East. In New Orleans East, it's creating a resource for families to not only be able to come in and engage, but also learn about best practices and then be connected to other resources. So we're requesting funding for that also. In addition, we are continuing the investment with grade level reading, that's through United Way. And then last but not least, there's the grief and trauma counseling support. This is different than the support of something like Thrive Kids because they are focusing specifically on grief and trauma. And then they're also uniquely positioned to serve in spaces like the Net and Boys Town, which are spaces that we want to make sure the children are getting the care they deserve. The next piece of this, the next few of these, in fact, are youth master plan aligned initiatives, but they're also aligned, again, like I said, to our support of the Big Easy budget proposal. One in particular is the implementation of a data system that creates an archive within the city of New Orleans for data. A couple of things that I want to point out about this system. One, it's going to be providing an overview of our systemic capacity. So I just listened to the attorneys and I've heard y'all say several times, we don't know what is happening where in our city. And so we want to be able to get strategic about that and be very specific. This is a data system that is not being pulled out of the blue, but we've actually seen be implemented in places like Baltimore. I can point you directly to Baltimore's Promise, which is where the outline for this work came from. And so in this, it can hold information that is centered around education, housing, employment, child welfare. All of these things can also be presented at an individual level. So we can say X number in this neighborhood or this district has X resources. So this is just an opportunity to make sure that we are equitable in making sure that we're funding across our city. So that's one of the reasons that we have that there. This is also something that can speak to other systems. So as I know other people are building their systems in other sectors, we want to make sure that they can all talk to each other. So that way we can have just a more collaborative spaces within the city.
Can I just ask this question? All of the money comes from general fund or grants?
I'm sorry?
All of the money for youth and family service comes from general fund or grants?
So historically, yes. Right now, the ask that we have would be, I put in my general fund ask. And then there's also the state money, I'm sorry. So state money is coming in for some of the programming that lives in our office.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I'm not doing this right, but I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, we had discussion yesterday about the Healthy Homes Ordinance and the fact that it was not revenue generating, so therefore how are we going to pay for it? And I'm just going to point out that there are a number of great things going on in the city of New Orleans, like youth and family services that are trying to help kids that are not revenue generating, and we find a way to support them.
Right.
So that's all that I'm doing, is trying to lay some markers that have nothing to do with your work, but I appreciate it.
No worries at all.
Thank you so much.
I will say though, to that question, one thing that we are concerned with making sure we do is bringing in outside grants. So that way we can offset the budget moving forward. Okay, so the other thing that we're interested in doing that we put on for a goal, we often think about what are we uniquely positioned to do within the city government. And a piece of that is looking at policies that are on the books. And so those are opportunities for us to figure out how can we stay aligned for the values of the city of New Orleans, making sure that that is in accordance with what's happening with our state reps, our senators as they go to Baton Rouge, and then the work that we do here in the city, being able to prop up that work. And so we want to see what are the policies that are serving our youth, what is there, what is not there, what do we need to start advocating for, but then also making sure that as we prepare for the legislature to open, that we're sharing with community what is going there so that way people can be better advocates for what is and is not happening in our city. I think this ties directly to our voter turnout, because when people are not aware of what's happening in our city, it's very difficult for them to engage with us. So.
Ms. Howard, I have a question. Do you see the number of children using these programs increasing? And if so, can you like quantify that as 10% increase or as much as you can?
Using,
But just
Say that
just you being there and being around it, can you give us an idea of the number of kids that's taking advantage of this from when you started to now?
are you talking about us implementing the data system, or are you talking about programs that
Not the
currently
data
exist?
system, just things that the programs that you have.
Talk about our programs. Yeah. So if I were to go through some of our programs, for example, if I just like start with Pathways, right? There are 88 graduates,
Right.
88 graduates to date. This is really important data because what I do want to pull is that we pulled our 30 days, our 60 days, and our 90 days recidivism rates. And so what we found is that for Pathways at 60 days, 93.2 of them have had no incidents. So they are, smooth sailing, getting the work done, getting reconnected. If I look at something like Summer Success, in 2023, we had the highest enrollment to date, which is at 168 were enrolled. In previous years, it was sitting at around 90. And so again, we're looking at a 95% retention rate for that. If I'm looking at something like, PLTI, again, we have 56 graduates. MYAC is on its third class. None of these things, these live within our office, but like the actual work is happening in community. And so that's why we're shifting to be able to look at what's happening across the city. So I don't actually think it is necessary for a city agency to be running programs when there's people who have expertise in this. They're on the ground. They have the ability to expand. We want to make sure that they can do their work. We want to make sure that they exist in all of our communities. We want to make sure that they have the funding to do what they do. And so I don't think we best serve community by trying to be that person. We want to prop up the people who do it. And I think that's actually the strength of the data system that I was talking about earlier, where we can make sure that those entities live across our city. In particular, if I go back to Summer Success, the highest enrollment was actually in Algiers we had
Heroes, we had 48.
Heroes, and I think there was.
We had two providers in Algiers, so together they had about 50 something kids.
Who was the other provider? No, Heroes.
Heroes and Jazzy Fusion.
Yes.
Yeah. So if I look at something like that, I'm like, okay, well, I know that in the summer, for example, they are serving that spot, but what does it look like for the rest of Algiers? So is it convenient only for them to go to this one, or do we need to have a second one? Same thing for every other council district. We just want to make sure that there are options. I heard maybe yesterday, 2 days ago when Nord had theirs, and we were all saying like, yeah, Nord needs to be fully funded so that way they can do what they do. And we don't disagree, but I also want to push us to make sure we have options, right? So Nord is one of our options. I think about the other things that exist, the other interests that our young people have, the other opportunities to grow their capacities. We need to make sure that we have diversity of opportunities within our system. And we have no way of tracking that as of now. We have no way of growing that as of now. We have no way of making sure that there is funding to strategically go into each of those regions, which is why this data system is something that we're really excited about, the opportunity to say, hey, we know that this area of our city needs extra care. So what do we put into this region to make sure that there is that care that those children need and families need? So yeah.
Well, thank you. That's what I was looking for. That's what we're looking for. Like how many kids are actually being serviced and being helped and being touched?
Yeah.
System wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And that's
next
what
year we'll have the answer to that question.
Yeah, we want to know that also.
I'm not gonna have,
Yeah.
that, but just get an idea, like, look, we are doing this in here, Central City, Uptown, the East, Algiers, Mid-City. That's what we're looking for. Thank you.
Other questions? I don't mind.
Councilmember Thomas, then Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, Councilmember King, your line of questioning is on point, and your concern is on point this morning. We have these sexy committees that politically everybody wants to jump on: infrastructure and criminal justice and technology and utilities and all those big issues. But I think given the way the data and the social science is going, Councilmember King, your committee is probably quickly becoming one of the more important when you talk about a baseline of how people live.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And your question about more, I see Councilman's talking. Yeah, Councilmember King, I wanted to wait until you finished because your question was important.
I'm sorry.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you guys. Yeah, I apologize. I apologize. But I was just saying that your committee right now is quickly turning into probably one of the more important, given the way the social science is going and the disparity gaps going. And when you asked if there was going to be more kids, the answer is yes. The Alice report says yes. The Data Center says yes. The Congressional Black Caucus says yes. So then the question would be, why would we give less?
Yeah. Agreed.
And if all of the data is supporting what you're trying to do, why would we not at least look at stabilization in this area to continue with some of the success that is going? So I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I just wanted the people to know that you were absolutely right. And I understand what goes on here too. I just wanted folk to know that I think he was right in saying that if nothing else, that question that you guys answered, no, this problem is going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
Especially in the city that's 60% African American. And the disparity gap in earnings we know now is wider now. Black children are poorer than they were pre-Katrina. We highlight and we talk about celebrate Black women and Black girl magic. We talk about startup, but they don't have the access to resources to stay up. So everything you ask in terms of here and with quality of life and with that baseline issue is extremely important if we're going to deal with crime, housing, families, and child stability. So Councilman King is my hero just for actually asking that question. And once again, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I just wanted you to know you were spot on, sir.
Thank you.
I also would like to add that the Quality of Life Committee is another one that we think is incredibly important. I think people think of quality of life as lagniappe, and actually it is not. So if we cannot get to a place where our baseline for how our children are living in this city improves, then I think we're very clear about the future of New Orleans not being as productive as it could be because we did not care for our best investment, our best asset, which is our children. So quality of life is one that I like to lean into quite often also.
Thank you. I do have a question about mapping because I see it's one of your 2024 goals, fiscal mapping. And I assume this will also map the effectiveness of programs. You talk about the outside programs and it's great to have programs, but if we don't know if they're effective, and I love that you're doing it on an individual level so you can see without personal data, if a child goes from one program to another and how they're moving, and that can tell you the effectiveness. So could you expand upon that?
Yeah, so I mean, I can't get into, I don't know all the details of, I know that is possible.
Yeah.
And that is something we're excited about, which is why we're like, yes, this is something that we need to bring to the city of New Orleans. Separately from that, looking at the effectiveness of a program. So I don't know if that structure will do it, but we do know, and we have had within our city, structures to start looking at effectiveness. And I believe it was Noya that propped it up before. And so I think this is really about, which is why the Youth Master Plan is so important, because we all sit at the table together. So OYF does not do this work without the support of CYPD, without the support of Noya, without the support of our community partners. And so those resources exist and we just need those to come together. And so that's the work that we're excited about. Let's just pull it together so we can tell a better story about what's happening in New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, on an individual level, I believe, having met with Cafe Reconciled several times, especially about our summer program and the debacle that was, is that they can track individual people who come through their program and see where the stopping point is, but they have their hands on them at an individual level so they can understand what's effective and where someone might stop out or go to another program.
Right. Well, and that is another part of the system. is so we can start saying, you've done this part. We cannot have our young people staying in this, like, you got in trouble, rehabilitation space. They have to move on to the next thing. We have to say, great, you learned your lesson here. What are you interested in? What are you invested in? Like, what do you want to become? And then start moving them in those spaces. So there's a clear trajectory for success in our city.
No, I'm excited about the data-driven approach that you are taking. And I think that that's critically important, especially as we evaluate third parties and their programming.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So with that being said, we do have the fiscal mapping. That has been something that has lived in our office. But I think one of the things that when we start to reimagine what this needs to be, it is looking at where is all of our funding coming from? Where is our funding going? And then also parsing out from that data or from the money, there's some data that is currently being represented that's like the cost of OIF. But that's not the same as an investment in youth, right? I think our office is incredibly important. But I do want us to be able to say, okay, so this is what this cost represents. These are the investments in addition that have been made, so that way people can clearly understand how money is flowing, where it's going to, and who is responsible for getting that number or that money into our system. And then the next is coordination of sustainability and expansion of park and play spaces. I know that Harris, Councilmember Thomas, and also King have been contacted by our friend Lois, who is with Nature Everywhere. Our office is supporting the coordination of that because this is in addition to the work that Parks and Parkways and NORD are doing. One of the pieces of quality of life that's really important to us is the natural space that people occupy and making sure that our city is reflective of the care that we want people to experience in this space. And so we are going to continue that work. That's something that's going to be happening over the next, I want to say, 3 years. So you will continue to hear about that.
The philosophy that a green city is a safe city.
It is. It is.
And we need to green our city.
We do. And then the last, and again, certainly not least, and I think this is one of the ones that I'm most excited about, is to bring back the guaranteed income opportunity for our youth in the city. I know that for a lot of people, this can feel like probably one of our dicier requests. And I think that's because we just don't have enough information, as in the public does not always have enough information about the significance of something like this.
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. You know, what do we have so far as data? Because we have like a pilot program, right? Yeah, what do we have like for data, and so that we can, you know, show everyone
Yes.
the impact that this particular program really has, not only here in New Orleans, but across the country as well.
So I can do two things for you. I'm happy to share our data, and then also we can send to you the research that we've done for the other cities and states in our country too.
Right.
So if we look at the pilot that was done with Mayors for Guaranteed Income, so that was in the 2021 pilot. So that served ages 16 to 24. It was 125 people at $350 a month for 10 months. So we get the spend data immediately. So it's like a live platform where we can see what percents of money are spent. And so 37% of the money was spent on food. So that's roughly $130 a month. 27% of that money was spent on retail. That's roughly $95 a month. And then 12% was spent on miscellaneous, which we assume is going to be cash out. And that's $42 a month. That gives us the breakdown all the way 100% of the pie, but I want to pull the top three because often when we're talking about guaranteed income, the conversation quickly becomes, well, what if they spend the money on whatever? I'm like, well, if they're spending $95 a month on retail, a pair of Chuck Taylors costs about $60, $65. So I don't think there's anything wrong with children having clean shoes.
And the fact that the number one expenditure for them is food.
It's food.
Food.
Yeah, it is food. The miscellaneous, because I was like, okay, well, people are taking out cash, right? Like, how much money are we talking about? If we're talking about $42 a month, that's not even significant in terms of like, are you doing something that you shouldn't be doing? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably going to the corner store. And I just, again, want to say that we're talking about children. We're talking about an economy where quite often in New Orleans, we're still using cash around the city. So none of the numbers that we're seeing are even indications of something that is like malice or inappropriate. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that our children can eat. We want to make sure that they are clothed. We want to make sure that they have access to leisure, because even if you live in poverty, you do deserve joy. I also want to go ahead and say that New Orleans is one of over 100 cities doing this. And by far, the investment that we've done pales in comparison to even a state like California that's putting $35 million into their state over the next 5 years. So the $2 million I'm asking for, I know is probably like, wait a minute, Asia, you just got here and talking about $2 million for guaranteed income. But I'm saying $2 million for guaranteed income because one, we have the network. Again, I want to go back to the work of the Youth Master Plan and Opportunity Youth. And just like you said, Cafe Reconcile, yep, reconnection center, like we have re-engagement center, I'm sorry. We already have a network that is able to make sure that we can find those young people.
Right.
And those young people I'm talking about are about 6,000 people in our city. So if we want to talk about crime reduction, we need to make sure that we're investing in the people who are doing the work to reconnect. And that is that opportunity youth demographic.
So with the $2 million, how many children do you think you could serve? And what are the age group? What are the ages to?
16 to 24.
Okay,
And I can do 769 people
769.
at 200 a month for 12 months.
Got it. And I love that you have opportunity youth in there as well. I mean, that's so important up to the age of 24. That's really key. I think the other piece too is I've seen studies where they talk about young single mothers who receive,
Austin did one.
yeah, this type of similar funding. And once again, the money that they're predominantly spending their funding on is food and then diapers is what they're spending money on.
Yeah, we are happy to prop it up.
Well, look, I mean, I think that this would be worthwhile and exciting. And I'll have to say this, that Asia, with you and Anna Maria at the helm, I have to tell you that I'm very impressed by your leadership. And looking at, and I'm talking about looking at the success of your programs. As you know, myself and Councilmember Harris started this audit of programs for youth that are being paid for by the city.
Oh, was that Miranda?
Yeah.
Yes,
like
we've
them.
really
Yeah.
enjoyed, we've really enjoyed working
Well,
with them.
let me tell you, they talked about summer success, and you all have a 94% success rate with summer success, which is huge. Pathways about a 50%, but overall, that you guys got a good check overall from what you all are doing and just kind of improvements that you all have done. So appreciate the work that you're doing.
They've also, sidebar, shared some of the recommendations around coordination and all that. We are happy to be.
Because I actually think that overall the city could do more and take on additional programs and really revamp some programs. I think this report that I believe Councilmember Harris is going to have in her committee when they release it at the end of the month, early December, will have a lot of good guidance for how we can serve more youth with better programs.
I love that.
Yeah,
I think that's great. Our personnel, we have 5 of us. We have some interns. We have a Vista, a great team, very grateful for them. And then.
Well, wait. I'm gonna ask the question that I ask everybody who comes before us. Are 4 people plus some interns enough to do the work that you're doing?
Well, I would love to have a data person to join our team. And I think that again goes to funding for the work to make the position make sense, right? So I don't need them today. But if all of the things come to be and our vision for this year and the next couple of years is able to come into fruition, then I would be back asking for another person.
Well, as a dear friend of mine says, closed mouths don't get fed. So, I mean, this is the time to ask, or you ask at mid-year, but definitely make sure you're asking for us. And then I'm turning to page 11, and I just want to make sure, Mr. Burnside, that this is right. That personal services, you have projected 435K. Is that just for the 4 people, or does that include some other payment and amount of money? Because
this, you know what, I'm not going to sit here and tell you a lie. I'm not actually sure. So
Okay.
I'll double check and I'll give you that answer.
yeah, if the CAO's office can get with us, I know that they're the ones who really prepare this. I would hate to
I should have asked, and I
look. I mean, if y'all are getting paid, 200K a person.
Oh, no.
100K. I'm like,
Those probably been.
I need a job. I'll be your data person. But
No, we're not.
yeah, I just want to make sure that number is correct.
Okay, yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
that is, no, we don't get paid that much.
And I'm sorry, just gonna for 1 second. So one thing we should think through to Councilmember Harris's question.
Yeah.
I'm jumping ahead slightly, is OCJC will be looking on adding a data person for some of the JJIC issues.
Yes.
And I'm not sure we can split if it really needs to be 2 separate people, if there's a way. So I just would love to work with y'all on how we make that work.
Yeah, I was going to say, we love OCJC. We're with them all the time. And so collaboration between those spaces is really important to us anyways. So yeah, I think we can sort this out.
Thank you.
I do want to go ahead and talk about our total though. This total includes our millage. And y'all know via our CEA that those millage dollars can only go to the millage. And so our budget is not, as is written here, is not able to prop up any of the things that we have just discussed. I want to go ahead and reiterate again that there are a set of one-time funds that include wage enhancements, that include our summer reading, that include We Play and the like. We want to make sure that those things are able to sunset out over 2024, because what we don't want to see happen is we pull out before we are able to sustain. We do not want our our ECU workers not getting the wage enhancement that they deserve for the work that they're doing. So I want to make sure that it's understood that this budget as is does not allow us to do the work that we're looking to do in this next year. This is just the ARPA money that was given to us from last year towards pathways and summer success. The spin down is actually 100 and something now. So yeah. And then questions.
I think we asked a lot during the presentation, so I think we're in good shape. We have a lot of comment cards.
They love us.
Yes, so I want to kind of get through those, and again, I'm going to try and do my best to hold people to about 2 minutes. We appreciate how many people are here and engaged on this item. So Rochelle Wilcox, Sonia Joseph, Hamilton Simon Jones, Christy Kishnick. I hope I'm not butchering your name. So Ms. Wilcox, you're up first. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Wilcox, and I am the owner and CEO of Wilcox Academy of Early Learning. We have 4 early learning centers across the greater New Orleans area, including our newest location, which is going to be at Southern University in New Orleans. And our grand opening is coming up soon. We hope that you guys will be there. Invitations will be in your email shortly. Across our centers, we have up to 300 children that we can serve and up to 49 staff. I am also the co-founder of For Providers by Providers, a provider-led nonprofit that builds the capacity of Type 3 early learning centers who receive public funding by way of, and we build their capacity by way of leadership development, public policy, business acumen, and wealth building. I have been in early learning over 25 years and an owner of an early learning center for 18. I've served over 2,600 children and families and counting. And on behalf of the and counting, we want to say thank you. Thank you for believing in the millage and supporting education. The investment of early learning, you will get for every dollar you invest in early learning, we get a $13 return. So we want to say thank you. We want you to know that $2.4 million helps us retain our teachers. We want to work our teachers out of poverty. Our teachers continue to work hard, but if we don't have teachers, there was over 300 children that we serve, those classrooms will remain empty. So we support this millage. We ask that we support the budget that Asia just talked about, but we ask really that you support the teachers that come to work every day. We have to retain those teachers, and we also have to build a workforce that supports the brain architectures of the children that we serve every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Joseph, Mr. Simons Jones, Ms. Kishner.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sonia Joseph. I'm the co-owner of Clara's Little Lambs Preschool Academy. We're located in Councilman King's District in Algiers. We have 3 locations. We serve over 200 children. We've been doing this for over 37 years. We have the potential to serve up to 400 children. However, we don't have the staff to do so. We have an extremely long wait list. Parents are chopping at the bit to get into our centers because of the quality that we provide. However, we need the teachers. The $2.4 million that Asia asked for teacher retention bonuses is critical for us maintaining our teachers and our staffing. Our teachers work extremely hard. Parents learned how difficult the job is when they were forced to stay home with them during COVID. We provide care for children for 8 to 10 hours a day. In addition to that, our teachers go home and deal with their own families. They deserve to be able to have a quality of life, just like the families that we're serving. It's extremely important that we continue to fund the retention bonus for those teachers so that they can continue training. They can also work themselves out of poverty and have a quality of life that we also want to give to our children. I thank you for supporting the millage. Without your support, it would not have happened. And we are benefiting from that by having children come into our centers, but we need teachers to take care of those kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, Hamilton, Christine Elizabeth Osberg.
Good afternoon now, I think. My name is Hamilton Simons Jones. I'm here on behalf of the 125 plus organizations that are involved with the New Orleans Campaign for Grade Level Reading. We share a commitment to help increase the number of third graders that are reading on grade level by the time they complete third grade. Thank you, Council, for all of your support and your investment of city resources and tax dollars into the success of our children and families beginning at birth. You know the difference that makes, you know the research and what all of that shows. I won't reiterate that. But while we made significant progress with the implementation of the new early childhood education millage, it's insufficient to ensure a strong foundation for all of our children. After 2 years of COVID, we're seeing more developmental delays in young children. We're seeing children who are missing key milestones at kindergarten and third grade around reading. And we know that research shows that those are key predictors of how our children are going to do socially, academically, economically, and even in terms of engagement with the legal system. Right now, the millage funds, as you heard at the beginning of these presentations, are being used to help expand access, work on making sure we have the facilities to and the supports for families to be able to grow our early learning system. But it doesn't support the retention of teachers at the levels we need. It's not able to fund our children who are at risk, making sure we're identifying them, connecting them to the services they need, both in terms of developmental screenings, in terms of places like the We Play Center, and other services. The city budget is over $1.5 billion. We are simply asking that you fund everything that is in the Office of Youth and Families budget this year, as well as an additional 4.5 million to be able to do the additional things that Asia talked about and that we have requested of this council. We gave a copy of that request and we've also emailed it, so it should have made it around to each of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Christine Elizabeth Osberg and Casey Davis.
Hello, my name is Christy Kieschnick, and I'm the Director of Special Projects for Educators for Quality Alternatives. Our students were part of the Guaranteed Income pilot last year. I don't know exactly what they spent the funds on, but I do know this. They were given a slice of hope from a system that they did not think was on their side or believed in them. They were connected to our school and the city in a positive, non-judgmental way with no demands or strings attached. Being at or below poverty level is an undeniable stressor on our students and families that affects all aspects of their lives and education. We expect them to attend school regularly, pass their classes, graduate, obtain gainful employment, and be productive members of society while they are simultaneously living with limited access to food, especially healthy food, limited access to consistent, reliable transportation, lack of affordable housing, and inability to pay utility bills. And those are just the absolute basics. If you consider other issues they're dealing with, such as crime, violence, mental and physical health, substance abuse, and racism, it is not surprising that our students have attendance issues and don't make academic progress at the rate of those who are more financially secure. We should do our best to relieve financial stresses of today's world for our students, especially as we demand that they contribute back to our economic system. Guaranteed income relieves stress. It alleviates burdens and provides access to basic needs. It gives hope. How can we not give that to the people that we are expecting to change the world? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Osberg, Casey Davis, Michael Eric Burnside.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Osberg. I'm the CEO for Educators for Quality Alternatives. And as my partner Christy said, we participated in the Office of Youth and Families pilot for guaranteed income. We are here to support the request for the guaranteed income pilot to expand. Like the work that the OYAP has done with Thrive, to us, this is a really clear commitment on the city's part to supporting the children of our district and the schools of our district. We ask a lot of our schools, as we should. And we need to recognize that it's not just what happens in the classroom, but what happens outside the classroom that affects the wealth and health of our children. So we appreciate the focus on the guaranteed income opportunity.
Thank you very much. Casey, Mr. Burnside, April Black.
Thank you all for being here today, being present and aware. Earlier, Mr. Giruso, you mentioned funding. How is this going to be funded? These are our children. This is an investment. And I think I've heard the numbers about a return on investment. That's how it's funded. It's paid back.
Wait, I want to be very clear. What I said was we are trying to pursue healthy homes. And what we've heard is, since there is no revenue source, whether or not we should be funding it. So the point I'm making is the city frequently invests in things for which there is no revenue source because of how good and important it is, much like our children. So I just want to be very clear. I know, but
yes, sir.
It didn't sound like that's what you were saying. So I just want
I didn't mean to point you out. I'm just,
well, just saying.
I just heard the phrase.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm clarifying to make sure we haven't lost perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trauma is very difficult to recognize within ourselves, and especially within others, within our communities. And sometimes it's too late before we see the damage that's been done. It's important to be proactive, that we catch these early signs when we can. Sometimes it takes enrichment for somebody to recognize that they were in an abused situation. They need to experience something better. Otherwise, they're just going to recognize it as normal. So it's important that we put our children in a proactive and enriching environment where they are shown what is capable, where they're guided and enriched, loved, honored, cherished, and taught useful skills that not only can they use in their adulthood, but that they can incorporate at home, that they may not be learning at home. They each have individual needs because trauma is just as diverse as they are. And it's important that when they are in school, that they are in a diverse crowd. If they're all placed together, where they all have a whole bunch of trauma, that's not desegregation. It's just in a different form. It's segregation by financial support. So you have all your impoverished kids in one school, or I believe there's dozens of schools that are just filled with impoverished kids, and they're not enriched the same as the children that have the means, the children that all get into the grade A public schools. They're not mixed. It needs to be diverse. And the level of enrichment needs to be the same across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. All right, Mr. Burnside, Ms. Black, and Ms. Franklin, Alicia Franklin.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I hear emotions. I hear a lot of emotions, and I hear a threat. If we don't do this, the seats will stay empty. If we don't do this, we'll be bad people. If we don't do this, we'll hate children. But the bottom line is, I'm not just an emotional creature. I'm also a creature who values and cares about numbers. So I go look at numbers, I don't find any. And it starts to piss me off, first of all, because you haven't given it to me. And secondly, it makes me suspicious because there's a lot of shit that's not being talked about. So these requests, 2.5 million here, the 2 million there, they're not on paper. If we could tip over, we've got $900,000 on paper, but your other operating expenses are 21 million. You don't tell us what the other 20 million is for on paper. It's not here. And if it's not here, not only do I have to listen to you, I have to be suspicious. So we do have some numbers. Here's 20 youth graduating from 15-week program, 900,000. We do it, it's $36,000 per kid. That's not so bad. What the hell? But here's the deal. We do the math. It's only in 15 weeks. That's $500 a day per kid. If you're spending $500 a day per kid, you can send them to a pretty good, expensive summer camp. That's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. Who's getting paid? Why are they getting paid? Are the kids getting paid or are some adults making money? Which brings us to other situations, which I don't have a hell of a lot of time for. But if you take the 489,000 as personnel service and divide it, it is 100K each. And it's nice to know that that's not true and that you'll get back because you're an honest woman, unlike some people who've sat at that desk. But I'll also point out that the numbers still don't add up and it still pisses me off, even if you are honest. You aren't going to get much in the way of state money. You really aren't. The health department's getting most of its grants, if I understand things correctly, through the federal government. So I would suggest you steal a grant writer from the health department and start getting federal grants because the federals are still Democrats, but the Republicans own the Baton Rouge. And there's no reason for them to love New Orleans when the governor-elect wants to bend us to his will. So the idea you're going to get more money out of the state is not something I necessarily agree with. The situation here where you've got 2,142 seats.
All right, Mr. Burnside. Thank you. Okay, we got a lot of cards, so I got to get through everybody. Ms. Black, Ms. Franklin, and Precious Acker. Or Aker. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hello, I'm April Black from Trinity Learning Academy. Where we're a small center, we have a current license for 32. But I want to speak solely on the retention of teachers. Teachers deserve a living wage. There are a lot of things that our teachers come to us and talk about. A teacher shouldn't have to decide if, well, should I get an extension on my Entergy bill, which everybody's dealing with that, or should I provide food for myself? Well, you know, I'll kind of eat with the center because we'll try to gather together and feed employees. Well, what about when they go home? What about when they have other things? If they don't have a living wage, how can they provide for themselves? Not only that, many teachers, we just lost a teacher, came to us very emotional. The children are still dealing with it, and we're still dealing with it as well. This teacher was in tears. These teachers have a connection with these children. They become their own. I don't see why it's a problem not to fund them. Why it's a problem. We are still dealing with children that have an emotional attachment to our teachers because teachers get in it, of course, not for the income, but for the outcome, because they know what they can help with the future. If you have a student that you're dealing with now that deal with all their emotional issues when they're a toddler, we won't have as many adults that can't deal with their issue that grows to bigger problems. We're trying to help the children now. We're trying to get quality teachers, not just any teacher in the classroom. We're trying to get quality teachers that care for the children as their own. That's what we're asking for. We're asking for quality. And we're asking for the teachers that want to be here. They don't have to walk away because I would rather eat than be in a classroom. That shouldn't be an option. The money should go where it needs to go and help fund our children's future.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Acker, and then Mariana Drama. And again, apologies in advance if I mispronounced anybody's name.
Hi, I just want to say thank you guys for the millage that we do have in place. My name is Alicia Franklin with Trinity Learning Academy. As Ms. April just said, we did lose a very good teacher. that social emotional development that they get when they come into our center and know that this is a safe place, a safe haven for them for the hours that they're there is truly important. And it goes back to having great teachers. Our teachers are there because they love their job, not because of the income. As much as I would like to be able to pay my teachers every penny that they're worth, the funding is coming from a public source. So I'm at the will of what we can get in resources. So this is why we're asking to increase or fulfill the needs that we are asking for wage enhancement and retention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Acker, Mariana Drama, and Melanie Richardson.
Good afternoon. My name is Precious Acker, and I am a proud New Orleans native, currently living in Gentilly neighborhood. Today, I have the privilege to represent Kids of Excellence. We have 3 NACE accredited learning centers here in New Orleans, and we serve about 176 students. I've worked in early childcare industry for a little over 10 years. So although I'm proud of the growth that we've done in New Orleans over the years, and we're very grateful for the millage that have been passed, it was a very historic millage that we supported an investment of expanding high quality education for young learners. However, despite this historic investment, significant gaps still remain. And I want to speak to what Ms. April Black and Ms. Franklin spoke to, which is teacher retention. We have made a promise to our teachers to provide to them a $2,400 a year stipend, which really supports teacher retention. So like we spoke about earlier, we want to make sure that teachers have a livable wage. We also want to make sure that we have teachers in the classroom to support these students. Providing a stipend has allowed teachers to come to work more often because they have an incentive to come. They have to maintain 30 hours a week in order to get the stipend. And so it ensures that classrooms are open and ensures that students are being cared for properly. So we really want to advocate so that you keep this investment in there so that we can make sure that we maintain teachers, continue to give them a livable wage, and make sure that we continue to support our early learners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariana Drama, and I'm with the Power Coalition for Equity and Justice. We are advocating for City Council to maintain all existing funding for the Office of Youth and Families and its various programs. In addition to the existing funding, we are advocating for $4.5 million in investments to fill gaps and support youth and their families. It is imperative for the City of New Orleans to invest in our children, especially in the continuing aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and its adverse impacts on early education. As a civic engagement table based throughout Louisiana that works to improve early care and education standards at the state and local level, we strongly believe that this investment will mark a turning point in the City of New Orleans' care and contribution to the demographic that is more important to the future of our city than any other. We want to underscore and amplify the remarks of every stakeholder present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie Richardson, Alicia Oliver, and Rashida Harness Parker.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Richardson, and I am the co-founder and executive director for Training Grounds in the We Play Center. And we are here today to support the Office of Youth and Family Services and their request for an additional $4 million. Training Grounds was started in 2017 to actually fill gaps in early child care and education that were not being met by other funders, providers, or programmers. So we are not a child care center. We do provide quality learning experiences for children, but we are really a learning lab for parents. I've heard a lot about what we talked about today and about early childhood. We provide parents with the support they need to be the best parent that they can so that their children can thrive. And we know that not every child is going to find their way into an early learning center. Not every parent wants their child in an early learning center. But what we do know is that every parent needs support. And by supporting the Office of Youth and Family Services and supporting non-traditional early learning programs, you will be supporting children and parents. We talked about the number of children that are falling behind. We have seen an increase in the number of children that are being evaluated because they are not meeting their developmental milestones. Inside of the We Connect Hub and the We Play Center, we are able to do screening events. We work with LSU and other universities so that we can make certain that children are getting screened so that if they do need interventions or services, we can connect them with services and not just connect them, but walk alongside the parents with them so that they can receive the services and receive the support. We talked about numbers. We serve roughly 2,000 adults and children every year at one center. We are opening up a second center in New Orleans East, where we're expected to actually serve about 3,000 adults and children easily in the very beginning of 2024. So thank you so much for the millage. We appreciate the millage. We know that we needed additional seats, but please understand that not every child will find their way to a seat. Not every parent wants a seat, but we do know parents and children need support. So thank you so much for all of your support.
Thank you very much. All right, Alicia Oliver, Ms. Harness Parker, Astra Abraham.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Oliver. I support Training Grounds in their expansion and development. I also want to thank you for your support of the millage and the children and families in our community. Melanie touched on a lot of what I want to say, but Asia, I commend you on uplifting the community that has come before me, that is here with me on behalf of the children and families that don't always have this opportunity to speak. So thank you for your support. I think the number is 4.5 million. And with that, we can do a lot to help children and families thrive in our city. So have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Harness Parker. Coming right now. Arda Abraham and Sarah Amojala. Did I get it right finally, Sarah? All right, there we go.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
How are you, OT? Freddie King, I have no words for you. How you doing, Jeruso? How you doing, Leslie? How you doing, President and Vice President? So firstly, let me say, I stand in strong support for all of the resources and services you guys need for y'all teachers and daycares and toddlers. I do support that. And we place centers where I've seen y'all do great work since I was in the Office of Youth and Families. I am opposed to there being more money given to the Youth Master Plan, being as though this is something that we created since 2018, but the only benefits of it has been, I don't know, Karen Evans' salary and not reaching kids in the projects and the communities that I work in, and even trying to be a part of that. We were taken off of those Zoom calls and those meetings. It's funny now. I'm glad you laughing. And I know that you find that the health and safety of children is very funny, but our children got something for you. So keep on keying. I am opposed to the Youth Master Plan getting more money. They have been getting money for years and haven't involved kids and families that's been affected by a lot of issues in our city. I'm not gonna get up in here and do all that hooping and hollering today. Matter of fact, this is gonna be my last day coming up in here. I said that about Freddie King because when I came here to present to y'all last time, just like JP Hearn is on his face right now, it was like that last time. And as I'm sitting in the audience with my uncle, Freddie King texting my uncle, Rudy Garrell, I'm not entertaining her begging ass. I've never begged you for anything. Leslie Harris, I've worked with you and before Councilman Banks got out of office to get the Keller Center. We watched y'all play on us in Central City. And the only reason why I didn't bring my people up here today, because we ain't gonna do no This is about children. No, they had a white guy come up here early and you let him speak for 6 minutes.
And I said,
Tell the police come get me.
I'll just start talking over you and we can go as long as you want to. All right?
Y'all have a disrespectful council when it comes down to these children. And it's other issues, y'all are not.
So please get away from the program. Please get away from the microphone. Please get away from the microphone. Yes, it is. You need to cede your time to other people. I specifically asked everybody, ma'am, did you hear me? And everybody,
disrespectful.
I am asking.
Listen to our children.
Then listen.
I am opposed to giving the Youth Master Plan no more money.
Thank you very much.
Disrespectful. This council is and has been when it comes down
time for you to speak, Mr. Abraham. Welcome to call.
6 minutes.
Ms. Joey Johnson, Jordan Bridges. I said earlier that we needed to get through everybody.
You spoke for more than 6 minutes.
And we've had to move forward for everybody. Life isn't fair all the time.
Y'all ain't shit,
so-
do better for New Orleans
Okay,
children.
thank you very
That's
much.
Mary's
Have a nice
credit.
day. All right. Mr. Abraham, Sarah Mochula, Zoe Johnson.
How you doing? Thank you again. Thank you for approving the millage. Before me dealing with economic development, I was actually an educator. Here dealing with New Orleans Cohen, Martin Luther King Charter, other private schools dealing with math education, and had to deal with students from 5th to 12th grade and people who were in the 5th grade were reading on 3rd grade level. What I recognize across dealing with data, and I'm glad you said that as an initial piece because data is important. I would like to ask concerning what software is going to be utilized concerning the breakdown of this data and concerning the fiscal mapping. I recognize that based on a lot of the departments, how District East is data is broken down, they just pretty much clump everybody else together concerning, because there's a difference between District D East and District E East. And dealing with, we have over 46 or 48 subdivisions that are within District E. We've grown from 5 to 13 supermarkets dealing with Latino market, dealing with our Vietnamese market. We have pretty much some steady growth. And then obviously dealing with the Black home ownership, dealing with there, we have one of the largest, over 67% there in District E. So when we deal with demographics and deal with data, it's very important on how those things are broken up and how the software identifies those things. So I would like to suggest that the data be broken up dealing with neighborhoods and district concerning District E East. That's very strong request. The second part, I definitely congratulate and say thank you for the guaranteed income as well, because we're looking at the national corrections records. The state actually pays $78,000 per imprisonment of youth. $78,000 according to NCR records. So dealing with guaranteed income and dealing with mothers, young mothers, I think that's a very important concerning the data.
That's your time.
What's my time? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah, followed by Zoe Johnson.
All right, good afternoon. Sarah Mochula, Director of Vera Louisiana, member of Big Easy Budget Coalition. Thank you to Asia and Office of Youth and Families for their work on this budget and also the collaboration over this year. I definitely previewed these remarks yesterday and all week as I basically just come here and advocate to double budgets of certain budgets. These are the things that actually improve quality of life and prevent violence and crime. Definitely support the improving of the data system. Very, very helpful. Also supporting the guaranteed income. $2 million is really a drop in the bucket. And when I work with formerly incarcerated young people, like, of course they would spend money on food and clothes. And then they would also spend money to help their families keep the lights on, pay the rent, pay car notes. And so there are a lot of other ways that they were supporting their families. And then, of course, as a parent of a toddler who goes to daycare, please, all of the ECE asks, just grant them. I also, and you know what I'm going to say because I've said this, but we just need more for our young people. And the council has the power to give our young people more. And we do have the money. As I've said, the money is in a lot of different places and we have it and we need the robust investments in OYF, in CYPB. And that looks like $19.4 million on top of everything else that's been asked for. And here are just a quick example of some of the services that we're asking for. So expanding out of school programming for students and opportunity youth, supporting parents and caregivers of criminal legal system impacted young people, and also continuing to subsidize public transportation for youth up to 24. We know we need to subsidize that transportation because we have transportation issues here. And then also expanding programs that support access to emotional and mental health and wellness resources. So that request is just a drop in the bucket. It's what we really, really need. And I can follow up with like a full list of those.
Thank you, Sarah. Zoe, followed by Jordan Bridges.
Hello, my name is Zoe Johnson. I serve as a policy analyst at the Louisiana Policy Institute for Children. Extensive research shows that a child's ability to read by the end of third grade is an important predictor of future success. They're more likely to graduate high school, have higher earnings as adults, and are less likely to be involved with the criminal legal system. One of the best ways to ensure that children are ready to read on grade level is ensuring that they have access to high quality early childhood education. It's crucial for our city to support our earliest learners, our educators, and our older youth. I'm asking that the city include the $2.4 million to ensure retention of early childhood educators that will allow our early learning classrooms to stay open, as well as the additional funds for existing programs that Asia mentioned in her presentation. I also want to point out the importance of funding to support programs and ongoing evaluation of programs for teens. Our opportunity youth are desperately in need of outside of school programming and services before they might get involved with the criminal legal system, including both extracurricular activities and mental and emotional health resources. The last several years have been exceptionally challenging for everyone, but especially for our youth. We must invest in them meaningfully in supporting them now to ensure that they grow up to be happy, healthy adults who will be equipped to face the challenges that will come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, followed by Kendra Pearson.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Bridges, Organizing Director with the New Orleans Workers Center for Racial Justice. Also big member of the Big Easy Coalition. While I'm always proud to advocate for my community in general and support workers through my work, I'm specifically proud to advocate for a community of underserved young people that have far too long had to face some of the ills of our community. And we put so much responsibility, sometimes putting them in a position of adults when we know very well what's going on and what's going on. We don't really need to get into the numbers. People have gotten into that. We don't need to really get into the emotionality of it. People have gotten into that. My ask specifically is that you fund another $20 million to the Office of Youth and Families for all the reasons that have already been listed. My again, specific ask is that you actually fund the Big Easy budget. It's community-based. The information is community-driven. It's evidence-based. There's money in the fund balance. We've reviewed the fund, the fiscal year of 2022 and 2023. So the money is there. And while I do acknowledge that these conversations are difficult, as you can see, there's a lot of affected people here. We cannot continue to put stress and weight in the absence of the resources necessary on our children and on the people that are ultimately serving them, right? And as adults, even in people in leadership, we have a responsibility to make sure that the road that we walked is easier for those behind us. So again, outside of all of the data that's been presented, for those that don't know, please log on to bigeasybudget.org to get more information on what the coalition is doing. But again, we're asking for a drop in the bucket of resources. I know, but hopefully it's the beginning of a pathway to where we allocate the proper resources to fix some of our ills, and not on the post end by funding the police, on the preventative end when we're funding community projects and educators and things alike. So again, I appreciate your time. I know that leadership, again, is a heavy demand. Who knows what goes on outside of the halls? I've come and been a big part of this, but hopefully these words sway your decision.
Thank you, Jordan.
We're watching. Thank you.
Kendra Pearson.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's Parson, by the way. It's okay. It's my handwriting. My apologies. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity. Thank you, OYF. And thank you for the council. My name is Kendra Parson. I am the director of the Pathways program. We are the program that services system-involved youth ages 14 through 17. We teach them life skills and work readiness through mindful meditation to assist in emotional management, decrease in anxiety, PTSD, and insomnia. I just wanted to drop these numbers real quick because a lot of things have been talking about Pathways, and I just want to let you guys know that we work really hard to get our kids on a level back to sustainability and stability. With the numbers that we just got from Anna Marie and her cool crew from public safety. Overall, the 60-day public safety rate for Pathways, that means that the kids, once they've completed our program, 60 days after, we have a 93.2 success rate. Also, out of the 88 participants, that means that 82 youth were not arrested after 60 days after the program completion. In addition, the most two recent cohorts that we had, October 22 and September 2023 respectively, have the highest public rate, safety rate of all of our cohorts. 2022, October, 100%. September 23, 95%. At 90 days, post-program completion, public safety rate for Pathways is 86.8%. Pathways is working really, really hard with some of the toughest youth inside our community. We love them. We get them. It is a stipend that they do receive. They receive an internship, they receive a retreat, and then they come back for the leadership component of it where they learn more mindful meditation. They become trainers, and they also go out in the community with our employment case managers that are here to assist in employment to keep them from off the street. Thank you. We support all of what OYF is doing.
Good news, good news.
That's what the Gullah Girl do.
Do we have any online comment? Is anyone here to provide? Okay, I guess not. Any words for leaving us?
No, we'll follow up with an email to council to make sure we have questions answered and all.
Great, thank you. I think we're gonna take juvenile court next up, since y'all have been sitting here and we need our judges in the courtroom and not sitting before us.
That's what it is? Yeah. We ready to start?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and get started? Do we have your PowerPoint up?
I think that's it.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna look at it right here. I think that today we have with us our judicial administrator, Yolanda Johnson, our chief deputy judge, Desiree Cook Calvin, Judge Clint Smith, and Judge Anderson was here, but she's on her way back. We do have to subpoena people to court. We actually have people that go to jail if they don't come. So being here is an inconvenience, not only an inconvenience, but potentially exposes the community to repercussions for not showing up to court. So we are happy to be here. And quite frankly, I was heartened to hear the information about the work that's being done prior to kids getting involved in the justice system, because that's the most important point that is for youth. My name is Renard Darrensburg. I currently serve as the Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Today, our presentation really will focus on the mission of the court, to be a court of excellence and a court that can provide the resources to youth and make our court not a place of last resort, but rather a court of resources. In 2023, we had ambitious goals as we came in. Our intention was to reinstitute a program called the PASS program, Paving Alternative Strategies to Success. We applied for a grant through Louisiana Commission of Law Enforcement for $43,000, but was unsuccessful in that grant. We will continue to try to reinstitute that program. A program was intended to deal with school-based offenses. Back in 2020 and 21, we saw a large number of school-based offenses coming into the court, and we wanted to do something to address that. We really want to be a very data-driven court. We use data to identify issues that are most concerned to the community and to families, youth and families that are court involved. And we try to use data as a tool rather than a picture of what is happening. One of the things we did in 2020, another thing we did in 2023 was to institute a graduated supervision continuum in conjunction with the Justice Intervention Center. What this does is match resources to the level of risk. What we learned, I had the opportunity to participate in the Judicial Excellence Institute with the National Center for Children and Family Courts. And one of the things that was highlighted to us was that it is crucial that you match resources to level of risk. Resources that allows us to incentivize youth to get out of supervision, and also allows us to focus more attention on youth that require more supervision. One of the things we also brought last year was the institution of our mental health court. I wanted to share with you the data that we found nationally, that over 70% of youth that come into the justice system have a mental health crisis, and 27% of those youth have a mental health challenge that affects their ability to function every day. This caused us to look at our data here in New Orleans, where we discovered that the data comes from the Office of Juvenile Justice, and what we discovered that 89% of youth in secure care have a diagnosis of a serious mental illness, and 100% of youth in non-secure care have a diagnosis of serious mental illness. This is intended to highlight the very crucial need for the mental health court that we've been able to start. One of the things as you well know, we have secured a grant from the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Justice Acts for the Community Stabilization Grant. We're one of 11 jurisdictions that have received this around the country. So we're excited to begin our mental health court. We've met with our crucial stakeholders. We're involved in meetings with one-on-one meetings, and expect to stand up our mental health court in Section F of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court in January 2024 at the latest. As of 2024, we really want to focus on, and you have slides, we want to focus on truancy and the handgun prevention program. I wanted to share the data with you to show that truancy, as we know it, as the data tells us, is one of the first indicators of potential justice involvement. In looking at the data, the youth that come into our court in 2021, 18% of the youth that came into our court were arrested between the hours of 8:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the afternoon. These youth were truanted. If we extrapolate that number out, these are only the youth that came through our intake department, rather than all the youth that may be truant. So we intend to focus very heavily on truancy. In 2000, we have a problem with the slides, there may be an error, but and the year is not here, but in 2022, the number of percentage reduced to 15%, but we had a larger number of youth that were arrested. So it pretty much remained the same. And this static information causes us to work through the Supreme Court program of FINS that works to deal with truancy in schools. We are now working with the Office of Youth and Families, as well as the district attorney and the school board, to devise a very strict plan to deal with truancy through the court system. The law requires, as a matter of fact, that all schools report after 5 days, 5 tardies or 5 absences to the juvenile court. The other thing we want to talk about is handgun intervention programs. When we came here in 2021, I believe, we found that burglaries were the highest charge that we are seeing. I needed to read them, but what we are finding in the last couple of years, in 2021 and 2022, and as we approach 2024, 2022 and 23, and at 23, as we move into 24, the illegal possession of a handgun by juveniles has emerged as one of the most serious offenses that we see, or the most frequent offenses that we see. Quite frankly, the most frequent offense that we see in juvenile court. Our goal is to reduce this number so as to reduce the number of kids that utilize guns. What is proven beneficial in this process is handgun intervention programs, which we have identified one in Denver, and we will be seeking funding to institute a handgun intervention program that teaches youth not only what happens to youth when they are shot, but rather also what happened, how to use tourniquets and how to gun safety being important to the process. So we'd like to, in 2024, seek out and begin the program of handgun prevention. We are diligently working to try to secure funding for that. OPJC continues its successful programming through the Orleans Detention Intervention Program, the Mellow Boys Program, the GROW Program, and the Supreme Court programs that funds the FINS office. The proposed budget that was presented to us from the mayor was $3,048,592. We are asking for $210,854. That is a difference of $162,000. This represents three positions that were placed into our budget last year, and those positions were prorated in the budget. And so what we are seeking is to get the full year of that amount of money starting in 2024. And that concludes our presentation. We're open for questions that you may have. Anyone have any questions? We're open to hear them.
Councilmember Moreno, then Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon now, I guess, to all of you. Yeah. So usually in your presentation, you have information about Grow and Mellow and Teen Court. Do you have that information?
Well, we don't have it because we were told to we limited our information to what was requested. But I can tell you that Grow and Mellow maintain a success rate of over 90%. We have no recidivism. We have very little recidivism, very little, 2 to 3% with the Grow program. And as much as 5, we've had a year of 7% recidivism within 18 months of completing the program. But in each program, we have had no recidivism for the period of time that children are involved in the program.
How many youth do you have in Grow and Mellow, or you can go 2022 or 2023?
Right, Grow and Mellow are limited because of the number of people we have working in the program. So at any given point, we have up to 25 youth in each program. That's the maximum number of youth that we can put into the program, just based upon the ability to supervise the youth and be able to pay attention to them. So it's a revolving program, so that what happens is the graduation occurs at 12 weeks, but kids may join at 6 weeks and they just stay in through the next cohort until they have completed the entire program. But while they're in the program, we have not yet, thankfully, had no recidivism. I'll also share with you that Teen Court has been in effect since 2018. And in that period of time, we've only had 1 kid to be arrested, and we've serviced over 200 youth in Teen Court.
Okay, let me go back to Grow real quick. How many kids do you serve per year? I know you said 25 is the most at one point.
Over the course of the year, we don't calculate over the course of the year. We haven't calculated over the course of the year, but 25 is the maximum number that are in the program at any given time. And they're usually, so every 12 weeks, we have 25 youth graduate. So that number.
And what about Mellow?
Same thing.
25?
Mellow graduation just this past Wednesday of you. And Grow.
So Mellow and Grow, yes.
And 25 is the most that you can have there.
And we have in at one time. Yeah.
Got it. And then Teen Court, how many do you did you have participating in 2022, and how many so far this year?
So far this year, we've had about 50 youth in Teen Court. We have 4 youth in there now that have scheduled court hearings, and we continue to put youth into the Teen Court. Teen Court has been a successful program in that it really allows youth to be placed into leadership positions, and Teen Court it's a pro-social program for youth. Youth are tasked with issuing the consequences, and once youth participate in the program, they are invited back to participate as jurors, as well as attorneys and as a judge.
And then can you give me the total cost of the program for Grow in 2022?
We have those numbers here. We would like to always share that information, but we thought that our time was limited today. The Grow program last year cost $74,154.
74,000.
The facilitator and a coordinator. And this is basically this is the cost of each program, because what happened was that prior to last year, prior to 2021, these programs were grant funded. And last year or the year before, the mayor placed these programs, these positions into the budget at just about the same amount of money. So the program now has a coordinator and a facilitator, but we still need to seek funding and continue to seek funding for program activities and seek out. We really work with the business community and other volunteers that participate in the program, because the programming part is the part we don't have money for.
So you're saying that Grow is roughly $74,000, Mellow is roughly $74,000, and then Teen Court is roughly $74,000. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
I just wanted to get a clarification on the additional funding request, because you used the word part-time or so.
Prorated.
So
last year, when the money was placed into the budget for 3 positions, it was prorated because it was in the middle of the year.
So these people are hired.
These people are hired. They're working for us now. So what the $162,000 represents is a full year of their salary starting in January.
So did you all ask the mayor to put this in the budget?
It's an oversight, and it's already been addressed, actually, yes. It was the oversight. We've addressed it with the mayor's office. Yeah.
So the mayor's office is
aware.
Comfortable.
Yeah.
They could do an amendment themselves. So
Yeah,
you requested that we would do the amendment.
yes, we just wanted to be sure to include that as a part of our budget
Okay,
here. Because it's part of the budget.
that's it.
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. We asked the DA and the criminal court judges. One of the tools that they talked about using that's helpful to them is the RAY, the risk assessment. Just like you all talk about how you use that and implement it and use it as part of your, sorry, go ahead.
The risk assessment instrument is an instrument, a risk assessment instrument that's administered to each youth that is brought into the intake department. The RAY instrument, the risk assessment instrument, only measures with the risk that they will return to court or the risk that they will reoffend. That instrument does not assess any need-based issues that we would need to address.
I understand what it does. I'm asking how often are you using it?
We use it with every youth that comes into court.
Every single one?
Every single one.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a requirement.
Oh, all right. What is, moving on to the other thing we asked the sheriff about, what's the maximum population for JJIC?
JJIC. That's the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. It is over capacity at the moment.
Oh.
It's way over capacity at the moment, to the point that they are being fined by the state for being overcrowded. I think that they'll bring that to you. But the maximum capacity, I believe, is 48, and we're at about
74 beds currently.
So maximum capacity is 48, and we have 74 kids.
Yes.
And I mean, again, I'm just trying to understand, all of those are violent crimes, repeat offenders?
It is a very big mix. The number of youth that are held in JJIC currently that are in the control of the juvenile court is about 30 youth.
I just wanted to support, JJIC's maximum capacity is 76.
Oh, 76.
That's with both the buildings, right?
Yes, for new building and old building.
All right, well, thank you. All right.
We are currently at capacity.
You are at capacity at the moment. I mean, again, same question we sort of asked the sheriff before, is anything that needs to be done in terms of monitoring, getting kids?
I think that we just want to hear Ms. Walsh.
Yeah, I think that Ms. Williams is here and she can.
Ms. Williams says she can describe that she's in JJIC. We actually.
Well, but I guess my question is, like, if there's kids who can be diverted or sent to early reporting center or.
The issues.
And we are, I think we're.
The issues that we have there. The issues are that OJJ does not remove you and the adult jail does not remove you. The number of youth that are there currently that are in the control of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court with the decision about whether to move them or take them out is 30.
Correct, but I think that there are a number of youth that are not being moved, and I think that Ms. Williams can address that, but there's some kids that are through OJJ that are ready for movement. There are obviously some kids that are waiting for adult court and what's going to happen there. So remember that they're housing many youth that wouldn't necessarily always be there. But under our control, the kids through juvenile court are 30 kids. And we just want to be mindful of when we receive those calls and making the requests of movement or who can move, that obviously we weigh all of those decisions very heavily and make those determinations where we think which is best safety for the people of New Orleans as well as the children that we serve.
I guess just so I can understand, because I don't. So 30 kids are in the control of juvenile court and 46 are not?
What those youth, there are some youth that are in the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center that need to be moved because they are being prosecuted as adults. That Ms. Williams can give you the exact numbers, but when I read her email, I know that 30 of them. Other youth that are there are OJJ youth who need to be moved because they have been committed to detention, but OJJ needs to move them to a permanent facility or a secure facility or a non-secure facility. But until they do that, they must remain at JJIC. And so the number of youth that are there waiting adjudication, or rather, as I said, in the control of those of us who sit here, are 30.
Okay. Ms. Williams, can you talk at all about those numbers? I'm not trying to pit people against each other.
We don't pit against each other. We work very well together. We don't have to worry about that. Yes.
We're waiting as we speak.
Yes, we are in constant communication and movement. We just been sitting here for quite some time to move forward with our budget here.
We understand. We're trying to accommodate.
I know, I understand.
Get you out of here
again, so we've been working very closely, many phone calls back and forth. In fact, Ms. Williams has been very concerned about her population.
Ms. Williams.
So currently we have 8 youth currently being tried as adults, which result in long-term stay. We have 31 youth pending 305A or B adult transfer. resulting in long-term stay. And these are the youth that are being adjudicated as adults. And so the DA's office has elected to transfer their cases, but it's pending. That results in a long-term stay. We have 2 youth that are pending a Supreme Court, pending Supreme Court ruling resulting in a long-term stay. 30 youth awaiting juvenile adjudication or disposition, so they're going through the adjudication process through the juvenile courts. And so based on our current population, the average length of stay for all 76 kids that are detained is 140 days. I'm working with the courts, I'm sounding the alarm, getting feedback from them. They are releasing kids that can possibly be released according to charge and race score, but then there are some long-term kids like the OJJ. We have 5 outstanding. I sought support from the court and got some support. And hopefully OJJ will come and pick up those 5 kids.
Okay. I just want to make sure of one more thing. Today's a holiday for some agencies, so nothing with the holidays is preventing the DA or anybody else from doing anything that would involve a transfer today, right?
Yeah, but I don't think anybody will be transferred today. Most of the agencies are closed, but we do have some, and I know Ms. Williams and I have worked together all throughout the week of just trying to move some of the kids through OJJ. And so how that works is that some of those kids obviously have already been disposed. Usually OJJ has a time frame of 15 days to move the kids. We're seeing that some of these kids are 45, 60 days. So again, we've reached out. And so that would probably maybe the council or maybe with Ms. Williams, but again, the court no longer has jurisdiction of those kids, so they really should be moved.
I mean, you know, like I know everybody's sensitive to what's happening, but we want to obviously make sure that we're doing whatever we can to help you, Ms. Williams, and the judges, obviously, too.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. All right, anybody else? Oh, Councilmember Green, you want to come back?
I'm sorry, I just want to come back just because of what was mentioned. So when you say that the number was 8 that OJJ is supposed to have picked up. Look, I'm very, very, very sensitive to the language. So I want you to tell me what the state is supposed to be doing now that it's not doing.
They're not picking up their kids. They're in crisis. I want to be a team player. We understand that the state is in crisis, that they are overpopulated in regards to their facilities. But this is adjudication weeks and months. Some kids are completing the entire adjudication period at JJIC, and it's weeks and months too long. And it's causing a population crisis for JJIC.
I like asking you questions because you're pretty straightforward. That's what's happening now. So the state is feeling a responsibility.
But again, I just want to be mindful, that is 5 youth, but we do have the 30+ youth that are still waiting determination of whether or not they'll be transferred to criminal district court. So that's 35 kids that are mixing with the population of 30 kids that are on far different types of offenses. And so our concern is just as we continue to mix these populations, and what threat do we have to public safety as well as to the kids that are in JJIC? And so also mixing those populations, I think the council should just be very mindful of what's occurring.
So is there a number of days by which the law becomes violated?
We don't have any jurisdiction of those kids. Those are kids all through criminal district court. So once they are transferred, or once the possibility of transfer, we are immediately divested of jurisdiction, which means that we don't really have anything to do with those kids.
Is that a question that we should be asking of the DA on those 30?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I say yes. Because it's congested. I've been sounding alarm for months.
Also have the authority to then state that they would like those kids brought over. So it's just a matter of figuring out what's gonna happen. But it's taken a long time, and I think I say that over and over again.
It's taking a long time. It's obviously, you all help me with the right words, it's obviously a cost to the city.
Well, it's a cost to the city, but it's also a cost to the children that we serve.
Sure, you can't provide the maximum services first, and you also have some security issues. Because if there's a decision that has to be made, the very fact that the DA is considering those charges in 30 instances means that there's a feeling that at least a lot of those 30 would be a potential security risk, right? Hey, look, I'm just trying to be as straightforward as I can with the
Right.
language. The bottom line is that it sounds to me like we have 30 that the district attorney needs to soon make a decision on relative to whether they're gonna be charged as adults. Am I correct?
Well, some of them have also been already charged as adults, so it's just a matter of how it moves there. But yes, we have been divested of jurisdiction of all of those matters. And so our question has to continuously be then, why are we mixing the population? Why are they still being housed there? And how long is that process gonna take? Because the only thing that happens is that the four of us that are sitting here, in all honesty, are being told that there's no place for them in the Office of Juvenile Justice, the state system. There's no place for them in JJIC. Obviously, we're very concerned about releasing them back to the community. So then what do? We're all left with a very difficult decision. We brought to everyone's attention that perhaps we could look at a assessment center where we could really assess these individuals and know what we're dealing with before they even come to us. But we don't have that capability. So to get them assessed or even figure out what their basic needs might be, we're saying that we need to hold them so we can have an opportunity for our youth and family specialists, who I will add are not in the budget, but perhaps will be added. So we think that's been worked out. But we're doing all these things. We can't make that happen until we hold the kids and have an opportunity to see them. But then Ms. Williams doesn't have space for them. So we just continuously are putting ourselves behind the 8 ball.
What can the city council do?
Fund some of the requests that we've made last year and the year before, and look at some of the bigger pictures of what we're saying of where we need that additional support.
Well, no, I was talking relative to the overcrowding
I don't know.
or the soon to be overcrowded institutions.
I think it's important for me to mention that the city of New Orleans incurred fees and fines when JJIC is overcrowded, because we have a licensing capacity by the Department of Children and Family Services of 76. We run into issues when we have alleged violent offenders brought into the facility, especially females, that I cannot double occupy a room with a male and a female. I'm running out of options in terms of how to house them. I reach out to the courts, they give me whatever relief that they can afford to give me at that moment, but I also know that it's a public safety issue and we just can't let an alleged violent youth offender release. So whether they inside of JJIC or upon arrest, if someone comes in and is arrested for murder, I can't reach out in the middle of the night and say, can we let Lil Bobby go and give him a summons to court for murder? So either way we try to maneuver it, it's an issue. It's an issue. But it's a greater issue if we run the risk of revocation of license and they put locks on the doors, then we can't take anybody. And we have to find somewhere for everybody to go that's already housed there. I think we as stakeholders need to come to the table, JJIC, the state, the DA, and we need, and the courts, and have a real sit down and figure this out. Like two people can't fix it. It's a multiple agency issue, and we all need to come to the table and brainstorm on how to fix this.
Well, we have an Office of Criminal Justice Coordination. I mean, are you all meeting to have these kind of discussions? Which is on the agenda for next, I guess.
So the Criminal Justice, I've been reaching out to them in regards to my issue with capacity. And so Commissioner Stevens and her team have been working with me and making phone calls. We've made several attempts for everyone to come to the table. And we've had a few meetings, but it hasn't been fully successful.
Because, I mean, even if we have meetings, what's gonna be the solution? I mean, even if we have the same meetings and we talk about the same things that we've been talking about, what are the solutions? Unless you find additional space, other beds, other partners to work with. We've talked about Boys Town. We've talked about other agencies that perhaps could take some of the lower level kids that we feel just need an opportunity for a sit down, an opportunity for somebody to talk to them and see them, maybe not being held at JJIC. But we've said this before, and so until those partnerships are made, obviously our hands are tied. If we don't have the space to refer them, where do we send them?
Well,
we can sit and talk in a room all day, but then what do we do?
Well, I understand, but the bottom line is, for example, this is the first time I'm hearing of an option of Boys Town, for example. I can't put that on the table. You all do this in your business, if you will, or the line of work that
The
you
Boys
do.
Town has to have funding and Boys Town has to.
I know, but I don't see any request for funding for Boys Town so that we don't have the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center fined or potentially have its doors locked. So that's what we're here for, to get the suggestions that move us forward.
In all
But I
due
don't-
respect, Councilmember, we've been given these
I'm not
suggestions.
sure that
Boys
Boys Town isn't the answer for violent youth that we have
Correct.
in jail. We have a responsibility in our position from the bench to maintain youth in jail who pose a danger to the community, will not return to court. So we cannot release ourselves of that responsibility and place this danger into the community. Boys Town is a place for respite. If that is a 30-day program, that is an excellent program. We love it. It costs a lot of money. We have worked very closely with them to give us a few spaces that we can use. And I believe now we have about 5 that we can use with Boys Town. But we must use the services for what they are best used for. To put a child into Boys Town, that is a child that needs to be detained in a secure facility, only opens up the opportunity for them to leave or escape. So that the kids that are detained in facilities are detained in facilities because they need to be in a place where they cannot escape. Boys Town is not a detention facility, nor is it a secure facility where children cannot get out. So we do utilize Boys Town to the degree that we can, but it has a use, and to use it improperly wouldn't be an unsuccessful result for you.
That's fine. I didn't bring up Boys Town. I don't know anything about it. So at the end of the day, it was just because it was.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying, if you're just looking at alternatives, for example, funding counselors is not the alternative that is needed to be able to put some relief on the population. Maybe it's more ankle monitoring, which is in many instances seems to be a failure. But at the end of the day, I don't have the solution either, but I do know that the public doesn't want to hear that, you know, there are considerations that the DA has, for example, relative to juveniles who the DA is considering charging as adults or has already done so, and that we have to do something that's going to put the public in danger. I mean, the district attorney has determined that there's a reason that some of those youth are being potentially charged as an adult. And I understand that a lot of change is going on, and this is kind of something that we all should have had an idea of a long time ago, that the bottom line was that we were going to have some of those issues. But the bottom line is that I don't know what to suggest as to where we go. Well, I can't provide additional space.
Yeah, right.
I can potentially pose alternatives if I had an idea of how much money there was needed, and also what space might be available. But I know it's complex. I'm just hearing rumors that fines have been imposed, but now you're telling me that fines have been imposed.
If I may, I think Councilmember Green is very accurate. It's a complex situation, and I don't think we'll get the answer right now. But I know y'all are experts. Ms. Williams, you're an expert. If y'all don't have an answer right now, it would take more time for us to come together. We don't want to start the idea of, I'm not saying y'all suggesting it, but building more spaces for our juveniles. We'll find a way to fill it. We don't want to do that. So I propose, look, maybe next week or whenever we really sit down with you all who knows the ins and outs of this, and Ms. Williams, maybe do it at JJIC or do it at the juvenile courts and figure out the best way moving forward. Because I don't think we can do it right now. And we have a long agenda. Y'all got to go back to court.
Yes.
Well,
we do welcome that opportunity.
So I would love to have a sit down, and I'm sure my colleagues would as well, not just me. They would do it at JJIC or y'all side by side, so we can have a real honest, open discussion about what's needed. And I think it's just a bigger issue that we have this many children in our city that are being alleged of committing these violent crimes where they can't go to the places y'all mentioned, or ankle monitors. So can we do that, Councilman Green?
Oh, absolutely. I'm available for it. And maybe we should have that meeting, except that at the end of the day, my job as a member of the city council is to say, how can relief be granted either through zoning or through funding? And I don't know, because I don't know how many seats are needed somewhere else. I mean, I'd like to hear one day that ankle monitoring worked and that you could, but I mean, the district attorney has a role to play in it too. I'd be glad to sit down, but I just, at the end of the day, we're limited in what we can do too.
The mark of a successful juvenile justice system is one that's able to maintain you outside of detention. The solution to the problem lies in an ability to come up with a solution that allows us to maintain you safely outside of detention. So when we talk about coming up with a solution, it has to revolve around the ability to keep kids out of trouble and safe while they are outside of detention.
And also the public. The public deserves the right to be safe.
That's what I
So at
mean.
the end of the day,
That's what I mean.
the
To
public
maintain
comes
you
really,
outside
I
of,
understand.
outside of
First.
detention.
All right, but Ms.
My office received some funding, thank you, council, to start a program similar to what Chief Judge Davenport is speaking about in the communities. And so we started, the money was allocated and we are trying to, we've laid the foundation and meeting with programming partners.
What was the money allocated by?
Mr. Oliver Thomas. Councilmember Oliver Thomas, so thank you for that. So that will hopefully bring some relief, but that will hopefully, and I know it will bring some relief so we can mimic some of the things that's going on inside JJIC that has been successful. But I think we're forgetting another important partner in this, which is the Evening Reporting Center. Some of our low-hanging fruit can also be allocated to the Evening Reporting Center.
Ms. Williams, do you know how many people have gone to the early reporting center or kids have gone this year, the early reporting center?
I can't speak to the Evening Reporting Center, but the director is here.
Evening Reporting Center is with us. She could tell you.
Okay.
I will say, and also, as in a partnership with the courts, our intensive in-home supervision, as I stated during my presentation, has been very successful.
Thank you. Pastor Watson. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, what's the question?
The number of children served through the Evening Reporting Center.
The number of what?
Children served through the Evening Reporting Center.
Okay, well, if we look at from October of last year to September of this year, we were referred, let me see, I have it right in front of me. October 1, 2022 to September 30th, we received 84 referrals from juvenile court. Juvenile court is the only entry portal for kids from the Evening Reporting Center. Of that number, 60 referrals were accepted. And of that number, 24 referrals were declined because basically they did not meet program requirements. And of the 60 who were referred, we successfully worked with 32 kids. Our success rate is 90.6% for this period of time.
Wait, I have a question on your numbers then. So you said you accepted 60 within that time period?
Yes.
Okay, you
during that time.
accepted 60. And then you said how many successfully completed the program?
32.
32.
Yeah.
But then you have a 90% something success rate?
90.6% success rate based on those 32 kids.
I got it. I was thinking of the 60.
No.
Okay, so, but if we're looking at the 60 accepted and then the 32 that completed, is that valued as success that you had 32 complete the program?
Oh, yes, it's
versus the
valued
60?
as success. Those are kids who basically were in the program for up to 12 weeks, who we followed up until currently in our Step Up program. The others who did not fully complete the program was as a result of just being non-compliant. That's it.
Got it. So a little bit over 50% completed the program.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, one last suggestion. We're done with these next Tuesday. Wednesday is open. If y'all schedule is available, or if your availability permits next Wednesday, give us a time. You can show some of my colleagues would like to sit down with you all to discuss this.
Wednesday's good.
All right.
We'll just do that instead. We'll do this instead. We'll do this instead or in conjunction with it. But yes, Wednesday, we are all we are all available on Wednesday because that's the date.
Ms. Williams?
Our en banc meeting, but we can move that.
That's not important.
Oh, no, this is important. We'd like to do this.
No, I'm saying en banc, it's not important.
No, it's important, but it'll be equally as important to have you all there. Could you all come to juvenile court?
I'd like a field trip.
Okay.
My colleague.
10 o'clock, how does that sound? Official invitation
I
to
don't
the
wanna
city council.
talk to everyone's schedule, but.
Come visit.
Well, there can only be 4 of us. So we can only be 4, so we might as well decide now. I don't want to have us all show up and then.
Why can it only be 4?
Because that's a quorum.
It can only be
sorry.
3.
It only be
It can only be 3.
3 of you all at
Well,
once.
we welcome you.
Well, right.
Whoever the 3 would like to come, we'd love to invite you.
It can only be 3 unless it's announced as a public meeting. It would
Okay.
violate the sunshine.
All right, we'll get you in the email.
Okay,
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
great. Look forward to it.
Thank you all very much. We have one public comment. Chris Parker. Thank you for your patience and for everybody else too. Just one note before Mr. Parker speaks, we have a quick GA meeting at 2 o'clock. So we'll recess budget hearings, do the very quick GA at 2 and then come back to budget hearings then. Just want to make sure everybody knows. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, y'all. I'm Chris Parker, a resident of Algiers and a violence interrupter in New Orleans East. I recently saw Councilman Green at my best friend's funeral. CJ Brown Calvin was murdered a couple of weeks ago by a young man who still, hasn't been caught. But I'm here today to advocate for additional funding for juvenile court and for juvenile services. Mainly because we see that there are gaps everywhere, and we see that a lot of these kids, there's a high turnover rate for these kids. We're looking to get additional funding so that we can do some non-secure placement facilities for some of these youth. Non-violent offenders, if we could give them other supervision, reinstating the drug court. That was a program that my dad started when he was a criminal district court judge. A juvenile drug court, because there are a lot of issues with children on drugs at this time. Gun court, similar to drug court, where we can address issues with these youth who are being arrested repeatedly with guns. Also advocate for these agencies to receive money necessary to repair some of these facilities where they can house additional youth. And also introducing incentive programs and violence interrupter programs, as well as paying community activists to show up to youth rallies that we've been having. We've been having discussions about bringing back Teen Summit and bringing some of the community advocates who can help us directly interrupt some of the violence that's going on in New Orleans. That's why I'm here, just to advocate for additional funding for those types of services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker.
I would like to say in connection with what the gentleman just said, one of the things that's important about the Eden Reporting Center is that it's located in the neighborhood where kids live. We currently have an Eden Reporting Center in Central City on Washington Avenue and one out in New Orleans East, 2 very important locations, but we do not have an Eden Reporting Center in Algiers on the West Bank, which makes it very difficult for youth who live in Algiers to participate in the program because they have to deal with the transportation issue at 8 o'clock at night. Eden Reporting Center is from the time you leave school until the time you essentially go to bed or until it's sometimes dark. So one of the things I've met with some ministers and advocates over in Algiers and really spoke to them about meeting with Pastor Watson. She's created a model that works and that really keeps kids out of trouble during the time when they're most likely to get involved in the justice system. I brought that data before that we've shown that kids are most likely to be arrested on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays between 3 and 11 p.m. It is the exact time that the Eden Reporting Center runs. And since that Eden Reporting Center has been in place, the number of youth that have been arrested during that time has consistently gone down. So the data shows us that this is at least doing something in terms of preventing youth from being involved in the justice system. And I strongly would like to see an Eden Reporting Center on the West Bank. I know that there are people there who are interested in it.
Mr. Johnsburg, I asked, sorry, Judge.
As a native of Algiers.
Go ahead.
I asked that, I was in touch with Bishop Watson about that. And I was told that the numbers, there weren't enough children being referred from the criminal judges, juvenile judges, to have to justify and evenings reporting center in Algiers.
Well, that's easy. I mean, we try not to put children in the evening reporting center that live in Algiers because we don't want them to have that trouble, but we certainly can. We have the capacity to send youth who are in Algiers to over to an evening reporting center there. Prior to we used to collect the data on where crimes occurred in the city. And 70114 was not one of the largest, but it certainly was growing to be one of the largest areas where crime is occurring in the city. But I can assure you that there's enough. We can pull some data. I'm happy to pull some data out to show how many youth we have or how many occurrences occur on the West Bank, how many occurrences of violent crime, or how many kids are.
So you're saying that there are enough. I mean, not that we want enough, but there are enough kids from 70114 and 70131 to justify even reporting center in Algiers?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one thought to the conversation. I just attended a summit that we went to where they did a poverty simulation, because I deal with children that are victims of abuse and neglect. And what we have to realize when we're making decisions around these children is that 1 in 4 children in Louisiana, they live in poverty. And so I had the opportunity to do the poverty simulation. I don't know if any of you have had that opportunity, but it's eye-opening to know that when you're in poverty, it puts you in a position to make decisions that you would not normally make. When you're desperate, if you don't have food, your basic necessities being met, it puts you in a position as a young person, as a parent even, to make decisions that you would not normally make. And that could be to commit a crime that you would not normally commit, because you have to figure out how you're going to feed your family, how you're going to not be evicted, basic things that we take for granted, that we put people in Louisiana, in New Orleans, we put them in a position that they have to make these decisions. So I'm saying, while we're talking about this, we need to talk about poverty in our city, all the people living on the streets every day that they have to make these families, okay? So I just wanted to add that to the conversation as we move forward as to what to do about delinquency in our city.
Thank you, John.
And I just would like to add one comment. I know you have a 2 o'clock meeting, but I would like to just, to what the comment I made about the gun court. And so I know Judge Darrensburg had sent me some information. I know Councilmember Jeruso, I've actually got some of the article in which you're quoted in, but that will help reduce some of what we're seeing. That helps reduce some of the violent crime, the uptick in violent crime. Obviously, if the kids have access to a firearm. And so we've talked about implementing a gun court, looking at some of the issues that actually plague these particular kids. But again, that's something else that will require a certain type of funding. We are also very heavily, Judge Darrensburg's been very involved, as well as my other colleagues, at looking at grant opportunities. But those are ways when we can decrease the population of kids that are going to the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. But I think we just have to be very mindful of automatically assuming which kids, when they come in, we have to assess them. And I agree with my colleagues that we have to find the best program that meets their needs. Because again, in all due respect to Councilmember King, if we send a kid from 70127 area code or from the area code of 70114 out to 70127, it's again mixing the populations. How much time would it take for the kids to get there? Is Pastor Watson taking all of her time to pick up those kids from that particular agency in order to get them to her program? So I think we've been working with our community partners. I just want to give a round of applause to Intensive In-Home Supervision Program, GROW, Mellow, even Reporting Center, Teen Court. I think we've all really collaborated. Diversion through the District Attorney's Office, Center for Restorative Approaches. I think we're using every tool that we possibly have. And I think we've got one of the best opportunities of how we're all working together, but we cannot out incarcerate this problem. We can't keep looking at that as a solution. We've got to find, what do we do on the front end to stop them from coming on the back end? Otherwise, I'm gonna tell y'all the same thing every year. So thank you very much.
Hey, Judge, you just, one thing that you said, you just brought up Grow, Mellow, and Teen Court, which we talked about briefly when in the beginning of y'all's presentation. I just want to be clear, because obviously I needed clarity from Pastor Watson on what does success rate really mean. So for Grow and Mellow and Teen Court, is success rate for those who complete the program and there is no further recidivism, or is it or is success rate just based on how many complete?
No. It's just raised based upon no recidivism. We base
Right,
that-
not coming back.
And therein lies a question for people. What does recidivism mean? What does that mean? But to us, we define it as rearrest. So no rearrest is what we define as recidivism when we talk about if they're being successful outside of the program.
And I will add to that, one thing that no recidivism means through these programs, through Grow Mellow, all of our partners, kids are getting state IDs. Kids are being registered to vote. Kids are participating in summer success, positive pathways. Kids are giving opportunities to have employment. So not only do our programs encourage these kids not to come back, but we're having the opportunity to connect their families to other services, knowing that there are other children that are truant, that aren't attending school, that the schools are just not even paying attention to, referring them to Finn. So we're using this opportunity of this whole group of partnerships that we've tried to put together in order to give the kids better outcomes. That's how they don't recidivate, because we're giving them an opportunity to do something different. So they have an opportunity like all the other kids in our community, and then they have a choice and they're realizing I'm getting educated. I've got a job, I've got an ID, I have some pride about myself, and we don't see them again.
And these efforts are successful at juvenile court. I'm sure you all have seen the data that was shared through the recommendations from regarding the ARP money, and that 90% of the youth that come to juvenile court are only arrested twice. Over 80% of youth that are arrested one time do not return to juvenile court ever. Part of that is that youth grow out of the system, brain starts to develop and they grow out of the system. But a large part of that is our ability and our intentional efforts to match kids with the resources that they need to be successful. And we do that well most of the time, as the data indicates. But we do have youth that need more help, that are higher risk youth that we really should be focusing on, that we need to institute programs that keep them out of trouble while they are not in detention.
If I could add.
Please know that the funding that we receive for Growing Mellow and Team Court, that's only for the support. We do not have programming costs, and that is critical. We have all used our personal funds that have been allocated to us to make sure that these kids can attend STEM NOLA, so that they can go to the World War II Museum, so that they can participate in activities that continue to enrich them. We can desperately use funding to maximize the care and support that these kids get. A number of the councilmen have come to the graduation, have participated in it, and to hear these kids speak to how their lives have been changed and impacted by completing Grow and Mellow, it makes a significant difference in what we can do and how we can affect the city and the benefits that come from these programs. So we really ask that you look at funding not only the personnel, but also the programming that is so desperately needed. Thank you.
I would just like to add the Evening Reporting Center was actually designed to work with the kids who are referred specifically from juvenile court between 45 to 60 days. And during that 45 to 60-day period, it is our responsibility to provide pro-social skills and engagement and interventions and prevention methods with these kids throughout that process. And it's during that period that we're supposed to engage with them such that they will not return to court, not have a repeat offense during the 60 days that they're with us. However, what we've been able to do is institute a step-up program. So not only have our kids recidivated during the 45 to 60-day period, but 3, 6, and now up to 12-month period, we have found that the recidivism rate is extremely low. So I'm not sure, what happens in the other programs, but we're to keep them out of trouble during the time that they're in our program. However, we've gone far beyond that to do an exceptional job to follow the kids, to see that they're not in trouble again.
Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. All right, let's see, Commissioner Stevens, if we can squeeze you in before 2. That's, I think, what we'd like to do. And we know you have a lot of important work. We don't want to cut you short. Thank you. Thank you.
You too. All right.
We'll see JC, criminal justice.
Yes, ma'am.
She was asking me what group it.
Oh, sorry. OCJC. We're back on schedule now, Donna. Office of Criminal Justice Coordination.
All right, sir. You too.
We'll get y'all set up. Good seeing everybody.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. Thank you all for this opportunity to present my budget. I have with me at the table is Kate Holy, my Chief of Staff, and Brandy DeLarge from Budget. Also in the audience, as you have already heard from Reverend Watson, who is running the Evening Reporting Center that is funded under OCJC. I'm not sure if any other partners, and I do have my staff in the audience sitting behind me as well. I know we're on a time schedule, so I'm gonna go through as much as I possibly can, answer all of your questions as I possibly can. So we will get started with our progress on 2023 goals. So this is very important as a lot of this grant funding is coming from the state by way of LCLE. So we have some news that may not be satisfying for next year for our grant recipients. So I want to make sure that we put it out there and they have been advised as well from our Criminal Justice Council meetings that we have held. Our 2023 department goals is to allocate and monitor federal and state victim service and criminal and juvenile justice block grants. Our total allocation for those areas our office have administered is over $4.5 million this year alone. Our largest grant allocation came from the Victim of Crime Act funding, right around 2.4 million, and we had 19 subrecipients, providing funding to support the provision and direct service of the victims of crime at no cost to the victims. The funding areas fell into 4 categories, which is sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, undeserving victims of violent crime. We have received this fiscal year from VOCA allocation, which will be roughly $1.4 million. Nearly $1 million less than last year's allocation. That is due in part to DC Victim Crime Fund funds being less allocated. So we've seen a decrease in funding on that. We've also had a $2.4 million awarded to the 19 local nonprofits and city departments of victim services. And I do have a list of those organizations if you all are interested in knowing. They are not in the slide, but I can definitely get that to you. I'll just go ahead and tell you it's STAR, CASA, Catholic Charities, New Orleans Family Justice Alliance, New Orleans Family Justice Alliance twice, Children's Hospital Care Center, Children's Hospital, Southeast Louisiana Legal Service, Administrators of Tulane Educational Fund, Children's Bureau, Orleans Parish District Attorney, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, VIET, New Orleans Musician Assistance Fund, Orleans Parish Criminal District Court, Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, and our office received the administrative cost on those grants as well. So, as I mentioned earlier, coordinating full adoption of the new cloud base, we facilitated that with the Justice Modernization
program that is coming out of the CA's office, so we're excited about that work. OCJC is also the recipient of a community project funding allocation request from Senator Cassidy to support the crime lab, which is needed for equipment and technology. We asked and received the nod for 2.3, which will go towards the crime lab for fully funding and equipment. We're expecting that to be passed in December from the congressional earmark dollars coming from Senator Cassidy. As well as we had roughly 968,000 coming from Congressman Troy Carter's office from congressional earmark money to assist with the gun violence prevention and intervention. Support public safety agencies through interagency coordination and advisement of evidence-based policymaking. We have held weekly jail population number meetings. We monitor the jail population. We provide feedback to the sheriff and her team on what we're seeing from our data collection. And also, it is important for us to make sure that we are looking at the jail population in its entirety and seeing how we can get some of the folks out of OJC that have been already convicted and are waiting DOC transportation out of our local facility. That helps a lot with clearing your jail population. I know we're roughly around 1,200. During COVID, we were at around 990. We had a great plan working with the DA's office and the public defender in the court, criminal district court, to actually get people out of the jail. So that's how we were able to get it down to 990. We have had repeated interagency meetings with our stakeholders from the criminal legal system to address the current jail population. How can we work with you to get it down? So that work is ongoing. Those meetings are ongoing. I have, since our last budget meeting, we have hired Teresa McKinley, who is our data analytics. Teresa is responsible for pulling and mapping reports for all of our criminal justice agencies. So that's where we derive our numbers from. And that's what we share with our stakeholders when we are meeting. In addition to, we have maximized the use of pre-arrest deflection and diversion programs, applied for the Capstone Grant funded by John D. and Catherine MacArthur Foundation, Safety and Justice Challenge, to institutionalize criminal legal system reform initiatives. We have also commissioned a report on the juvenile legal system to promote evidence-based practices. We reached out to NICJR. Dana Kaplan have completed the report, and we have sent that report to our stakeholders who participated in the conversation and interview with Dana Kaplan. So we're moving on to, we have a lot of goals that we had in 2023. As I mentioned earlier, coordinated stakeholders to look at the backlog of cases in criminal district court as it related to the COVID pandemic. We've also supported municipal and traffic court with online processing of case review. And also more recently, we have worked with Chief Judge Bobby Jones of Municipal and Traffic Court to help him start a community court, which he has been grant funded to do. So he is expected to kick off that in January, asking for social worker positions, and also the community court would include homelessness. So that is going to be a big help with our homeless population that are going through our criminal legal system. We have reinstituted or restructured our, which is near and dear to me, our reentry task force. We kind of laid low a little bit during COVID. We did not have much movement. We have been working with our partners at Goodwill and TCA. Renee Gill-Pratt is our liaison for Goodwill. She was going to be here today, but she could not. We're looking at new ways. We had a meeting a week and a half ago. We had 65 participants from the space of reentry. So we're excited about what that restructuring looks like. Our next meeting will be held in December. And then in January, we plan to get together to have a strategic plan around reentry and the resources that we should be providing for our returning citizens. Promote evidence-based and data-driven practices in prevention, intervention, and community transformation, which is important. We held our summit in which some of you all were there with us in April at UMC. Thank you all that showed up and thank you all who supported from afar. It was very successful. And our partnership with Total Community Action developed comprehensive plan to advance racial equity through various forms of community engagement and driven analysis. TCA has been a great partner to us in this work, in this space. And we look forward to continuing that space as we have had our cohort being held at TCA. We just finished up last night where we had community input. We've had a number of traveling sessions dealing with racial and equity work. So I am very thankful to Thelma French and her team at TCA for actually wanting to be a partner in this very important work. All right, our next slide is going to be our 2024 goals. We will maintain allocating and monitoring federal and state victim service and criminal and justice block grants. We go after all the money we can possibly find that is out there available. When we find grants, we tend to try to write them, but we also pass that information on to our stakeholders, letting them know most of our stakeholders have grant writers, some do not. So we assist them with applying for grant funding. Coordinate full adoption of the new cloud interagency record system is very important. I've been working in the criminal justice space for the last 2 decades. The systems are still the same as when I started at NOPD in 1996. So that speaks volumes to where we are in 2024 with the same systems. So that is very important work, and I'm happy that that is underway. Supporting public safety agencies through interagency coordination. It is important. I've heard the question from the statement rather from Councilmember Green just a minute ago. Are you working with the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination? All I can say is we stand ready, available. We offer our services. We offer our time. All we can do is lead you to the water, but we can't make you drink it. So we have great participation from most of our stakeholders, but we do have the lack of urgency and the lack of respect for OCJC in the work that we do and the services that we can help provide to some of our stakeholders to help them in their work that they're doing.
Thank you. And that's about as diplomatic, I guess, as you can be to tell me what I had a premise relative to what's going on. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I don't make waves. I just want to do the work. I'm about the business, but I'm not going to continue to go through where we're there. My team, I have the best team in City Hall, and I tell them that every day because we're doing a lot of work and we just keep on moving, but we're doing the work because we know we want a better, safer communities for all of our citizens in New Orleans, and it takes all of us to do it together. And if what the old African proverb said, if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. So that's what I'm looking for in 2024 for all of us in the criminal legal system to get on the same page, working together. I know it's very difficult in this space because I am appointed and not elected, but I want to be able to work with everyone. And so far it's been great. It's not, but it's just a couple that fall along the wayside. So we're going to work on that. And as I stated before, our goals will continue to be supporting the reentry work and also the community engagement efforts with our criminal legal system and partnershiping with TCA. And now we'll get to our personnel, which we have a small but mighty team.
Commissioner Stevens, as you're getting that out, 2 things. One is I want to thank you for all your work on the juvenile probation parole diversion piece, and Kate too. I know we're getting ready to send a letter to the partners on rolling that out. As part of that, I thought there was supposed to be, and maybe it will be added, but somebody to help oversee kind of the deputy position.
Yes.
And the data analyst part.
Yes. So
Okay.
that's in, and we have Brandy here because I think it's we can get through this slide,
Yeah.
which is our actual, and it's pretty much the same. We have an office of total 9 people.
Okay.
My office is half unclassified and then half classified. So we're working through civil service to fill 2 of our classified positions for management development specialist and management development supervisor. And then on that note, we do have our budgeted for out of the ARPA money for the juvenile piece. The juvenile policy director, and in that space, we're also working to get a data person. Asia and I met on Monday to discuss what that looks like so that our offices can come together and figure out where it's going to best house. I think it will be best housed in her, but we're talking about the shift in that. But we definitely will be funding the data person and the juvenile policy person to go along with the 4.4 juvenile assessment center that we're looking to jumpstart.
Beautiful. Yeah, Councilmember Harris, thank you very much.
Yeah, on that point, Commissioner, do you all look at a data driven evaluation of best practices or programs that actually work?
Yes.
Can you tell us programs or give us a listing? You don't have to do it right now because I know we're running late. Programs that actually work, a success rate, recidivism rate. We kind of have that for juvenile programs, but I don't know that we have it for adult programs. And so I think making sure that we have that information, we can see what we should be funding and what might need to go by the wayside, or how we can prop those programs that don't work up.
Yes, absolutely. We'll get that to you.
Thank you.
And on the, going back to the budget summary for personnel, we had, well, that's the next slide. It's the variance. Okay, so we have projected for the actuals personal service 763. And then our variance is 14,319, and that is due to the 2.5% pay raises. And our breakdown on the other operating is as follows: it's the 810,000 that we fund for pretrial services out of criminal district court, 600,000 for the evening reporting center, and then 22,672 for office operation. And we're still working on our other operating as well as to spend down the one-time funds that we have received. And I did have some numbers on the pretrial and evening reporting center, but I'll just send those to you. We had some success rates. And as I stated to you before, after the last budget cycle, we hired Teresa McKinley as our data analytics, who's pulling all of our data for all of our programs and working to compile numbers and reports on a regular basis. You all should be getting the jail population on a weekly and monthly basis coming to your city emails. Yes. All right, so our one-time funding, nonprofit support appropriated was $475,000. Remaining is $475,000. We had the Covenant House. Was allocated 75,000. That was to hire a coordinator and a support and collaborative network of law enforcement, prosecution, non-governmental, labor, sexual trauma awareness and response, which is a STAR information, was allocated $100,000. CASA, $50,000. The Racial Equity and Cohort Grant, $250,000. And that was in coordination with our office and TCA. And also our juvenile legal system infrastructure. Juvenile probation and diversion appropriated 4.8, remaining is 4.4. The project updates instead was $400,000. And that contract is with, I'm going to turn it over to Brandy for further clarification because it has not been executed at this time.
It has. The CAO's office is managing that and we're waiting on invoices from them and they'll be rolled into the infrastructure that we're working on and we'll work with them as a partner in that project.
All right, and our next big one is juvenile probation and diversion, which is 4.4. million, and that work is in partnership with the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform under Dana Kaplan. And also thank you to Councilmember Jeruso for allowing the need for this money to be allocated so that we can move on. We're very excited about the assessment center. It is long overdue. So we will be working with your team and our stakeholders to continue those meetings that we've been having, and our anticipated date with contracting, RFPs and everything going out, especially with the contracting, it's around the end of May, June 1st of next year, because this money needs to be spent in a timely fashion. So we're moving along. We will be reaching out to you as well.
And a work plan will be in your inbox by end of business today.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to add that we did talk to, and I wanted to send a message from the ARPA team who wanted to let you know that they're eager also to work with this office on their projects and who's helping them to speed some things along, and they are very excited to get these projects rolling because they know they're very, very important projects as well.
More hands make for light work. Appreciate it.
And I want to make sure, Councilmember Jeruso, you understand we remove parole out of the work because we do not have jurisdiction over parolees. Only the state have jurisdiction. So I did not want any confusion with that. So it will be the Juvenile Probation and Diversion Program. All right. And our fund balance is the Victim Outreach Coordinator, which was appropriated 150. The youth program at the Keller Center and the youth mentoring program in District E. Just some updates on those three. We have Phil, the Victim Outreach Coordinator, Dr. Latasha Atkins, who is in the audience, started on June the 12th since our last budget meeting. The youth programming at the Keller Center worked with Councilmember Harris to reprogram those funds, moving those funds to parkways and parks and parkways. And the youth monitoring program for Councilmember Thomas's district that was allocated, we have moved those funds successfully to JJIC, as Deshelle Williams mentioned earlier. So that she has all the funding that was allocated to us for your programming. All right, and I want to just go back real quickly because I know Councilmember Green is going to ask about our victim and survivor service coordinator. She is here. She has begun mapping and landscaping. She's been holding quarterly meetings with our stakeholders, especially those that we fund with grant funding. She will be convening the next step with the partners and criminal legal system actors. But she has hit the ground running. We're happy she's on our team. And she's been working with the sheriff's office as it relates to making sure that the funding gets to those victims because, as I mentioned to you before, the victim fund is actually housed at the sheriff's office. That is where the state allocated those funds to. So she's been working with Captain Stephanie Mentos to make sure that all of our victims that we touch are eligible, are getting the funds that they need. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware. All right, that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
I appreciate that. I just wanted to let you know that I'm asking my fellow council members through a budget amendment to consider additional resources that would go directly to victims of crime. It would supplement what's being done at the sheriff's office, and it would be available to be controlled just to supplement what's going on. But I think that you certainly can't have more money than you need for all of the persons who have been victimized by crime. And you know, I just wanted to let you know that when you see it, it would be something that would be coordinated through your office. And it's not to, again, take away from what the sheriff's office is doing. It's just that I would like to see it done working with the Victims Outreach Coordinator, who has a direct line into even other organizations that don't get a lot of attention, you know.
Thank you. And that would be in line with what our thinking process has been, having done this work before as well. It would be great to have an emergency fund because what we find ourselves in when we having or when the police department is having to relocate victims, at that particular moment, where the money's coming from, gotta find a hotel for them, who's paying for it, baby need diapers, mom need clothes, so that all plays into that emergency fund. Like, you have a pot of money where you can actually help relocate a family that is in need at that particular time. So thank you for that.
And if it should be approved, through the process, that's exactly kind of the thing that I'd like to ask you to look at. How we can make support readily available on an emergency basis. And that's exactly what the purpose of it is. So I'll wait and see what the will of the council is relative to the entire budget. But, I think that is an area of victim support that we've kind of missed, which is, can we get something to them right away?
Yes.
So that it provides them with, relief.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Just wanted to read a statement that they were having difficulty getting through public comments. So the gentleman asked me if I would read it into the record. Robert Jones, Community Outreach Director for the Orleans Parish Public Defender's Office, supports the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, led by Ms. Tanisha Stevens and her team. Mr. Jones says he's worked with this office on several community engagement projects over the years, and now that work has served the essential needs of the community. He also says it's good having a centralized office working in these collaborative criminal justice efforts, and this office is dedicated to finding better solutions to make our city safe. And he stands by that work with that office and supports Ms. Stevens and her team in all that they do to make our community safe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, council member. I have a card too from Corey Turner with New Orleans Family Justice Center in support, just saying we support the work of the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination and their efforts to fund programs that provide services to survivors.
Thank
All
you.
right, 2 comment cards, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Abraham, and then we'll be at ease to take up GA.
So Mr. Burnside's burned out. I spent 13 hours sleeping last night, went to bed at 7 o'clock, woke up at 8. Thought I'd come in with some energy, and the Office of Family and something or another just sucked it right all out of me. So I don't have much for you, but I got a little bit, and I hope it doesn't come across as too bitter. And I can't follow the Councilman Green's rule and say nice things because I just don't have the energy for that either. Seems that you're operating, of course, you got budgeted like plus or minus 7 million and you spent plus or minus 2. There's a list of things we didn't do. Are there any repercussions or did it really not matter? Apparently in personnel services, we spent 750,000. And if we do the math, it comes out to 85K a position. But then if we take the 932 or 46, I can't think anymore, it comes out to 105K a position. So obviously there's either a position missing or everybody got a massive raise, but whatever the case is, it might be nice to comment about that. I look forward to data. It's nice to always have data. Sometimes data doesn't come to me because I don't have a city email. So if you thought maybe of committing a communication to the good people at the council, kind of like Dr. Oh God, help me! I can't fucking think. The health department person sends on homeless encampments. I read those and I find them important, and it might be nice to share that with the public. As far as numbers, we don't have a lot of them. For instance, you've got a 2024 department goal of supporting New Orleans Reentry Task Force to support returning citizens and reduce recidivism. We don't have any numbers at all. We don't have any money numbers. We don't have any numbers of potential candidates for help. We don't have an idea of how many people are coming into our city who might need the services. We don't know how many of them we could serve. We don't know a lot of things. And in the absence of knowing, we just have to trust. And it might be nice in religion to trust on the Lord, but when it comes trusting on people, maybe we should, like Reagan used to say, trust all you want, but verify, please.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Abraham.
First of all, thank you for your work. Think it's greatly appreciated. And definitely overlooked. One thing I did want to look at was total community action and how they plan to implement the comprehensive plan that you mentioned. And what is the community-based approach that y'all have lined up is one of the things I definitely want to hit on. This third thing is grant writing. Has grant writing been, since that has been an issue, has that been posted on the actual website concerning jobs? Because we understand that a lot of the nonprofits, they do struggle with grant writing that often talk with concerning funding. And has that been posted actually on the website concerning things? The other thing is civil service testing. Fulfilling a lot of the places, we know a lot of the understaffing needs that happens across government. What is the process for filling that? Because I know from what I studied concerning civil service, that some of the things that happen concerning filling that sometimes takes longer because of the amount of testing that happens in the city. I know based on the cross parishes, dealing with here in Orleans, we test the least, where Baton Rouge tests Monday through Friday, which is a big, vast difference concerning filling positions and getting this, correct staff numbers that we need here. So how is that for you all concerning civil service? And when you post that, how often is that? Well, how quickly is that all those positions filled is one of my things. So that's pretty much all I have for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham. All right, we appreciate, thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll let the machines catch up so we can take our break to go to GA. And then we'll call that to order. Okay, all right. See you soon. Man.
Ms. Curran, can you call this meeting to order?
This is the Government Affairs Committee. Roll call. Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Green. We have a quorum.
Great. The second item is approval of the minutes from the October 11th, 2023 GA meeting. I'll move. Can I get a second? Councilmember Jeruso seconded. All in favor? I need one more vote. Thank you. Item number 3 is ordinance calendar number 34470, an ordinance to provide for the establishment of the RD&I Municipal Economic Development District in the city of New Orleans, Louisiana, comprised of a movable property described in Exhibit B, designated the governing authority of the RD&I Municipal Economic Development District, providing for the publication of this ordinance and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, the reason for today's meeting is for GA to consider the ordinance as I just described. The ordinance creates a municipal economic development district called the RD&I Municipal EDD. One of the functions of this local EDD will be to approve a pilot for the new Shell building, the first Class A office building being added to the city since the 1980s. Freddie, were you born in 1980? 84, okay. Over the next 20 years, the city is estimated to receive over 25 million in additional tax revenue from the Shell project. Additionally, there's a direct economic impact of $412 million, 1,000 direct workers, and 127 million in household earnings to those workers. This is huge and exactly the kind of development that we seek to add in New Orleans. Mr. Burnside, I see you getting up because you're going to ask about the housing aspect of this project. I want to say that the River District promises to bring online hundreds of affordable housing units, 450 out of a total 900 residential units. We have RD&I folks here if you have a question for them. And I do want to make sure that it's clear, in light of the unclear news report that made the press this week, there's no backing down on the number of affordable units this development will provide. I have committed to that. The city has committed to that. And I know that the folks from RD&I have too. So today, this ordinance is one of the many steps that we're taking as a council to facilitate the River District neighborhood development. And at this point, if there are any questions, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Schwartz or the folks at RD&I. Any questions? Public comment? Mr. Burnside, you get 2 minutes.
This isn't to besmirch people whom I don't know, and I don't know the River District. But from my perspective, we went for a ride on the Browns Dairy. And we were promised a lot of things in this council chamber that turned out not to actually happen on the ground completely legally. There's no illegality at all. So I've noticed Councilman Jeruso has done this once or twice in the course of his career. He has put, and I don't have the right language because I'm not a lawyer and half my brain's gone right now. But he basically put some kind of legalese on the deed of the land, like you cannot use this for short-term rental. Whether you sell it, don't sell it, whether you're lying to us, telling us the truth or anything, there's a piece of paper somewhere that says anybody who reads this is under notification that you cannot do this here. Do we have any kind of deed restriction or any kind of guarantee that if these developers cannot make it work and sell their development rights to some other group who decides to come in and put a field full of short-term rentals, that we will still have some kind of affordable housing?
Good question, Mr. Schwartz. Or developers from RD&I.
Thank you so much, Jeff Schwartz, City of New Orleans. I think it's a point very well taken, and one that I think is what's most exciting about this project is that we are connecting at a district level economic development with community development and affordable housing creation, as you noted in your comments. I can let the developers speak to this, but both in the text amendment that has already been approved by CPC and council, there are there's guidelines around STR creation. And I think most importantly that all of the affordable housing units that are going to be created in the project will be done through low-income housing tax credits. And those transactions have a regulatory agreement that do run with the land. And so there will be ironclad commitments, not just on the part of the city, but also the investors in the project for the affordable housing creation.
That are on a piece of paper and that are enforceable.
Recorded, exactly.
Yes, and I will say that was something, Mr. Burnside, that I was really concerned with, and so we made it happen. So Jeff, thank you. I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? Aye. This will go on the consent agenda for Thursday's meeting. I move to adjourn the GA meeting, seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, as soon as we get the machines restarted, we'll go to Mr. Davis, do you want to go next? I mean, we have Office of Neighborhood Engagement, CORE, IGR. I just see people in the audience and I prefer to go in the order that suits the administration.
Typically, we cover
Okay, great. Come forward, please. Sure, we'll just let's change over, have a seat, and as soon as the machines get over.
Mayor's Corps.
All right, we'll check back in to budget hearings. Thank you to everybody for their patience. Mr. Davis, Mr. Walker, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You and to the council members present. I'm Clifton Davis. I'm the mayor's chief of staff. At the table with me is Jabari Walker, who is the deputy chief of staff. Within the mayor's corps are several departments, several offices, and the directors of those offices are probably making their way down. Although they won't be at the table, they will be available if council members have any questions in detail that they want to ask them. So with that, I'll get started, and I'm going to move a little differently just to, in the sake of being efficient.
Okay.
As I speak to our 2023 goals, once I complete that, I'll go right into our 2024 goals for the various offices. So starting with the office of the mayor, 2023 department goals, one of the first things that we took on last year, which was very big, was an interest in shoring up the police department. As we know, many communities around the country dealt with a spike in crime, and there was a move to really do a deep dive into what we could do to address that. Part of that involved bringing in consultants. What we learned from that was that there were some equipment shortages, some outdated equipment, as well as vehicle shortages. So one of the commitments was to invest in equipment upgrade. We invested $12.5 million to officers for recruitment and retention, because another issue that we noticed that everyone knows is that the staffing levels were down on the police department. Once again, a national problem that everyone is dealing with. So we had to address that as well. 12.5 million went to officers for recruitment and retention. In addition to that, money was invested from the ARPA funds into a upgrade in the fleet. Another goal for 2023 was to expand affordable housing. In the course of 2023, we released the housing plan RFP to address the housing crisis. Another goal was to continue leadership on climate change awareness and equity. We addressed this or attacked this through the mayor being a part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors and sitting on many panels. And in addition to being a member of Bloomberg's City Lab and the Mayor's Innovation Studio. Now for the mayor's office, our 2024 goals, engagement with national and international partners for resources and for establishing beneficial partnerships. Additionally, we want to continue to guide the departments to provide better outcomes for our citizens and improve their quality of life. All right, moving on to intergovernmental relations. One of the goals for intergovernmental relations in 2023 was to pursue state and federal funding for infrastructure. In that vein, we were able to secure $2 million from the EPA for NSA cleanup. In addition to that, we were able to secure $3.9 million from the EPA for solid waste infrastructure for recycling for communities grant. Further, we were able to secure $93.35 million in state capital outlay funding. Now that included P1, P5, and cash. The breakdown of that $93.35 million was $52.3 million in P1, $33.7 million in P5, and $7.35 million in cash. Another goal for 2023 was to build capacity for equitable governance. In that vein, we brought on or filled the position of the Office of Human Rights and Equity. We onboarded Kalita Lloyd earlier this year. one of the things or the importance of that department is, or the purpose for that department is seek to include, make sure that the city is inclusive and reaching out to all communities. One of the ways we wanted to do that was to increase investment in data collection. Another thing that we wanted to do with regards to the Office of Human Rights and Equity was to make sure that we provided a language access to various communities of the city. So there's been an investment in that and the data collected necessary to do that. The third goal of intergovernmental relations was to activate and reactivate our sister city agreements. We have several throughout the globe, and the IGR team has been very good about maintaining those relationships, developing those relationships and seeking new ones. I think we saw some dividends in that with the exchange between some of our New Orleans musicians performing in international jazz festivals. And just recently, a few months ago, we had our International Arts Fest where some of the connections that we made through the Sister City Agreement came to the city and performed. All right. Goals for IGR, Intergovernmental Relations, for 2024. One of the goals, and I spoke to it a few minutes ago, is to utilize the Office of Human Rights and Equity to implement a citywide language access program along with cultural access training. So, council member, I see you guys. Look, I don't know if I'm kind of confused the way I'm moving around, but what I did was, instead of doing all of the 2023 progress, as I speak to a department's 2023 goals and progress, then I go straight into 2024 goals with that same department. Okay, all right. Another goal of intergovernmental relations is to implement a municipal ID program. Purpose of that is to remove barriers for residents to obtain ID for access to jobs, housing, quality of life resources, and increase access to other city services. Another goal is to engage new state leadership and federal partners to gain additional resources for the city. As we know, there's been a change in administrations in the state, and I think there's going to need to be a focus on establishing relationships and also the council and the administration moving together to make sure that the outreach is consistent and that we're on the same page in an attempt to get these resources. All right, moving on to the comms department, communications. 2023 goals for the Office of Communications was to return to weekly mayoral briefings, purpose being to provide real-time access to city government information. I thought that was important, or the belief was that that was important to keep the public updated on various things, including the utilization of ARPA funds, to provide public safety updates, to talk about the status of anything from crime to weather to severe weather, but just to keep the public updated and for the mayor to be present. Second goal for 2023 was to continue public education on the climate change challenges. I think we met that, and I think you can see that from what we experienced in August and September with the unprecedented heat wave, activation of cooling centers. It was very important to be very consistent in messaging to the public and providing information to them. So, goal of 2023 was also for the comms department to utilize different methods and modes of communication, whether that be social media, using a government access channel, using YouTube channels, but just providing multiple outlets or utilizing multiple outlets to reach the residents of our community. And I would say for communications department, our 2020 goals for the most part, without going through each one specifically, is to build upon those things that we did in 2023. The need to communicate, finding new ways to communicate, being effective in communication is pretty consistent all throughout, regardless of the year. All right, next moving to the Office of Neighborhood Engagement. Office of Neighborhood Engagement, as you know, it's I think that's one of the most powerful tools that we have in the city, in that they actually bridge the gap between the community and the government, be it the council and the administration. It's a way for us to engage with them, a way for the city to engage with them, and to actually help remove some of the mystery of how government works and gets them involved. So their 2023 goals, one of the first goals was to increase effectiveness of response to neighborhood priorities. I think they addressed this in several ways. The first was through the Neighborhood Cares Initiative events held. We know that those were held in all 5 council districts. Some of the activities that were associated with that were cleanups, giveaways, as well as resource fairs. The records show that they had more than 2,000 attendees to that event over the course of last year. Another tool that was utilized was the community office hours, providing community office hours. That provided residents with opportunities for direct dialogue with city staff, whether it was issues with or being available to answer questions about how to move throughout the city, whether it's permitting, whether it's trash, whatever, but just spreading out into the neighborhoods. And I believe we had 1,100 residents thus far that have utilized the community office hours. Second goal of 2023 was to build trust between leaders and city government. Neighborhood engagement achieved that through the City Leadership Academy. That is an 8-week program providing residents with an in-depth look at city government. Thus far, we've had 55 graduates of the Civic Leadership Academy. Another tool was holding faith-based events. We've had 3 events over the last year with over 300 leaders in attendance. Another goal for 2023 was to maximize community participation in programs and initiatives. I believe it was last month or maybe the month before, time runs together, but we had the largest neighborhood summit event yet. There was over 1,200 residents that attended. Neighborhood Summit is a 1-day professional development conference, connects neighborhood leaders, provides opportunities to develop skills, and increase access to information. Also in 2023, neighborhood engagement saw the largest neighborhood leaders roundtable yet. More than 700 residents attended that. And the topics for the roundtable was public safety, infrastructure, and quality of life. So for 2024, neighborhood engagement's goals are to expand opportunities for neighborhood leaders to engage with city decision makers, to further grow partnerships between city government and neighborhoods, to increase effective responsiveness to neighborhood leaders in city government, to continue to build trust between neighborhood leaders and city government, and to maximize participation in city programs. All right, moving to the Office of Community of Assets and Investments. Their 2023 goals was to continue coordination with city departments and partner agencies to support land use and housing strategies to ensure all residents live in neighborhoods that are vibrant, thriving, and amenity rich. To that end, in 2023, they submitted master plan FLUM amendments, future land use amendments to support housing and economic development. They've worked with our council partners on community solar text amendments, EV charging text amendments, domestic violence and emergency shelter text amendments, as well as the establishment of a housing trust fund. We've also developed further policy and strategies to address vacant, overlooked, and underutilized properties and turning them into community assets. In doing this, we established a partnership with NORA to initiate redevelopment. An example would be 1141 Esplanade Avenue as one of those projects. Another goal for 2023 was a launch of a public-facing dashboard that spoke to affordable housing inventory and to document the city's investment in affordable housing development and inform internal decision-making regarding priorities for investment. In doing so, they work with the Office of Community Development and the Office of Performance and Accountability to create a public-facing dashboard of city-funded emergent affordable housing. Some of the Office of Community Assets and Investments goals for 2024 is to release the housing ecosystem strategy. Purpose is to create a long-term strategy for how the 4 public agencies that work on housing can work together to provide recommendations to build and preserve affordable housing. Another goal for 2024 is to adopt the pending master plan amendments and other land use strategies to support housing and other community serving uses. Another goal is to launch a dashboard to track affordable housing developments receiving low income housing credits. Additionally, OCAI will continue to work with NORA to redevelop vacant city properties for community use. So with that being said, I will move into our FTEs for the Office of the Mayor for 2024. We have 45.49 FTEs budgeted. And in getting to the proposed budget for 2024, total amount requested is $8,154,000. Of that, $6,068,051 is for personnel services, and other operating is $2,086,814. So that concludes the presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Anybody on the dais? No, we all look pretty satisfied. Mr. Burnside, since it's all combined, we'll have one comment. Thank you, Mr. Davis and Mr. Walker, for being here. I appreciate it. And just before you speak, obviously there are a lot of people who go into that. We thank all the people who are in these departments for their work. Thank you.
So at the beginning, you said something about $12.5 million for distributed among officers, and I thought maybe some more NOPD money's not in the NOPD budget. But then when we go to other operating, we don't have 12.5 million. So maybe you're just advocating that it was a good thing that NOPD did that. So I would like to see the housing plan. If it was online where I could go find it, that might be good. Language wise, I don't know what a P1, P5, and I do know what cash is, or at least I think I do. But it'd be nice to know really what we got from the state compared to what they were giving away and what other people got, like maybe Baton Rouge or something. I don't know. As far as the neighborhood office engagement, they engage with me often and they I chew up a lot of their time. So I want to thank them. I go to Lions Center and harass Kevin a lot. I go to the Civic Leadership Academy and harass Stephen a great deal. And I got some grants from a name Mr. Smart. So that was very generous of him. As far as the rest of it goes, I think the city funded affordable housing unit counts and affordable terms would be good to see online because we seem to be paying $600,000 for one property and the developer's only putting in $300,000 of that. And it'd be nice to know where the other $300,000 per property for 20 properties and the lower 9 is gone because it's $6 million. And it's just, I believe personally, being pissed into the wind. On the other hand, it's good to see the Louisiana Firehouse is finally being taken care of through the work of Nora and through the work of the city. It's good to see 7 apartments on top and 1 commercial unit on the bottom. I'd like to advocate to Councilperson Giarrusso and others the importance of having housing physically attached to places of work rather than having to rely on an interstate system that may or may not be the best choice. Given the change in governorship, I'm sure you're thinking about changing lobbyists, so I won't beat that to death. And as far as the rest of it goes, it turns out that this year you're spending $120K per FTE, and next year you're going to be spending $130K for FTE, which is fine. And there's a red light, and I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Abraham?
Thank you very much. Definitely for the neighborhood summit, excellent job. So much improvement, definitely dealing with the last one. I would like to address one of the assets dealing with New Orleans for Lincoln, dealing with Lincoln Beach, concerning the parking lot, ensuring that the future use of the parking lot is used for parking. Matter of fact, we might need extended parking concerning that area because that will be the main beach for that area. And so we have community members that are concerned concerning the use of the property there. We want that to be identified and on record. The second thing I would like to deal with is affordable housing. Is a lot of the stigma that's behind affordable housing is because we haven't utilized other plans such in other areas of economic development in states like Florida that actually partner tech development and tech entrepreneurs and mix concerning in those affordable housing. So it allows additional funding for that area for affordable housing, but also helps to fund entrepreneurial activities within that area. And I think that's something that's being overlooked. The other thing I would like to point out is my question behind the Brazil sister city, because it was announced around June 22nd, around 2021, and I haven't heard anything else concerning that. That would be the second largest trade partner in the history of Louisiana. They're one of the second trade partners in the United States, still behind Mexico. Mexico just had a major investment from China, and China is utilizing a lot of the free trade zones in Mexico right now. And so us not having a sister city that deals with trade, especially specifically with Rio de Janeiro, would be a big, big mistake. And I think that needs to be looked at concerning how we trade, especially since we already do business with them dealing with wind technology with GNO Inc. That's pretty much the main 3 that I want to deal with. Thank you so much for your time.
Councilmember Green.
So much to do, but we're going to have a busy year. But I do want to take an opportunity to ask the Office of State Relations this is a very district-oriented request, so let's get the Almanasta Bridge done. All right, 2024. I know you can do it. Just call them. We got a new governor. At the end of the day, it's a very important project for development along that important corridor that's New Orleans East and District D. New businesses are coming into play, but it's also a transportation route that, if it were open, could really help develop along Almanasta at a time when we have businesses coming, Terviva and a couple of others. And I come in contact with a lot of agencies of the governor, of the government, and of the mayor's office. But I do want to put in a plug for an office that I work with often, and I just want to say thank you to the Office of Neighborhood Engagement. Just like last night, I was at a meeting relative to the development of the DeSay Bridge. There was a good public turnout, but the public leaves feeling that the Neighborhood Engagement Office personnel are motivated to assist and share information. I thought the neighborhood summits that I've attended were great, especially the last one at the convention center. It also gives me a chance to say to members of the public, you've had multiple opportunities to engage directly with department heads. You have an opportunity to go to the library near you in my district 3 times a week to meet with personnel who might be able to help you. But it wouldn't be enough if they were just there and they weren't as motivated as they are. So with all of the officers that are represented and all of the work that we have to do, I just want to say that the Office of Neighborhood Engagement and to the mayor, you can speak to her directly on this one and say, I, as a council member, a district council member, am pleased that I have the opportunity to say to the public that there are a lot of opportunities to meet with people who can help you. And one of those offices that provides direct assistance and information that does so very well is the Office of Neighborhood Engagement. So I'd like to share that information with you and everyone associated with that office. And everybody else, I appreciate the work. I point them out because especially last night, that was an example of why. It was a meeting that could have been tense. People had opinions relative to the development of a new structure over Bayou St. John, but because information was provided and sincerity was in place, which is what I find with neighborhood engagement often. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
All right.
All right, Homeland Security is up next. Mr. Burnside, New Orleans Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness or NOSEP.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hang on one second, Councilmember Harris, my quick comment.
I just want to say I appreciate your hair flare. That's it.
Not to promote any businesses, it's Lab and Lounge, hair tinsel.
One day we'll have to tell you about Glittergate during Mardi Gras.
It's true, Glittergate twenty twenty-two.
Some of our public safety counterparts don't appreciate the glitter.
Oh, you laugh, but it was a headache then.
Councilmember Thomas?
No, I just thought before we started, Homeland Security, Colin could give us an update. You know, you and I talked about the smoldering fire. I coordinated a meeting with yourself, fire department, federal officials.
Which was very much appreciated.
We got Senator Bowie involved. And since then, the Corps is involved now. They've put almost a third of it out. Not to knock the state, but I don't think we were getting correct information. But just for you to give the.
Yes, sir.
Since that meeting, we've had movement and we've had more resources involved. So just for the citizens.
Well, and so we're covered under the state's heat wildfire declaration from earlier this year. Obviously, I wanted to point out that I really appreciate you pointing out or having that meeting. I think we were able to clear some things up, and I think it did open maybe somewhat of a little bit of a log jam in a certain respect. So we have 9 pumps out there right now with an additional 2 that we can either use or use to replace any pumps that might go down because
the Corps donated 5 pumps.
That's 6. We've got several from Sewage and Water Board as well, and 1 from the property owner. So there's 9 out there. It's about 1.5 million gallons an hour that's being poured into the area. I'm sure you maybe have seen some of the photos. If not, I'm happy to share. It is starting to look like Lake Thomas out there, and that's what we're going to name it. But it is making a remarkable impact, I believe, on that fire just in this last few days. We're going to continue that through the weekend. There is some more work to be done on the canal on the west side with the State Agriculture and Forestry to open that up a little more. It's essentially a ditch. It's not really a canal. We want to get more water in there so we can potentially move some pumps or put some more pumps on the west side of the fire. But yes, there was an incident yesterday that I'm aware of that and I believe this is from the fire being fought. It's not going to give up easily, but it did come to ground and actually visible flames. And OFD did a very valiant job of addressing that. And I think that we will see as more water is put into there, some challenges just with getting the fire's not going to go out easy, but they're going to continue to fight it. And I think that I think they've turned a corner on it, and I think that you've seen that from some of the most recent photos.
Well, nature's gonna do what she wants to
That's right.
do. It would have been nice if we could have held up our hand and stopped Katrina. Or if the resources of a small city or state could have stopped the greatest natural disaster. But conspiracies abound.
Yeah.
And the important thing, Councilmember Jeruso, is that for anyone who thought that a local fire department and a property owner had the resources to deal with a 200-acre fire, after we had already found out in a state that has experienced more wildfires than it's ever had, that a local community would have that capacity. They're just dealing with conspiracies. They're not dealing with the realities. The reality was that in where we came together was sometimes the best work is behind the scenes.
That's right.
Not in front of the public, blaming people or talking about what you want to do. What had to happen was there had to be a coordination with LIC. We got Senator Bowie involved. I think Director Arnold started to realize that some of what the state was saying was not actually accurate. We got together with our federal partners, and now at least there's more than a level of containment. A third of it has been put out. Now, the fire nature is going to fight back. So now the question is, how effective will it be? Hopefully, we get some rain. But then you're going to have to deal with as the fire smolders. As you put more water on it, smoke is a byproduct of extinguishing a fire. So that won't be a conspiracy. That'll actually be, it won't be fortunate, but the smoke will actually be a byproduct of extinguishing it. Is it right that we have to live with it? No. Does it affect me in terms of how I breathe? I had issues from Hurricane Katrina, from going in and out of water and molding houses, right? I actually won an award from the NFL for search and rescue. I never bragged about that or told the public that before, but there's just so much misinformation of people trying to make the public think that nothing is being done, that it's unfair to the people who suffer with respiratory stuff. It's unfair to the people with the challenges who really want to know that everybody's really working together. States should have played a more prominent role. States should not have waited around for a local community or a property owner to deal with something beyond their resources. But fortunately now, since that meeting, we see some progress. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Director Arnold. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing us the time to come and present our budget for 2024. We're obviously, we want to roll through our budget relatively quickly and give you the most time for questions that you have. So for progress on our 2023 goals, as far as emergency, first of all, let me introduce my staff. I have my Deputy Director, Rich Chapman. I have our Communications Director, Anna Wynn, and I have our Hazard Mitigation Administrator, Austin Feldbaum, and of course, my boss, the Director Chief, John Thomas. As far as our 2023 goals, obviously, we want to continue to provide a high level of service to our public. We feel we've done that through numerous challenges this year, from extreme cold in the beginning of the year, extreme heat. This summer clearly was an eye-opener for everyone. Obviously, our saltwater intrusion, tornadoes, the wildfire, and all the special events that we support with our public safety partners. We anticipate no differences in 2024. And in fact, if we look at the schedule, the earnest planning for Super Bowl 59 has already started taking place with biological warfare watch, chemical defense watch, bombing prevention trainings, and our federal partners have already engaged in starting that process, but it will come with the NFL into full progress in 2024, and we anticipate a lot of commitment to spending time to plan for Super Bowl 59, and also responding obviously to all of the incidents and events that happen in this city that we respond to. We developed a series of training for reserve employees that may be activated during emergencies. This can be radio training, emergency preparedness training, and we have a large-scale emergency resource center exercise that we're going to do in December. It's actually been rescheduled twice due to other incidents, mainly the heat, saltwater intrusion and the fire. One thing, and I'm hesitant to put things into green that I don't think are fully completed. Our planning with our city assisted evacuation and potential refuge plan is not complete. And I would say that we've done a lot of work towards that. I think there's still some mass care coordination that we want to put together. And quite frankly, we have to look at every disaster, not only here, but around the country and around the world when we develop these plans. I'll tell you that I have very serious concerns, and I've heard it echoed by council members here, about Hurricane Otis in Acapulco and a rapid intensifying storm in 12 hours that went from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in 12 hours. That's unheard of. These are the types of things that we want to continue to refine in 2024 in developing those plans. And then obviously a big part of our agenda and a big part of our priority for this office is vulnerable populations and those with disabilities, our seniors, and those with language and access needs. You know, we're continuing to work on our 5-year strategic plan, addressing these things. We have 2 new emergency managers. Thank you to the council as part of our mass care coordination and also our access and functional needs coordination. Both those positions are filled, and we look forward to continuing to work with them. We just placed a large order, in fact, for additional supplies for evacuation and sheltering that we may need next year. And I'd also like to point out that during the heat emergency, we worked very closely with the Office of Homeland Services and Strategy and Nate Fields. That's just been a really good experience for us, and it was challenging this summer, but you know, it was all hands on deck, particularly dealing with our unhoused community during the heat.
I want to personally say thank you. I was out there at the warehouse and gave out water just a day, but I know it was brutal out there, and I know that y'all really supported that effort, so thank you.
We feel really lucky. We were able to come together with some things about getting water out for folks, and then a pretty innovative idea. We had, because of the Hollywood strike, we had a lot of film support, local companies that were out of work. We were able to work with one of those to develop the cooling tent program. They have the materials that they use for movie sets all the time, and they're sitting there idle. So we were able to engage them and actually set up every day tents at the different encampments, large tents that had AC, which I think was really helpful and is something that we can build on in the future. But thank you, council member. As far as public engagement for our department goals, we obviously, we've accomplished our goals that we had for 2023, other than our small business resilience program, what we're calling Partners in Preparedness. I know Anna is really keen on this, and I'm very serious about making this program work for our businesses in our community, particularly small businesses. The fact of the matter is we need an employee to really, a business continuity planner to actually work with our community, develop this program fully. We've asked for that this year, and it was one of the positions that that has been indicated by my budget that we will get, but I want to make sure everyone's tracking that. We want to continue to provide the services we provide. We can do that with the staff we have, but we also want to grow. And to do that, we did ask for 3 additional positions this year. One of those positions is a business continuity planner. I think it's critical for us to get that program off the ground. And I think it can help not only in the emergency preparedness aspect of this, but with economic development, the nighttime economy operation, and just in general, our ability to work with the business community in New Orleans. And so I think that employee, we can when we can bring that person on board, we'll be able to go full speed in 2024 with our small business program. Other than that, enhancing the volunteer program, that we're constantly working on that. Anna has worked very hard on a post-emergency canvas operation, what we're calling PICO. We used that during the Algiers tornado, and also the city's first Mardi Gras recycling initiative, Recycle That, which will be on track again for this year, with over, I believe it was tons of aluminum, glass, and beads and throws, almost 12,000 pounds of beads and throws alone that were collected thanks to the public and our teams and our volunteers helping out with that. And then expanding accessibility through communications and outreach are very important to us. We've got some very exciting things that we're looking at for 2024, including sign language alerting. It's a thing. We're looking at it. We're having a demo next week on it. It can work with our current message notification system. So there's a potential, in addition to all the work we're doing with Spanish and Vietnamese alert translations, we believe that we can actually be one of the first cities in the country to have emergency alerts in American Sign Language. And I watched a little bit of a demo on it online with my team, and I'm very impressed. It's another way that we can reach a community that has been historically underserved. As far as hazard mitigation, the only thing really outstanding from 2023 was funding and implementing Hurricane Ida recovery projects. I would just add that I think we all know here that these deadlines for funding opportunities with the federal government shift and expand and get extended quite often. And I think that that's really the only thing we're waiting on is the deadlines. Deadlines for submittal of projects. Austin's been working very closely with other departments, including resilience and sustainability and capital projects on these hazard mitigation funding opportunities post Ida. It's just the money has not really been forthcoming yet on that. You know, one thing I'd like to point out too is Austin's doing a lot of work right now with solar, and we think that that is an area that in the future we really want to dive into, and currently working with the Department of Energy and Entergy New Orleans with the Sanchez Center in the lower 9th Ward on developing a microgrid project there, which is very exciting for us. We're excited. We're looking forward to more to come on that project. As far as our 2024 department goals for next year, obviously we want to continue to provide that level of service that you as council and the public, as it has, I hope, come to expect from us, and we want to continue to do that. Again, the mass care coordination is something that needs to be built out. We have our mass care coordinator identified and on staff, and we're going to develop a branch for that coordination. And I think what you'll see is, particularly with the rise of the rapidly intensifying storms that we've talked about, is a greater capacity for New Orleans to refuge or shelter its own population when needed. And that's what our project is with that. We are managing the build out and delivery of 2 rapid response command vehicles. These are Sprinter vans. They will be utilized by all public service agencies, police, fire, and EMS when needed. I would point out that the Sprinter van is a 21-foot vehicle. We're all familiar with what they are, but the importance for this for us is New Orleans is a city with a lot of beautiful trees that tend to hang over our streets. Anytime you see these large command buses move around the city, it's a challenge. I look out at the fire in New Orleans East as an example. That would be an ideal place to have a smaller incident command vehicle. And that's exactly what we're trying to identify with these. This is actually funding from this year. However, due to COVID, the after effects of COVID with manufacturing, and also, quite frankly, the strike with the auto workers, getting those vehicles in has been a challenge, but we anticipate those being delivered by June of next year. So we're excited about finishing the build out and the delivery and design of those. And then another thing I'm very excited about is we're partnering with our vendor Rave Mobile Safety that does our mobile alerts. And we're developing a smartphone application for all city employees. We're going to have that as a place where we can have a repository for all types of city information, whether it be forms, whether it be procedures, policies, particularly geared in the initial towards emergency procedures. We know that when we get people hired here at the building, they get a little flip book, a City Hall evacuation guide type book. We want to have all that at the palm of your hand in a smart device. And also phase 2 of that would be developing that app for our Reserve to Essential Employee program, where people can get their training, they can sign in, they can sign out, and document their work during disasters, which I think is going to be important. So we're excited about that application capability. As part of that application, we will also have all city employees will have access to the Rave panic button, which we believe is a force multiplier, both in the office or work setting if something is observed to be wrong, or in their own personal lives. If they see something, say something, this will be an automatic conduit to 911 on every city employee's phone, which I think is valuable. And then all city computers, laptops, desktops will all have emergency alert notification capability on it. We'll be able to take over the screen and flash any emergency information to an employee immediately. We noticed this obviously for active shooter and active aggressor preparedness, workplace violence, and of course the cyber attack, where we actually had to send out a message telling all of our employees to step away from their computers, to try and limit the amount of impact that the cyber attack was going to have on us. This would be something we'd be able to put right through their screen, right as they're working, almost like an alert. It is an emergency alert basically from there. So we're excited about these technology upgrades that we'll put online in 2024. Public engagement, like I said, we really want to do our partners in preparedness effort with economic development to increase business resiliency, particularly with our small businesses. We are developing community preparedness and emergency response pilot program in partnership with community-based organizations. We're modeling this off, what you've seen with projects like Community Lighthouse and others. And again, the accessibility, our alerts in Spanish, Vietnamese, and we're looking seriously at sign language as well. For the hazard mitigation plan, that the time is approaching. I always have to sympathize a little with Austin. He gets a hazard mitigation plan done, and then it seems like 5 years passes really quickly, and we have to do another update for that. He'll be working on that. Implementing those Hurricane Ida recovery projects that I talked about earlier, and developing a heat adaptation plan with the Office of Resilience and Sustainability and the Health Department. And I appreciate Councilmember Moreno's interface with this and the council's interface with this to get this done. What I will say is we're also going to collaborate with other departments and boards on all these regional mitigation projects dealing with climate, saltwater, heat, cold, fires, everything we've learned this summer. There's going to be a lot of work on the back end of this, particularly with Sewage and Water Board, with the saltwater wedge, to develop regional strategies and plans to prevent these things from happening again. Our office is positioned to certainly offer the assistance needed, particularly with the grant process, to make sure that everybody's on track and submitting their projects in a timely and efficient manner and getting these projects done. But what I will say is the second of the 3 employees that I've requested this year is a hazard mitigation specialist to support Austin's team. It's a mighty team of 3. We'd like to make it a mighty team of 4. That is a position that has been vacant since before COVID. We left it vacant after the budget reductions were asked for. Everyone was asked to make a 25% budget reduction. We made a 30% budget reduction in NOSEP, and I'd like to see a dividend on that with the hazard mitigation specialist that we're asking for. That was the second of 3 employees. The third of the 3, quite frankly, is another public information officer and a digital content person, same position. Someone to support Anna. I don't know if people realize that when NOLA ready alerts go out, it is Anna that's doing them. It's a human being. We want to continue to provide that service. We will continue to provide that service, but in order to expand that service, especially if we're talking about translations, sign language and other things, and trying to just break into more opportunities to serve and help, we need another person for that. And so that would be the third of the 3 positions that we have requested this year. And so our budget reflects essentially the same budget as last year with, and you'll note their new positions that I'm anticipating is the 3 positions we've asked for. Our budget has been increased enough to essentially hire those 3 positions. And that's pretty much, I think, the priority for this office for next year is to continue what we're doing, branch out into the new arenas that I've talked about here, and to expand those with the addition of some additional help. And I'll point out, if I think Councilmember Harris might have stepped out, but she absolutely is critical to me this year in helping get a pay study by civil service for my classified employees. I can't tell you the level of appreciation I have for that, for her looking out for a department like mine. And I can't tell you how much appreciation my employees had both to me, which I have to deflect because it was all Councilmember Harris, and I'm very appreciative of that. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Why don't we go to public comment? There might be a couple comments from the dais afterwards. So Mr. Burnside, Mr. Abraham. Thank you.
A lot of good things to hear. I'm glad that you're preparing for the next salt wedge. I'm sure it's coming. And I'm very glad to hear about the film tents where you can have air conditioning for homeless people inside. It was generous and kind of you. And it's good to hear about federal grants. I hope you're getting a lot of them for Super Bowl 59 because I did some math earlier on some other person's presentation. And right now, I currently believe that as far as the city receiving actual tax money from visitors, aka tourists, we only get $20 from each one of them. So a lot of visitors can come and we could still not have a heck of a lot of city money to be spending on what is essentially federal security issues. I would appreciate you considering putting the Rapid Response Command Vehicle for NOPD and NOPD's budget, because as I've gone through the life here, I've noticed that everybody gives a little bit to NOPD, but it doesn't always come into my mind the full size of NOPD's complete incoming revenue streams. It is pleasant and unusual to see that the FTE cost remains exactly the same. And I say pleasant because this has not been true mathematically of any other work I've done, but it's also unpleasant because we had a year where there was an 8% inflation rate. And I don't believe a 2.5% pay raise is sufficient to cover a 5% loss in purchase power. The Civic Leadership Academy exists and it's a good thing and people should go and apply for it. The Citizens Police Academy exists. It's a surprisingly good thing for a person who doesn't really have a full loving relationship with police yet. And but there's no Citizens Fire Academy that I'm aware of, no Citizens EMS Academy that I'm aware of, and certainly no Citizens National Security or anything else. So you guys may want to think about all those things because it's a yellow light.
Yeah.
And
big. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I made sure to lean over and tell Councilmember Harris.
I've been able to talk to her privately,
I know.
but I want to acknowledge it publicly
know,
because it was huge for my office.
Yeah.
And I can't express that more vociferously. I will say to Mr. Burnside's comment, we do have the NOLA Ready Volunteer Corps. You can find out more at ready.nola.gov. We are actively pursuing volunteers of any shape or form that want to come and assist us. We provide training. I think that at least from the folks I talk to and I'm able to go out and speak to our volunteers, extremely rewarding and valuable experience by all, both for our public safety members who are volunteers, I believe are a force multiplier, and also for the volunteers themselves, of course. You know, they keep coming back. Many of them, they volunteer a lot. And so we're extremely excited about that. And the next volunteer opportunity, I believe, will be the Emergency Resource Center exercise. Well, we'll be having folks come and assist us with staffing the resource center. And again, that's working with our rec centers in Nord and CEO Larry Barabino Jr. to really prepare our residents for the potential for longer term power outages, disasters, and sheltering. And that's what this is about.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Abraham.
All right, thank you so much. One, for your effort for the language access program. I think that's excellent. I work a lot. I'm in District E, so I work a lot dealing with Kai and TAP and everybody from our Vietnamese neighborhood, just to, just to strengthen in our diversity here in our city in New Orleans. One of the things that I did want to hit on was the city assisted evacuation plan. I think the cooling center that is in District E is one of the furthest locations from any of the other places. So I think there needs to be another plan concerning evacuation and assisted location concerning there in District E. Because when I've done the studies and looked over, it literally would take you about 30 minutes. A person needs to get to a center to actually get to where you need to go. And that's if you don't have traffic. So I think the logistics needs to be worked out a little bit more concerning that plan layout. The other thing that I also wanted to look at is concerning, have y'all considered boats concerning rescue? In the lower 9, when they flooded in lower 9, they had to have boat rescue. Cajun Navy had to come through. So depending, having a Homeland Security department to actually have boats, because District E is one of the most flood prone areas listed by NASA's map. NASA map actually has that as purple along that area, along Haynes, other portion of the lower 9. And so having actual boats and allocating funding for that to be done is going to be very important. I would also consider Verizon has an Innovative Villages program concerning actual utilizing of broadband technology, which we talk about concerning state, and then with the gumbo program and broadband affordability, and partnering that, letting that intersect concerning us dealing with our rescue and front lines. It needs to be done. We're utilizing technology anyway. If we're a world-class city, we need to start utilizing our technology and ensuring that we're ahead of the game. And I think you're already doing a great job concerning that. And then my last part is would y'all consider concerning the stadium there in District E, and that being one of these centers being placed in? Joe Brown Park has already been, I mean, based on the numbers in District E, is one of the largest districts. Why not utilize the stadium that we're having and have actually think about concerning budget, concerning a covering for that location to be evacuation point there? It would make more sense. It's higher above the ground concerning floors, and that can be looked at concerning that plan and strategy. So thank y'all so much. You have a great time this much.
Thank you.
If I could address, that's some great comments. And the unfortunate thing about these presentations is this, a lot of times I hear things, and fortunately from the public, that I failed to mention. Very notable about District E, we are working with some private partners. Our issue out there, and we very much recognize that we want more ability to serve such a large district and such a large area of our city. Our limitation is city facilities. So what we've done is reached out to groups like Mary Queen of Vietnam Church and others to try and develop community partners where we can build some of these opportunities to have emergency resources distributed to the public. And we're going to continue to do that throughout the city. The District E, to the gentleman's point, is absolutely a large district and crucial that we get in there. Regarding the broadband question, we were able to recently purchase 7 Starlink units, government Starlink units. These are pretty much impervious to any type of technological challenge as far as power outages and communications outages. This will provide satellite internet for city government use during disasters. And 7 is just the start. We're going to try, I would like to try and get up to 12 to 20 units. But, obviously as budgets allow, we will do that. But those are currently being delivered. On the boat topic, we have numerous boats throughout the city. Police, fire, and EMS all maintain them. And in fact, we just purchased, I believe, 12 boats this year, inflatable boats for EMS and fire predominantly, because we had some boats at end of life. So we're able to kind of rebuild that supply and add some to it. So to the gentleman's point, boats are a critical part of our disaster response planning.
Well, Con, I just want to say thank you to you and your team. And I mean this in the nicest way possible. We asked NOSEP what time it is, and you all tell us how to make the watch. And so
Sorry about that.
No, we love it. We appreciate it. I think we've stressed how important communication is, and obviously in your plan is all the things you are thinking to do forward, but also with Anna and everybody else who does the NOLA Ready work. It truly is fantastic. So we just want to say thank you very much from all of us. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to NOLA Ready, Ms. Wynn, your team, helping in Tremay Center. When we have our storm preparation meetings, helping in Algiers, the saltwater, calling the saltwater wedge meetings in Algiers were very helpful.
We had a good night that night, didn't we?
And to a lesser degree in on the East Bank, it kind of the fear had kind of subsided by them on the East Bank, but you all have always been there when we call. Each council district, always ready to help out, so we definitely appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, Office of Resiliency and Sustainability. All right,
Good.
yeah, floor is
Yes,
yours.
I think I said this last year, but last but not least, right?
Yes, correct.
All right.
Now we're continuing the small but mighty theme.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, good afternoon, council members. It's a pleasure to be with you here to talk about the work of the Office of Resilience and Sustainability. I'm Greg Nichols. I'm the Deputy Chief Resilience Officer, and I lead ORS. I'll start with our progress on our 2023 goals. 2023 was a very productive year for our office as we ramped up our staffing with 2 new full-time staff to lead our policy work in energy and transportation. And I'd like to thank not only our new team members, but the entire ORS team for their hard work to reduce our carbon emissions and prepare our residents and infrastructure to thrive and not just survive in the face of increasing extreme weather events. I'm sure every director says their team is the best, but I'm truly thankful to work with such a talented team. In 2023, we exceeded our goal to secure 5 IJA grant awards as the Federal Infrastructure Task Force led by our office secured 6 awards to the city in 2023, totaling $15.6 million, which is about 15 times more than the $1 million in general funds our office is budgeted for in 2024. So pretty good return on investment. I'd like to highlight a few of those key grant awards, which the mayor also mentioned in her budget presentation to the council. I know Matt Torrey spoke about the $3.9 million award from the EPA to expand recycling services earlier in the week, but our office also offered the $8 million award from USDA to plant approximately 7,500 trees exclusively in underserved areas with the largest urban heat island impacts, as well as a $750,000 award from DOTD to develop a comprehensive transportation safety plan that I'll talk more about shortly. Our task force, not only has our task force secured grants directly to the city, but we've also brought in financial resources by partnering with other public entities as well. For example, the RTA's $24.8 million RAISE grant award to construct the downtown transit center at Basin and Canal included $5.8 million for the city for roadway redesign and multimodal improvements to complement that facility. We made progress on our efforts to install solar on city property, but we have yet to break ground, unfortunately. The $600K in bond funds allotted for that project was complicated by having the funds reduced to $300,000 due to the realignment of the city's overall bond funds, which I know you're aware of. The intention is to pair those bond funds with some additional capital from Finance New Orleans. So we're in the process of a solar savings analysis that Finance New Orleans needs to line up that additional funding. We have made significant progress in securing funding from other sources. However, the city will receive $2.5 million from the state of Louisiana's GRIP award to install solar and battery on approximately 8 city buildings. And we will also be using some of the IDA's CDGB recovery funding that the council approved over the summer for resilience hubs on 3 additional city facilities. We also helped sanitation nearly double the city's admittedly low recycling rates, but didn't reach what was probably an overly ambitious goal to increase recycling rates to 10% in 1 year. Working under a grant from the Recycling Partnership, we sent 3 citywide mailers to residents on recycling best practice, stickers to label legacy black carts, conducted a capture study to determine what's in our waste and our recycling streams, and conducted a digital campaign that drove over 27,000 visits to Sanitation's recycling page. Those outreach efforts resulted in a record year for sanitation in terms of new cart requests. I think they had 8,000 when they typically average over 3,000. And the Recycling Partnerships grant paid for about 4,000 of those carts. Maybe. Guess the clicker's not working. I'm gonna keep going though. We also took the city's first steps toward a cleaner fleet with the city purchasing its first EVs. With the 10 Chevy Bolts that were assigned to various departments. Those EVs were obviously part of a larger purchase of vehicles that the council debated previously with regards to the Clean Fleet Ordinance requirements. And while it was unfortunate that most of them did not meet the Clean Fleet requirements, our office did complete the fleet transition report required under that ordinance last week. Our analysis found that despite those purchases, there is still a path to meet and even exceed the clean fleet goals we have in our climate action plan, which is 75% EVs by 2035. There were a lot of details in that report that we're obviously happy to discuss with the council and when they desire, but I'll leave it there in the interest of time. We had hoped to have 2 of the 3 drainage studies, which were primarily in District A, but also slightly in District B, complete by the end of this year, but we had a prolonged procurement and contracting period that delayed things a bit, but I'm pleased to report that all 3 drainage studies are fully underway and should be complete by the end of next year, with Lakeview in September of 2024, West End by October 2024, and Mid-City by December.
Director Nichols.
Yep.
I realize this isn't you, okay?
Yep.
But I am not a happy council member.
I imagine you're not.
And Lakeview continues to flood. It is a known, it is known.
Yep.
I mean, it keeps on happening. And the delay we funded this such a, I really want to apologize.
No,
I know
it's okay.
I know it is not you. We have to, I want to work with you or somebody on trying to get this expedited because I just can't continue to have my communities near the Lakeview box, right near Canal and like the Anytime Fitness that consistently flood, Navarre. It's just, we're living in too much climate change. And as we just discussed with what happened in Acapulco, I can't keep on, like, maybe we'll start something in 2025.
Right.
So I want to be able to work together on trying to find a solution.
I'm happy to follow up with you after this meeting.
Yeah, please.
And talk about how we can
Thank
do
you very much.
No problem.
And just so you know, my team met upstairs with procurement about trying to move some things.
Got it. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Lastly, in terms of improving community engagement around our Clean Water Act, specifically around keeping debris and litter out of our catch basins, we participated or hosted 12 outreach events this year and significantly increased our social media engagement by 95%. And we developed a dry weather screening tool that we're using to internally to more proactively gauge the type and level of obstructions in our catch basins when we're doing neighborhood cleanup events, so that we can pair that data with the 311 reports DPW gets. In terms of our goals for 2024, we're going to overhaul our office website that is currently filled with outdated info and broken links. A part of that overhaul is to provide residents with an online dashboard tracking our progress against our 2022 climate action plan, as well as making our 3 greenhouse gas inventories available for public review and study. Those actions are a big part of holding ourselves accountable and our partners accountable, but also investing residents in the collective action that is required to meet our climate goals. We have plans to continue adding capacity by hiring additional short-term staff, partnering with Fuse to bring on a 1-year fellow to work on our commercial building energy legislation work that I presented to the council last March, as well as bringing on a community energy fellow through DOE to work on implementing our EECGB funding, which I'll speak about shortly. We're also looking to use some of the EPA Swiffer funds to at least partially fund someone to work on implementing the recycling grant, as well as the circular economy as a whole, since there is actually no one at City Hall solely dedicated to diverting more waste from our landfill. There's no one single position for that. We hope to continue our grant success by securing funding from an additional 5 programs through IJA and IRA, and we'll now move into the role of supporting grant implementation as well by getting agreements in place with federal agencies and managing the planning aspects of the grants we've been awarded as needed. In terms of our energy goals, we have a plan to have a robust community stakeholder process and then work with the council to craft and pass a benchmarking legislation that would require our largest buildings to report their energy usage to the city to increase transparency and spur energy reductions and savings with our largest users. We're also setting up a goal to ramp up the city's Solar for All program with local installers Posigen and Solar Alternatives by setting a goal of 220 residential installs in 2024, which represents a big increase from the 25 total installs that occurred in years 1 and 2 of the program. We plan to use a portion of the $381,000 the city received as a part of the EECGB Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant Program to develop a robust outreach and marketing campaign around the benefits of solar, as well as inform and remind residents about the expanded solar and energy efficiency tax credits and rebate programs that are now available under the Inflation Reduction Act. We envision that including traditional marketing in the mold of the city's COVID vaccine campaign, as well as in-person outreach events and materials. Our goal is to make this information as accessible and actionable as possible for residents. We also plan to use a portion of those EECGB funds to build out a robust network of paid community energy advisors who are trusted members of our community and can help our residents navigate how to take advantage of the clean energy transition, particularly the added incentives from LMI households. Moving on to our transportation goals. As a part of our Safe Streets for All grant, our office, in partnership with DPW, will lead the development of the city's first comprehensive safety plan that analyzes where the city's most dangerous roads and intersections are by using crash and near miss data, and then we'll identify proposed safety projects that the city can construct to ensure all road users, whether they be pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, or vehicles, have a safe way to get where they need to go. The completion of this safety plan makes us eligible to apply for a multi-million-dollar implementation grants under the same DOTD program. We also have a goal to develop the transportation electrification roadmap and implementation plan that the council funded during last year's budget cycle. That project is wrapping up the procurement process right now. We received bids a couple weeks ago and should have a winning firm selected and contracted by early 2024. That plan is going to analyze the policy changes and infrastructure improvements that the city should take to encourage the equitable adoption of electric vehicles across all types of vehicle fleets throughout the city. One other transportation goal that I wanted to mention, which isn't listed here because it's a longer term goal, is our office's work to expand the city's bike share system with our nonprofit partners, Blue Crew. Our climate action plan calls for us to reach 2,000 e-bikes in the system by 2025. And Blue Crew made good progress this year towards that goal by adding 300 additional bikes to the system for a total of 800. One other encouraging piece of data to share is that during our record heat wave over the summer, there was a corresponding drop in the system for most users, but not for Blue Bikes for All members, which is a $4 membership for residents who are eligible for SNAP or Medicaid, meaning that our bike share system provides a critical means of sustainable public transportation for our residents. We're working with Blue Crew to identify grant funding we can bring to the program, as well as build new partnerships with institutions across the city so we can equitably increase the size and footprint of the system in 2024. In 2024, our office will also secure a firm to develop a solid waste master plan that was awarded under the EPA recycling grant, while the sanitation department works to distribute the 70,000 recycling bins to residents who haven't yet requested one as we move to a universal recycling system. We're also looking to expand the Recycle That initiative that you heard Colin talk about just previously that we piloted during Mardi Gras. We diverted over 7 tons of glass, glass, and throws from the landfill. This upcoming year, we're setting a goal to divert at least 10 tons of waste by increasing the number of hub sites from 4 to 6, accepting plastics and potentially food waste, and also expanding the number of days and hours that those hubs are staffed during parades. On our environmental affairs team, we're setting a goal to increase the number of catch basins adopted by residents by 900 for a total of 3,000 by the end of 2024, building on the success of our increased outreach over the course of 2023. Our office is making good progress on the redevelopment of Lincoln Beach as well, and want to take a moment to thank the council for providing the $24 million in funds to make this happen. The design plans for the quick start elements, items like repairing the tunnel behind the levee and removing the damaged waterfront structures that are necessary to safely reopen the beach, are at or near 60% design. The engineering firm working on them is applying for the various permits needed for construction now, and we plan to have the construction bid out in the first half of 2024, with the plan to break ground sometime in the second half of the year. I'm also happy to report that the city has secured a firm to develop the master plan for the long-term redevelopment of Lincoln Beach as well, and the mayor signed that contract this week. That firm should be starting work very soon on a robust community engagement process. I heard a comment in the previous section about a parking lot, and that, of course, feedback like that would be incorporated into the stakeholder process. They'd be refining the ideas from the Lincoln Beach Community Vision Report, taking input from the New Orleans for Lincoln Beach and Community Advisory Committee groups, and molding all of that into a comprehensive master plan for the site. We've also been hard at work on the Ag Street Solar Farm. According to the law department, who's been leading the buyout negotiations, 62 out of the 67 residents of Gordon Plaza have accepted the city's offer, and 95% of those residents have completed the closing process and relocated. It's a huge victory for environmental justice in our city. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge that. There's obviously a long list of folks from both the administration and the council who have helped the city get to this point, but it of course wouldn't have happened without the advocacy of the residents of Gordon Plaza, and they deserve credit first and foremost. It is our office's job now to take the baton and transform the site from an environmental injustice into a climate solution. We've been making progress there as well. In 2023, we issued an RFI to potential solar developers to learn more about what information they would need to respond to an RFP, and we've applied to the Department of Energy's Community Power Prize to receive technical assistance on developing a community solar farm on the site. We plan to have a bid out in the next few weeks to secure an engineering firm who can develop the soil management plan and solar farm RFP specifications we will need, and our goal in 2024 is to secure a solar developer who will help make the Ag Street Community Solar Farm a reality. I'd also like to take a moment to applaud the council for its unanimous approval of the amended community solar rules last week. That increased subscriber credits make this project more financially feasible, and ultimately will help reduce the energy burden for subscribers to the community solar project and further projects as they come online. In terms of our work on stormwater and other nature-based solutions, we plan to complete the 3 drainage studies, obviously, Councilmember Giarrusso, that I spoke about previously, as well as complete a green infrastructure toolkit that will provide maintenance manuals for all types of green infrastructure, things like permeable pavement, bioswales, as well as provide funding estimates for both DPW and Parks and Parkways as they take over maintaining our green infrastructure sites once the warranty period ends. This year, our office also co-led the Urban Water at 10 series with GNOF, Geno Inc., and the Tulane Bywater Institute to gauge the city's progress on implementing the Urban Water Plan and learn from our implementation gaps. One thing that series helped us identify is the need for a stormwater master plan that is New Orleans specific. Of course, the Urban Water Plan is a regional plan. The series also made clear that all parts of the city need the type of intensive engineering work being done in those 3 drainage studies, as well as the other GI projects like the Gentilly Resilience District, to help us plan new projects that will reduce our risk from flooding. As such, we've partnered with the Hazard Mitigation Office to apply to FEMA to use some of the IDA HMGP funds you heard Colin talk about to help pay for this modeling effort, and intend to issue an RFP in 2024 to conduct this stormwater master plan for the city. And finally, after the record heat wave and drought that our city experienced in 2023, our office has been working in partnership, as you heard from Colin, with Hazard Mitigation, the Health Department, to review heat plans from around the country to develop a scope of work for the city's first heat mitigation plan, using the funds the council approved in September. Made good progress on that, but given the short time since funds were assigned and the end of the year closeout, I have requested from the budget office that they move those funds into our 2024 budget so we have sufficient time to properly procure a firm for the plan. On our personnel, you'll see here, we have the 5 members of our office in our budget code. I'll note that in 2023, we moved several team members, positions from other mayoral budget codes into ORS's budget code, to accurately reflect where they've worked. We still have 4 members of our team who live in DPW and PDU's budget as well. And it's a goal of mine to move them as well, but that process is a little bit more complicated since it involves PDU's positions, and civil service improvement.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I'm asking the Burnside question. I'm looking at page 12 and page 10. It looks like 2023 for personal services was 313. 2023 current is 501 and the proposed is 726. If it's at 726, then that means between 5 employees, y'all are making like $145,000. So I'm wondering if that's right, or is that wrong? Or can you hire me?
Included in benefits, yeah, I mean, I think that is accurate.
It's up 145.
With benefits, yeah.
Okay.
In terms of our 2023 budget and our 2024 proposed request, on this slide, our personnel budget is increasing due to having a full year from our new hires, as well. On the operating side, in 2023, we had 153,000 in general fund budget paired with the one-time ARPA funds going to Together New Orleans for the Lighthouse project that I'll touch on shortly, as well as some grant funds and the $300K for the heat plan I just mentioned. In 2024, the one-time funds will roll off and we'll add some new grant funds to pair with our modest general fund operating budget of 164,000. In terms of the one-time funding, in terms of our work with Together New Orleans to fund their community lighthouse project, I know y'all received an update on all the ARPA funds, but they've completed 4 out of their first 8 resiliency hubs funded by the $2 million that the council and the mayor committed, with the first 4 sites constructed using the $1 million in Wisner funds. And then several weeks ago, they submitted their progress report and cost reports to us, which we've been reviewing. We're wrapping up that review right now, and we should have the second payment from the ARPA funds executed in the next few weeks.
I just worry about few weeks being 21 days or 42 days. Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, before the end of the year, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we'll go to public comment. We actually have quite a few. Mr. Burnside, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Wright, Mr. Blatt, Mr. Ford, and Mr. Abraham.
I am so grateful for my council person because limiting myself to 2 minutes and asking Burnside questions gets to be a pattern I need to break. Another Burnside question is you give us a number, 10 tons of waste, and you don't give us the other number, like there's 1 million tons of waste, or there's 100,000, or there's 10,000. We don't know what 10 tons is, you know, because we don't know what goes into the waste on a daily basis, and it might change our habits if we knew. I'm not in favor of parking lots. I prefer parking structures, and I prefer parking structures that have housing on top of them, like the parking for 1010 Common, which is a big parking structure, and then it's got a couple of office floors on top of it. I don't think parking lots are a good use of land inside a $14 billion levy system. Pollution, the RTA buses, particularly the 200 series, but also the 300 series, are polluting like crazy. And if you guys could talk to them, maybe they'll listen to you. They tell me they don't have a diesel mechanic. I have 2 other things that I'd like to comment on, one which is catch basins. I know where there's plus or minus a dozen catch basins that have been completely deliberately destroyed by businessmen who have turned the catch basin spot into something like an apron for a parking lot for a restaurant. So it would be nice to get together, go out, because I've tried to contact a certain deputy chief of staff who shall remain nameless in the office of the mayor and ask for his help. And it is once again a communication that has been dropped in my life, and I'm getting tired of dropped communications. So if you contacted me, first of all, I'd probably shit myself. And secondly, I'd be really, really happy. And then finally, Gordon Plaza, good old Gordon Plaza. There's a fence line like it's a magic thing. On one side of it's Gordon Plaza, and we care and we spend money and we fix stuff. And on the exact opposite side of that fence line, nothing. Last time I checked pollution, it went by air, it went by water, it moved around. Hey, if one side's polluted of that fence, I got $1,000 bet cash money for you that right on the other side of the fence, it's equally polluted. So if the city is going to take serious Gordon Plaza and their activism and their sense of change, then it needs to embrace a broader community, including the ones who are physically adjacent to that fence line. It needs to be tested for lead. It needs to be tested for all the various substances.
Thank you. All right, Zoe Johnson, Devin Wright, Sage Michael, Reggie Ford, Archer Abraham.
Good afternoon, Council and Greg. My name is Devin Wright. I'm the Policy and Research Manager with Sprout. We offer technical assistance to the farmers and gardeners of New Orleans with the ultimate goal being to foster a thriving local food system for all the people in our community. As part of that mission, we've been working to enact the solutions outlined in the A Greener New Orleans policy platform. This campaign has broad public support from over 500 individuals, 60 businesses, and myriad community and advocacy organizations like Sprout, but also the Greater New Orleans Growers Alliance, Louisiana Progress, and the Food Policy Action Council, which is Council's official advisory body on matters of food and nutrition. I just want to thank the council for its express support of the A Greener New Orleans campaign by passing Resolution 23-244 in May of this year. Thank you to Council Member Harris in particular for championing that resolution. We've had the privilege of working closely with each of your offices on various parts of this wide-reaching platform, and we look forward to working together in 2024 to continue chipping away at the barriers that we outlined there. I also want to thank Greg from the Office of Resilience and Sustainability for their partnership with us to advance the city's sustainability and climate goals through development of local food systems. Similar to council, it's been a real privilege working to build a relationship with this office, and we look forward to working in deep partnership in 2024 to advance shared priorities of ORS, the A Greener New Orleans platform, and the community of growers in our city. Particularly as this absolutely critical office expands, which is great to see. Today, I am specifically asking council to support the community's request as outlined in the A Greener New Orleans campaign for an urban agriculture liaison position to be seated within ORS. This position is not currently within the draft proposal. We know that there is a lot to ask for, but all the same, we would love to see this small request added this year, particularly given the current surplus that exists. This is the time to be making investments over the long term that build the future that we want to see.
Thank you.
Oh, shoot. Okay, cool. Sorry.
Thank you. So no, you did great. Thank you. All right, Sage Michael, Mr. Ford, Mr. Abraham, to round us out.
Thank y'all. It's been a long day, right? Great to see you all. I'm just here to continue to build on the relationships we've been building up in the past. So many familiar faces in the room. Thank you all for that. I'm Sage Michael. I'm representing Sageville, my organization. I'm looking for real-time community inclusion on the project at every point in the project. I say, what does inclusion look like? Oh, it doesn't look like the city of New Orleans where you had a 2 to the mountain on the outside and you have the Greek god, Louis XIV kind of sitting over the land right there. And that's government right there. I kind of look at that as me and Reggie Ford clean up Lincoln Beach and over the last 3 or some years, doing everything and making those sacrifices. And now we're in a position, we got that box around us and we're watching on the outside looking in. So what we don't deserve in this project is to be Monday morning quarterbacking. We don't deserve to all the sacrifice we've done with this project to be having to search documents to do that. We're looking for real true inclusion, real investment in residents, like you said earlier, something like coffee shop, phone calls, a walk on the land. Reach out for Lincoln Beach on all things Lincoln Beach. That's all we're asking for, and I'll keep it short at that. You know a sacrifice we put in. We're experts on our matter, Lincoln Beach. I'm thankful for the Lincoln Beach Community Advisory Committee. Reggie Ford and myself are esteemed experts and advocates on this project on many levels. You're aware of that. I just want to continue building relationships with you and the rest of your team as the site moves forward, that we include not only just advocating for the properness of the community assets and attributes, something that's 60% design right now. Things like that, we like to be involved. Like, we're really intelligent people, that we have many resources that we can pull from. When it comes to 60% design, the community going to give recommendations to that design at 40% left. We want to be involved at 0%. We can have greater conversations. We sit at the table together, not at the ceiling New Orleans where you have those chittermatchers outside and the government looking in.
But let's work together as we're doing many projects across our city. And when the site get under construction, Reggie Ford and myself are really great site monitors, community monitors, as we continue to oversee the project. And it's one of the safest places in New Orleans, Louisiana right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ford, Mr. Abraham.
All right, thank y'all for having me here. I just want to call something to y'all attention. Right now, the design proposal is going out for Lincoln Beach. And as it stands, there's only a proposal for 2-acre parking lot, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. There's eight other acres.
Okay. Thank y'all council for giving enough money and funds to fully fund this thing. So what a 2-acre parking lot will hold is only 340 vehicles. 340 vehicles, that's about 1,300 people. We know there's gonna be way more than 1,300 standing bodies on Lincoln Beach once it's designed. The original parking lot is 10 acres. That was designed in 1955 when only Black people could be there. In present day, everybody gonna be able to come to Lincoln Beach. Visitors, travelers, Black, white, everybody. Why not put a design proposal out for a bigger parking lot? Not only that, if y'all send a design proposal out for a 2-acre parking lot, if they design that, which not gonna be sufficient enough for the travelers, then you guys gonna have to extend it, and that'll be like a work change order. And normally in design, there's a charge when you have a work change order. And I'm trying to avoid wasteful spending, and that's why I'm here, to avoid wasteful spending from having to change a design from a 2-acre parking lot, which isn't sufficient at all, to a much bigger one. I think this should be a greater study on how much parking is needed and why we have 10 acres of land available. Y'all have to really understand how to make that the parking so people can have free parking when they come there, the same way they go to Audubon Park, City Park, so we won't run into parking restraints. And that's all I'm asking y'all to do. Revisit the amount of parking y'all have. 2 acres will not be enough.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. I'll follow up with you afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. All right, Mr. Abraham, to round us out. But I will have a comment after you.
Thank you for your efforts. Definitely would like to say I support dealing with the parking lot expansion. It's going to be needed. We've been in discussions. I'm actually on the advisory concerning that. The other part of that I did want to address is the community energy advisors. How is that how y'all going to train people concerning the advisor? I think one of the things that I look at, and I think it's a great plan, great layout, but I think that with me being in District E and some of the people that are within, I know District D, I went over the study concerning NOLA data center, and the proximity concerning tourism and high-paying jobs is almost unthinkable. And so when we deal with economic development, we deal with the proximity concerning access to high-paying jobs. And if we're going to change the stigma behind dealing with New Orleans and us moving forward, technology, the access to technology in those jobs needs to be. And so I would love to work with y'all concerning the community energy advisors and the expansion of that and the other tech jobs that we deal with concerning us moving forward. Because I know EPA and the Science Endowment Fund are very expanded. I talk to them very often there at the White House. And they have literally almost no ceiling, which is crazy to me. But I think that's going to be one of the things. The other thing is the bike share program. We haven't had any expansion in District E. The bike share program that we're going to deal with, especially all the incentives concerning insurance, people having to be able to subsidize that, having elders and having youth who be able to utilize those, even if it's at a central point of Joe Brown Park, having bikes actually there to park, possibly there, maybe in Lincoln Beach, maybe having bike shares there would be very, very advantageous. The other part is the bridge. I know there's some permits dealing with the bridge and dealing with Lincoln Beach. Port Nola, I talked to Port Nola and I talked to Paul Beard over there, as well as some of the other partners concerning there. They actually have first priority rights dealing with all the rails, the maritime and the highways. And I think they need to be one of the people we bring in concerning that, because they have first access concerning that. And I think that would help us alleviate a lot of the issues of us being in silos and working in silos to be able to speed up the process concerning economic development, especially with the change of administrations as we've seen politically. It's going to play a major key, inflation and dealing with a lot of our insurance issues that we're dealing with. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And tire, sorry. Please deal with the tire layout. I did want to deal with that before I left. The tire issue, who is the contractors that are dealing, because I just found out contractors that are dealing with tire recycling. I think one people that should be considered. And I'll talk with you later because we're before time.
Thank you.
But I'll talk with you later.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Nichols, thank you for being here. I started this meeting hot. I'm gonna end hot.
Oh.
Not at you.
Okay.
You are free to go.
Oh.
Since Hurricane Ida, I have noted that Lakeview and Mid-City have been flooding disproportionately to any place else. After Ida, the rest of my district was pumped down and flooding remains in Holly Grove and Mid-City and in Lakeview. And the fact that a study will not be done until 3 years after the storm is absolutely unacceptable. Department of Public Works has dithered on this for far too long, and I expect something to be done immediately about it. We are not going to wait. People are not going to be flooded when we know it is a known problem. And I'm not going to be jerked around by telling we're studying this when everybody can understand what the effects are. So DPW, make sure you have something taken care of as we get your budget ready. See everybody on Monday.